invocation, we will have the Pledge of Allegiance, and we ask that you please stand for both. Reverend Staley.
Let's pray together. Oh Lord, we have much to celebrate and be thankful for in this holiday season. We give you thanks for allowing us to live where we are free and are at peace, and we remember those who are not free because of either troubles in their land or in their lives. We give you thanks for the way that you provide for us all that we need according to your love and care and promises. We give you thanks for the way that you have touched our lives, but we remember the poor and the homeless and those who are not well. We pray that you would raise them up out of darkness to light and life, and help us know ways that we can serve them as well as one another. Thank you for our mayor and her gifted and compassionate leadership, and for our council members who all faithfully serve us, and we pray that you lead them in ways with integrity and wisdom. Guide us in every part of our meeting today, and may all of our actions show the character of Christ, in whose name we pray. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much, Reverend Staley. Madam Clerk, can you please call the first item?
Approve the minutes of the regular meeting November 19th and the consent agenda meeting November 26, 2024.
Are there any changes or corrections to the minutes? I have one. For the workshop meeting on November 26th, there is an email address that goes to all 7 of us, and it should state DL City Council Members, plural, at wichita.gov. And that is how individuals can contact all 7 of us at once without having to look up each email address. DL City Council Members at wichita.gov. Any other changes or corrections? I see none. Is there a motion to approve? I motion to approve.
I'll second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Motion passes 6-0 with 1 abstention.
Mayor, I seconded that motion, not Dalton. So, correct that, please.
Madam Clerk will correct that. Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, can you please call the next item?
Service award for Patrick McKernan, Director of Horticulture.
May we please ask Patrick McKernan to please come forward. City Manager, would you like to? Okay. Well, this is a distinct honor that I get to do this alongside City Manager Bob Layton. On behalf of the City of Wichita, we want to recognize Patrick F. McKernan in recognition for his dedicated and meritorious service rendered to the community and the citizens of the City of Wichita, Kansas for the last 42 years. In his 42 years and 9 months of service, Mr. McKernan has served as a gardening supervisor, landscape supervisor, and is retiring as a general maintenance supervisor. So we want to congratulate him on his years of service to the City of Wichita.
I can close it up. So I want to just take an opportunity to really highlight some of the career of Pat McKernan, because he does not grandstand if you know him at all. So I'm going to grandstand for him just a little bit. I'm Lindsay Banaka, Director of Arts and Cultural Services, and have the great honor of working alongside Pat, who I've only known for a couple of years, but his service with the city spans over 40 years. And while he might say he's just a gardener, and that's what he told me 3 years ago when I met him. He's like, I'm just a gardener. He's really served as the director of horticulture at Botanica for several decades. Pat joined the city of Wichita in 1982, where he was the landscape supervisor, and he worked in the Parks Division. A few years later, he was assigned to help get Botanica off the ground. During the development of the gardens, he became the first head gardener at Botanica, where he's been ever since it officially opened in 1987. So if you've ever been to Botanica, Pat is one of the people that helped make it happen. Across 4 decades, he has tended and nurtured the gardens from a humble community garden to now a major regional attraction. Pat has a steady hand, and his expertise in gardening has led the organization farther than I'm guessing anyone could have imagined back in 1987. If you've ever visited the gardens and enjoyed the plantings of the designs, know that Pat's bright green thumb is behind all of that. His unmatched expertise in horticulture has made it all happen for several decades. For some sense of scale, over the last, this planting season, he's responsible for over 17 acres of gardens. And this winter alone, the design included the planting of 5,000 mums, 10,000 pansies, and 70,000 tulip bulbs were planted this fall that we'll get to enjoy in the spring. Did I get any of those numbers right? Okay. Just hundreds of thousands of plants have been under his care for the last 42 years. Pat does not grandstand. He is both humble and kind, and he'll patiently answer any gardening question anyone will ask. And he's inspired my own tulip collection, so for that I'm incredibly grateful. He's also led a team of dedicated staff and hundreds of volunteers throughout the years, many of which are in the room today, who, from my observation, are treated just like family to him. He's most deserving of this service award and recognition, and he's has a lot to be proud of in knowing that his legacy, the legacy that he leaves behind in the gardens. Pat, we thank you for all you've done in the gardens and all that you've inspired over the years. Congratulations on your retirement. You're welcome to come back and volunteer on Monday. I hear you might have some free time coming up, but thank you, Pat, on behalf of the city for all that you've done.
She's right. I'm a person of few words. I just want to thank the city and everyone. It's been an honor to build Botanica and take care of it the last 37 years. I want to thank the staff and my family and the volunteers back here that came out today. And thank you. Have a great day.
Madam Clerk, please call the next item.
Johnny Rothwell, CanVets United, and the Veteran Homeless Rate in Wichita.
Johnny Rothwell, 1169 North Bracken Street, Wichita, Kansas, 67206. Good morning, council members. My name is Johnny Rothwell, Wichita resident, District 2. I'm joined here today with my fellow board members from CanVets United and lead social worker from the Bob Dole VA Center, Kenny Barker. In October, a few board members and I had the privilege of viewing the wonderful documentary, Hope in the Heartland, Wichita's Quest to End Homelessness at the Tallgrass Film Festival. I was struck by the comments by several council members, and here are a few comments that resonated with me. Councilmember Johnson, the government cannot solve the issue of homelessness alone. It is going to take a combined effort of local government and the private sector to solve this issue. Councilmember Tuttle, I want to help that person on the side of the street. I don't want to just drive by. I want to help. Mayor Wu, this is not a handout. This is a hand up. Director of Housing, Sally Stang, we also need to find ways to get out in front of this issue and prevent homelessness in the first place. Well, council members, I'm here today to tell you about one such organization that does everything you described, CanVets United. Founded in 2020, the mission of CanVets United is to provide relief to distressed, underprivileged veterans in Wichita, Kansas. We have grown into a small group of 9 local citizens that work to help veterans in crisis. The unique niche we have carved out for ourselves over the past few years is that we collaborate directly with our local VA social workers to bridge the gaps of service the VA cannot fill. For example, a homeless veteran is ready to be housed, but cannot afford the deposit. The VA calls CanVets. A veteran has fallen behind on rent and is about to be evicted and become homeless. The VA calls CanVets. We finance the service gaps of the VA with privately raised funds to accelerate the VA's mission to achieve functional zero homelessness in Wichita. We are regular folks with regular jobs who have volunteered our time to build a great relationship with the VA and other veteran organizations. We have no overhead and no costs. Every dollar we raise goes to veterans in crisis. Our catchphrase is CanVets, local heroes, local support. We are here today to simply let you know who we are and how just a few Wichita citizens are dramatically helping our city accelerate towards achieving the goal of functional zero veteran homelessness. We hope that using this platform today will inspire individuals and businesses to help sustain our work to end veteran homelessness. To tell you more about the impact CanVets is having, I've invited the Dole VA lead social worker, Kenny Barker, to speak as well. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you, Johnny, and thank you, CanVets, for all you do. I'm honored to speak today as the Homeless Program Supervisor at the Robert J. Dole VA Medical Center about the critical partnership between the VA and CanVets. Together, we've made a profound difference in the lives of many homeless veterans, and really just to simplify that path to housing for them. To truly appreciate the value of this partnership, let me paint a really quick picture of what a homeless veteran might experience without this partnership. So imagine a veteran living on the streets, carrying everything they own. The first step is meeting that street outreach worker, one of my team members, who conducts initial screening, loads of paperwork. Maybe they have a pet, so they need to complete paperwork for boarding that pet. Then finally, they get into shelter. They complete their intake forms in shelter. While they're in shelter, they meet with the housing navigator. That housing navigator helps them set up an intake, an initial assessment, additional screening documents, some eligibility paperwork. And then find out that there's some challenges that they're facing, additional barriers. Maybe they need an ID. Maybe they need a VA healthcare ID. They got to get access to DD-214, Social Security documents. The list goes on and on. Each step brings more and more frustration, more waiting, more challenges. Finally, we might identify a housing plan for them. They get a housing voucher potentially, additional paperwork to be filled out for that. Then countless apartment applications, waiting until we finally get an approval. Just there, as we're getting to the finish line, additional barriers might come where we don't have that deposit. We don't have additional documents in order. So we work with other entities to help them get through that process. Maybe that first month's rent's not ready for them to. So they remain in shelter. They remain in an unsheltered environment potentially. Really, the point becomes really honed in on where the veteran thinks, is it really worth it to go through this whole process? Honestly, this is where CanVets comes in. They step in and know the challenges, like Johnny mentioned, that it is for our community to reach functional zero for homeless veterans. And they work to partner with the VA to make that referral process very simple, quick, easy, and effective. Our VA service providers really appreciate that partnership between the CanVets. And really, CanVets embodies the best of what a public-private partnership can achieve. Together, we're not just helping veterans navigate a maze of forms, but we're restoring hope, dignity, and stability to those who have sacrificed so much for us. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Tuttle.
Thank you. I just want to thank you all for being here. Johnny and I had an opportunity to meet. We've been connecting ever since, and Kenny and I have the pleasure of serving together on the Greater Wichita Area Veterans Advocacy Board. So I just truly appreciate and applaud your efforts, and it really does show us what can happen when a group of people come together in our community who just care and want to make the situation better. So, thank you for serving those who have served us so honorably. So appreciate your efforts, and if I can be of assistance in any capacity, please continue to reach out. Thank you.
Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you guys for all you do for the people who have laid their lives on the line for us in our own community. There's a group of people here that would be great for you guys to touch base with. You guys chose the right day. Maybe touch base with some of the group directly behind you before you guys leave. Also, please reach out to myself, and I think the rest of the council too. I'm sure we'd all love to chat with you guys and just see how we can help you guys in your mission and how we can make sure to incorporate your group into the operations of the MAC that we have opening up. I think we've done a lot of good work as far as trying to get veterans housed here in the last couple of years, but we can always do better. So please just reach out to us all and see what we can do to make sure we accomplish our shared goal. Thank you, guys.
Councilmember Johnson.
Thanks, Mayor. Councilmember Hoheisel always steals all my notes, so I will just say thank you all for the work that you do. My father and father-in-law are veterans as well, so just appreciate what you're doing for our veterans that served our country.
Councilmember Johnston.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd also like to thank Kenny and his team and CanVets. You've had a model of success that needs to be duplicated for our homeless. So thank you for your leadership in that. Thank you for everything you've done, and we very much appreciate it.
Thank you again. I just wanted to give some data points that were just given to us about an hour and a half ago by a group of individuals here in our community who are part of the Coalition to End Homelessness. And specifically, the city of Wichita is a partner in trying to achieve functional zero among veteran homelessness right here. Ending veteran homelessness by November 2025. 49 veterans were identified during the annual point-in-time count on January 26, 2023. Joint announcements were made in July 2023 for this partnership. 195 veterans have been housed since the announcement was made. A 34% decrease in veteran homelessness since January 2023. And I know that the coalition is working diligently with all the partners, including CanVets, and we appreciate all your efforts in helping our individuals facing homelessness who are also our brave men and women in our community. Thank you. Can you please call the next item?
Ron Rosales, the 21st and Broadway Corridor Development, and the train traffic study that was reported on in February of 2023.
Good morning, Mayor Wu and Vice Mayors and members of the council. My name is Ron Rosales. I'm from 6th District, and I just want to go over a few things about a situation that's been going on for quite a while on the north side of Wichita, and specific, the 21st and Broadway corridor. I'm here to present an opportunity to further develop economic development within the 21st Street and I-35 corridor between 21st Street and I-35 Broadway, and of course 21st Street, mainly heading east and west, that east and west corridor. The opportunity is this: the corridor between I-35, the intersection of 21st and Broadway, needs to be improved in order to provide smoother traffic flow between east and west traffic. Currently, this barrier impedes the economic development of many businesses that have called this area home. I speak on behalf of many of the Mexican-American people who are born and raised in this community and who are all homeowners, business owners, landlords, and have made this area their living for many, many years, despite this barrier. With private development going on, which some of you probably already know about, on the intersection of 21st and Broadway, renewed interest, in particular with the Empower Group, Basham family, which the building was actually turned over to them. But there's also lots of development going on the 21st Street and Market area on the south part of 21st Street. So with this going on, there's a lot of business going on. But unfortunately, there's not a good traffic flow between the east and west from mainly, again, going from the highway over to 21st Street. In order to connect these two parts of our city, we really need to look at what's been going on with the study, with the Connecting Community Grants that was approved. And also I have sent that out to each of you guys, all the links, references that I'm making about news articles, TV articles about this. And so this grant, we know it was $1 million, but we need to make sure that somebody from our community is at least contacted about what's going on with this grant. But unfortunately, the problem continues. And I just really want to put that out there to all of you that we need to have something communicated to our community about what this grant is, what is going on with the grant mainly. And then, of course, some feedback to us about what can be done. As you know, this railroad tracks, the railroad companies, I'm sure, are not very cooperative, but at least we could do something within the city power to at least address the traffic flow, whether it be repaving 21st Street. Me personally, I would like to see something like a 5-lane corridor, something like that, to help with this traffic flow from the east and west sides, and again, the 21st Street area. There are areas within the city or within just this neighborhood that have stood the test of time. Connie's Mexico Cafe, for one. And we know a lot of businesses within just the square block where I live on that really are mainly for the Mexican-American community. But there's so much more that can be developed within this area, a lot more. But again, this has been going on for decades. And so I just feel that, we need some sort of communication between the city and community leaders within this area to find out what more can be done. And also, just my last minute, I want to thank you guys for rededicating the name of the 18th Street Bridge to Paul Buster Sanchez, a fellow veteran, myself being a retired veteran. But again, thank you for doing that. And I also want to say thank you for the people who have listened to me and some of my colleagues within the community, in particular Councilmember Ballard and Mayor Wu and Councilmember Hoheisel. So I really appreciate you guys listening, and hopefully we can get something resolved within the near future. Thanks again.
Vice Mayor Ballard.
Thank you, Mayor. Gary or Paul, could someone please give an update on the Reconnecting Communities grant? Ron, thank you so much for continuing to advocate.
Yes, Paul Gunsman, Public Works and Utilities. We had recently received the approved agreement from the U.S. Department of Transportation for the $1 million Reconnecting Communities grant. I am finishing up the draft request for proposals for solicitation to consultants to submit for a planning study. I'm hoping to get that out here within the next week and then have proposals due early to mid-January. January 10th is kind of what I'm targeting. once we have a consultant on board, then we will re-engage the stakeholders that we had met with prior to as we were filling out the grant application. I know Ron was with one of those, so we will continue to reach out to him and make sure he's on one of the committees as we move forward.
Can you address his question about 21st and Mosley and talk about the road improvements that are coming there?
We do have some additional road improvements for that. You know, we had completed phase 1, which was to the east, and we have another project coming up. Hopefully after the first year, we'll put that out for bid. We are in the midst of finalizing right-of-way acquisition, then we'll put that out for bid, and that will make some improvements to that corridor as well.
And it will expand 21st Street?
Yes.
Okay. Ron, did you have any other questions about the road improvement? No. Okay, thanks. Thanks, Paul.
Yes.
Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Ron, for both your service and for coming before us today to talk about these issues. Just a quick question. Is there a particular group that you feel the city does need to reach out to and just keep them up to date a little more? Neighborhood association or just a particular group of people that we should be on the lookout for?
Yeah, they're just, I mean, residents in general, but we had just formed a new neighborhood association called Lacuna, and Manuel Martinez is the president of that. And so I would be more than happy to get some information also.
Okay, I appreciate that. Yeah, Maggie's the best, one of the best communicators I've seen with the community and her constituents. So I'm sure she'll make sure that that group's brought in and given all the updates that we can with them. So thank you again, Ron. Appreciate it.
Thank you to two of our speakers. We now have time for 3 additional people who would like to address the council for up to 5 minutes each.
Good morning. My name is Adam Greenleaf, and my address was everywhere. I'm currently homeless. I've been homeless since 2019, since my release. I'm scared and I'm nervous. So what I want to say is this. I heard 2 speakers speak about veterans being homeless, as well as it seems like the idea has been about homelessness and about reconstructing our city, like our roads and stuff. I'm a Christian, you know, and I became saved. But being homeless has not been easy. You see, I'm out there every day, you know, and it's something that I've seen a lot of stuff, you know. We want to better our city, right? We want, like, the homelessness, be able to trust the people that can help us. And the people that can help us want to be able, the homelessness, to trust them, like vice versa. What I've seen is that we have a wall based on what we believe about each other. I've walked into businesses and worked for many businesses these last couple of years. See, I changed my life around, and it's been difficult because I used to be a drug dealer, a criminal. I used to be all kinds of stuff, face these judges. Matter of fact, I'm not used to talking to politicians. I'm used to talking to a lawyer and a DA and a judge. So I am nervous because, see, I want to see better opportunities for my city. You know, I helped destroy this city. I was a contributor. I don't blame nobody. I blame all of us, including myself, because of that wall, that division, that viewpoint that we have of each other. The only way we can make it better, to reduce homelessness, we can't get rid of it. It's already here, but we can reduce it by creating better opportunities for everybody. The social workers and all that stuff, DCF, DHS, Social Security, all that, we're all struggling to find a solution. And the only solution we can find, we have to break that wall. That wall, how we look at each other, how we view each other. We're stereotyped. It's the worst thing we could do to each other. Because I'm homeless, I couldn't get no help. Real stuff. I'm terminally ill. I got diagnosed because a lot of us think the homeless is drug addicts, criminals, and that we carry on in that behavior. A lot of us actually go to work. We just don't got no, we can't get better jobs because of our past history. It ain't the resources' fault. It's everybody's fault. The way we look at each other. God has put some ideas on my heart. I started a ministry called My Daily Walk Ministry, talking about the atrocity that we have to go through as a community. not that just as a homeless man. A lot of people want opportunities. A lot of people want handouts. But a lot of us don't want that. We want the same thing you guys want. And you guys want the same thing that you guys have for us. But we'll never be able to come together if we keep looking at each other as a general. I'm an individual, not a public. I belong in this community, but I'm an individual with different issues. If our opening statements to help somebody is the first opinion that we look at them as a drug addict and they offer me rehab when I don't need it, that's gonna make me wanna walk out the door. It's gonna close doors for everybody. So what I'm asking is that we come together with a real solution that could really work. By not generalizing everybody in one category because of where they fit in, what we see. The best book to read is not based on its cover, but based on what's inside the content of those covers. You see, the only way I know that a book is good is not because what I see on the cover of it. That's just advertisement to bring me in. But I gotta open it up and I gotta read it. We miss so many things because we believe that assumptions is correct and factual, but it really ain't. I got looked at as a drug addict, and I became tournament because of the opinions and assumptions of others, because I was homeless. I don't blame the doctors. I don't blame my community. I did have a past where I was a drug addict, but I've been clean 8 years. And so what I'm saying is that I would like to speak to people about the atrocity and about what we can do about it. God has put an idea called the business grant idea, where it can also create enough funds. We know that the economy is built off our businesses, our local businesses. Someone talked about it today about local help. I think Wichita can rebuild itself with Wichita ideas, not with outsiders. But we could bring outsiders to make that fun happen. So I only got like 22 seconds, and I didn't really come prepared. Matter of fact, I didn't even brush my teeth. I just heard about this and had to come, because I think our voice is important. As long as we can see past the exterior and actually look inside of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Greenlee. Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Conley, was that your name? Greenlee? Okay, thank you, sir, for, you're fine. Thank you for coming up and having the courage to speak before us today. I know it can be pretty daunting. We need more people with lived experience to have a part in this process, to really understand all the gaps that are out there and how to really make the system more efficient and open for people with their diverse reasons for being on the street. So I hope before you leave today that we can get a chance to speak with you, or maybe somebody on the city staff, just to get some information and see if maybe we can include you in the process, because it sounds like you have some interesting ideas and perspectives to bring to the table. So thank you, sir. Please, I don't know who's here from city staff that can maybe just touch base with you real quick on the way out, just to make sure we get your information. But thank you, sir, for coming up here today.
Councilmember Johnson.
Thanks, Mayor. I just wanted to say, I know you said you heard about the meeting and you showed up, but sometimes when God calls, you just answer, and you showed up today, and I think everything that you had to say was valuable and needed to be heard by folks, especially about the lived experiences and the way that some of us judge each other by our outward appearances. So thank you for that. That's a great reminder to remember to engage one another, no matter what our outward appearance is. And going forward, I think as we move forward with the MAC, it's important that we do that same thing. A lot of the points you made today made a lot of sense. And what I heard was to engage with people without judgment, without thinking that they are drug addicts or some of the things you talked about. So again, I appreciate you being here, answering that call, and getting up there and speaking to us. And I hope, as Councilmember Hoheisel said, that we can connect with you and stay in touch, because I think your perspective and work would be valuable to trying to reduce homelessness.
Vice Mayor Ballard.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to say congratulations on 8 years of being clean and sober.
Mr. Greenlee, may I ask, how did you find out about coming to this meeting? Social media. So I just wanted to remind our community, thank you. I see now some youth attending the city council meeting. Our efforts are to have greater awareness about the resources that are available in our community. And it takes all of us to share that information, including Humankind Ministries, who's here right now. I just wanted to say thank you because they opened up the emergency winter shelter ahead of schedule on Friday and have been helping individuals facing homelessness with an opportunity to come indoors, have a warm meal, and also a safe place, and then hopefully connect to resources. So again, I am appreciative that people are sharing the information about coming to city council meetings and speaking in front of your council, and also seeing these youth right here being active citizens of our community, and I really appreciate that too. So thank you very much, Mr. Greenlee. We have 2 more spots for anyone who would like to address the council.
Hello, council. Hi, my name is Shania Austin, and I am homeless too, and I'm an activist for the homeless. I have a lot where I was raised up at 12th and Hydraulic. There's no house there, and I'm here to represent the women that are still scared to go into the MAC, and if I can get any funding or helping to develop something for the women, because we don't have too many shelters. I know you got places where you can go if you're being abused or, you know, stuff like that, but women are still scared to go into the MAC due to, like me, my situation with ComCare. I was over-medicated through ComCare, and now I have seizures. So if I can get a grant or some way I can open up a place where I can help talk to women, and I work at the Breakthrough, I volunteer at the Breakthrough Outreach. So I'm hands-on with these women that's still scared to go into the MAC. A lot of them have been abused by people that are allowed in the MAC. So you facing your abuser from the street going into this building, it doesn't feel welcome. I mean, I know there's beds, people say they're comfortable, there's food, but as a scared person that faces an abuser that's welcome in there, I will not go in there. Like I said, I want to open up a place where I can talk to women, let them know it will be okay to go in there, you know, get their anxiety down, get their, you know, communication with them where they will feel welcome. You know, it starts out with talking to these women, you know, learning their stories, like my story, really getting out in the streets and paying attention that the women are still scared. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Ballard.
Thank you, ma'am. I was just curious if you, I know you alluded a little bit to it, but if you had any suggestions on something that we might be able to do to make people feel more comfortable. I know it hasn't even been open for a week yet, so we're still kind of in the beginning stages, but we want to make sure that everybody does feel welcome, and I think we've worked really hard trying to answer all of those calls. So if you have a suggestion, or I'm happy to give you my card and we can talk about it afterwards, but having your own lived experience, I think that could be really powerful for you to help us understand or encourage people to be brave and go there, because we do have some people there that are wanting to help get you to the next stage. So
yeah, like having people like me that's homeless or been through the situation, talking to these ladies. I know you have a lot of people still in ComCare or other agencies that have been through situations, but they're still scared to come to them with how to get them, because a lot of them don't want to be medicated like I was, or a lot of them don't want to be judged or look like, because a lot of them used to be prostitutes or addicts or, or been through human trafficking. It's kind of hard to talk to somebody that's very educated, if we have people that's been there like me and could talk to these women, let them know it's going to be okay. It's all right to be okay.
Okay.
We're scared,
I appreciate you being brave and coming and talking to us.
Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, ma'am, for coming and speaking before us today. The same as the gentleman before you, it takes a lot of courage to come up here and speak truth to power. So I really do appreciate it. And we need to be very mindful of the situations as we move forward and making sure that we're real intentional to provide all the services to everybody. Jim, can we make sure to get the contact info? Jim Jonas is back there standing up. Please touch base with him on the way out so we can get your guys' contact info. Again, you guys are living it every day, so it's important that we listen and understand what we can do to make this whole process as effective as we can to make sure to get you guys the help that your community needs. So thank you guys today.
Councilmember Johnston.
Thank you. I too have heard this many times over the last couple of years. Women are scared to go in there, and it's a concern, it's a legitimate concern that we need to be addressed, and good information for the plan of the final MAC. So thank you for speaking.
We have one more spot for anyone who would like to address the City Council.
Hello, everybody. I'm here because I'm banned from my own home until my family comes back, but it's okay. I would die for my king, so keep persecuting me. It's an honor. I'll just go live forever. Go back home. But no, yeah, I've been out in the streets. I became homeless 2 Christmases ago. So this would be my first happy Christmas in like 20 years, like for real. It's depressing. And it's okay. I have my family here with me. You know, I was even saying at the diner, I'm not going home. I just dealt with the police 3 times in 2 mornings before 8 a.m. and got my first ever CommCare psych evaluation. Like, first ever. Like, whoa. Like, I'm an educated man, you know. I've got a college degree, honor roll student, you know. I've worked for big companies, never made it over the poverty line. Because to be frank, I just got bored. Like, what am I working for? I'm like, not doing anything. This is the happiest I've ever been in my life, having $0 in my pocket. Like, really. You know, the freest I ever felt was, like, in jail. Like, the 15 times I've been in jail in a year and a half. That's crazy. Like, if they're doing that to me, a freaking star boy, a stud, what are they doing to the uneducated, the unprivileged? You know, what are they doing to them? You know, the abused. You know, 5 years ago in St. Joseph Hospital, I had a revelation of my own. You know, we were getting mistreated by the nurse there and all the security. I gave a speech proclaiming that I am the voice of the voiceless. At that point, I had never met a homeless man. I had never met a prostitute. I had never hung out with mentally ill. I've never hung out with anybody like that. But I claimed that, and it's 5 years later, here I am, and I mean it. I'm tired of this. Like, man, like, why haven't they just killed me already? Yeah, that's all I got to say about that. You know, this ain't over. You know, I learned 3 words recently. Testimony. I didn't know what that meant. I went to Catholic church my whole life. Never even read the Bible. It doesn't mean I lost my faith. I just didn't know anything. I didn't know anything. I had to learn that from the Mormons. What rebellion? What? Satan was actually in heaven? Like, I didn't know any of that. And I barely even scratched the surface. So for me to just read 3 pages of the Bible in jail and just be saved, that's crazy. But yeah, that's all I got to say about that, man. We'll be all right. Thank you, Lily Will.
Thank you very much to all of our speakers during public agenda. Madam Clerk, can you please call the next item?
Consent agenda items 1 through 19.
Are there any items to be pulled from the consent agenda? Councilmember Hoheisel.
I just have a couple of questions with item 10.
We'll pull item number 10. Any other consent agenda items to be pulled? I have 2, 3A, and 6. Any others? I see none. I motion to approve the consent agenda without consent agenda items 3, 6, and 10.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Motion passes 7-0. We'll go in numerical order. We'll start with item number 3. Director Gary Jansen. This is regarding the MS Mitch project. Can you just give us a quick little background regarding this project and how many houses are out of the floodplain thanks to this project?
Sure, Mayor and Council members, Gary Jansen, Public Works and Utilities. This item is our annual service agreement between the City of Wichita and Sedgwick County for maintenance of the floodway, MS Mitchell floodway. We've had this MOU, MOA, whatever we want to call it, for many, many years now, back to the 1950s from when the floodway was built. So this provides funding from both the city and the county for operations and capital improvements that are needed to keep the floodway and keep in shape, good shape, and to also to keep the levees certified, which is the most important part of the project. So just over 52,000 properties are out of the floodplain as a result of the certified levee system, and none of those require flood insurance. There's probably over 90,000 structures as part of those properties that do not require flood insurance. There's some information on the agenda item also that talks about just over 9,000 properties do remain in the floodplain, but they are able to obtain flood insurance because of the certified levee system. So if the levee system was not there, if the floodway was not there, they would not even be able to get flood insurance for those properties.
Questions for staff, beginning with Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. Gary, is it just the Upper C that we're going to be spending money on with this with this, I guess, generation of funding?
As far as looking at the map?
Yeah.
Not necessarily. I'd have to get back to you, I think, on the details for this year. But if you're looking at that map for the tow drain replacement, some of those are, so I think you're right, sorry, yes, on the Upper C would be likely where most of that capital funding would go for this year.
And that's tow drains mostly that
Yes,
we're going to be,
correct.
okay. And that's the bulk of the funding that we're.
That is the bulk of the capital funding for this
Okay,
year, yes.
I appreciate it, thank you.
And Gary, this is split between the city of Wichita and Sedgwick County as two separate government entities.
Correct.
What is the total amount again for the budget?
So the total operating budget is just over $3 million. So city's portion is $1,514,000. Each agency is responsible then for $760,000 for capital improvements. City of Wichita is responsible for the operations. We have the staff that completes all the maintenance and the operations for the floodway, mowing, whatever it takes, including the oversight of project delivery and management.
I see no further questions for staff. We'll vote on this. I move to approve consent agenda item 3A.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Motion passes 7-0. Next item is item number 6 on the consent agenda item, also Gary Jansen. This item, I have several questions, so I'll start off with, this is a $1.3 million project for just the design build portion. Can we have a discussion regarding why design build and not just going ahead and replacing it with a temporary shutdown of the facility so you could maybe do this more efficiently?
So one thing I might clarify real quick on the $1.3 million. That's the full amount of the 2024 cultural CIP fundings that was approved. This project is expected to be probably just under $1 million, and we've set that budget for now just to be on the safe side based on previous costs, including inflation. So whatever costs aren't used would stay within that project. Other things that are being done with this budget include some exterior work and electrical work at the Museum of World Treasures, some fire alarm work at Botanica Admin Building, and the Mid-America All-Indian Museum and Cowtown Market electrical work. So we've got multiple things happening within this budget. The biggest project is Wichita Sedgwick County Historical Museum. So we have previously looked at the idea of closing. So, you know, replacing an active HVAC system in a historically registered occupied building is complex, needless to say. Approximately 5 years ago, we did the same type of work at the Wichita Art Museum. We found that it worked best to move the exhibits, work on one area at a time. The challenge with closing the building is we think that would take up to 2 months. And working with Lindsay Banaka in particular, and the impact that it would have on the nonprofit that operates it, anything more than a 2 day, just several days, we think would be detrimental to their operations. A 2-month closure for a nonprofit, again, I mentioned detrimental to their viability. The city would presumably need to supplement the loss based on our operating agreement with them. An extended closure would most likely require their exhibits to be relocated to a climate-controlled facility. So that length of time for a closure is just not viable. Again, we think it would take at least 2 months to be able to do that. So our proposed approach for a design build effort is so that we can have a consultant and a contractor look at this collectively. The first phase of this would be to evaluate options, to consider operations, find the most cost-effective and efficient way to get this done as quick as we can. And again, we did the same thing at the Wichita Art Museum 5 years ago and found this approach to be the most successful.
Councilmember Glasscock.
Thank you, Mayor. What was the total cost of the Wichita Art Museum project?
I don't have that with me, but I can certainly get that for you.
Are they pretty comparable in square feet?
I don't know size-wise. Yes, Chris Sewell says yes, they're comparable.
And then, did we ever just price out what the cost savings would be, or cost savings or cost increase if we did shut down the facility and supplement?
We have not gotten that far yet because I'm not even sure how we would get to that point.
I just didn't know if that was part of the consideration.
But, well, the cost factor was not, because when we got to the point of deciding that it would take 2 months to do it and the impact on the organization, that was when we decided to go the route that we did. We could try to take a stab at that, but I'm not even sure how we'd come up with a number.
Councilmember Johnston.
Thank you, Mayor. Gary, I appreciate this approach. Having building myself with the design build, there's a lot of cost savings when you're working together instead of against each other. So thank you for doing this, and we appreciate it, and I hope it goes well. Thank you.
I'm still very concerned about this item. Under $1 million just to replace HVAC, when right now we're replacing the roof on the old Central Library, which is way under $1 million. I feel like it's prudent that we should also take into consideration what it would look like if you shut it down for 2 months and really just focus on the HVAC, then have a grand opening yet again with the community and say, this is now a fully energy efficient building. So I'm concerned about this item if we don't have an option. Right now, the only option is the design build. And this budget is, you said, for the whole improvement is 1.3, but for this project, just under 1 million. So I will not be motioning to approve this.
I will move to approve it as presented.
Councilmember Johnson.
Councilmember Johnston already made the motion.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Motion passes 6-1. The next item is consent agenda item number 10.
Nate, thank you for coming up, and thank you for everything you do for the city, sir.
Thank you.
I just had 2 quick questions. One, what is the screening process to get people into this program? Just for people at home, this is the special liquor tax allocation, which we take the tax from our liquor sales and put it into drug and alcohol rehab programs.
Yeah, so SAC does our screening in the jail. And so when people are identified as people who could benefit from the continuum, we have SAC screen them, and then if they're identified as in need of the continuum of care, they're rapidly transitioned to inpatient, from inpatient to outpatient, which this is pertaining to, and then there's case management overlaid throughout that whole process. It's about a year program in all.
Okay, yeah, the goals here, they're pretty ambitious, and I hope we're hitting them, we're getting close to them. You know, for some, 50% of clients complete treatment, 80% will not test positive during the program after the first 30 days. There's a lot of, like I said, really good goals here. And then are we supposed to be getting updates quarterly?
So the updates go to the Liquor Tax Coalition quarterly, and that's managed by the WSU PPMC. And so they take in all that information, digest it, and produce a thing for that coalition, and we evaluate it on a quarterly basis.
Okay, can we get just email the council, just
Absolutely.
maybe the latest quarterly report, just in that way we can just see how well the program's working?
Absolutely.
All right, thank you. That's all I had, sir.
I have questions.
Yep.
First and foremost, what is the cost and what is the price?
So for this one, this has already been approved by the council. The only difference is that, so you all approved it first, then it went across the street to the county. There was some subtle language added that referred to work product, and we really don't even receive any work product or any of the evaluations that are being done on the individuals who are in the program. It's more retained in the ComCare system. So the only difference between what you previously approved and what we have today is that minor changes to the contract regarding the ownership of work product under the contract.
My next question is, are you actually achieving cost recovery, charging $250 according to our green sheet?
So this is, so that's the next item, item 11, under new business.
Thank you.
Yep.
I'll ask that next. Thank you very much. Do we have any further questions for staff? I see none. Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to take the action to approve the contract in its current form, approve any necessary budget adjustments, and authorize the necessary signatures as was previously approved.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Motion passes 7-0. Madam Clerk, please call the next item.
Board of Bids and Contracts dated December 2nd, 2024.
Morning, Mayor, City Council, Josh Lauber, Department of Finance. Hopefully this will be our briefest Board of Bids presentation we've had. For purchasing, we have the itinerant encampment cleanup remediation for Barnyard Holdings Global DBA Boulevard Construction Group LLC for an estimated annual usage of $478,000 for 1 year with 2 1 years. And we have phosphonic acid for Waterwise Enterprises for an estimated annual usage of $28,592 for 1 year with 2 1 years. This is how to become a vendor with the city. These are our events out in the community. If you're interested in participating with the city or being a business at the city, please get in contact with us. These are open public opportunities out on the street today. And I'd be happy to try to answer any of your questions, and I recommend your approval.
Questions for staff, beginning with Councilmember Glasscock.
Thank you, Mayor. Could we go back to slide 3?
Sure.
Okay, can you tell me more about this?
Yeah, Reggie, can you help me out with a general overview? There's a lot to it.
As you're aware, we're currently in the transition now where we're doing the camp cleanup, which is transitioning to Parks and Rec to manage that process. We've moved forward with ordering the equipment that we have, posting for the crew that we have in place to be able to manage that process. This is a contract that goes out that's equivalent to what we currently spent for the last fiscal year, and it will not obligate us to spend those dollars, but it gives us an opportunity to use it on an as-needed basis as we transition into managing that process internally.
So that was one of my questions. Is this budget request, or is this bid recommendation, the 478, comparable to what we did this past year?
That's what's the budgeted amount between police and as well as parks.
How
for
much
that total amount?
How much out of the 478 do we expect, given that we're in-housing it, a majority of the cleanups currently?
So I can give what we actually spent last year. So Park had $300,000 of that amount that was allocated for this, and we expended $112,000 of that. And that was down from the previous year where we actually spent $211,000 towards that budget amount.
Okay, so that was one of my questions. Is the bid recommendation is 478, but we only spent 112,000 last year, and then 211,000. So what is the projection of why this is significantly?
Yeah, Mayor, if I can, and Josh, you may be able to help me also. I think you're approving unit prices, and we are projecting that if we were to continue the program as we were, this is what the maximum price or what the estimated price would be. But we are actually technically approving unit prices. We just needed to be able to compare the bids.
Yeah, manager's correct. It's on a unit-based fixed pricing, so we have roughly 7 different itemized contractual rates, and then those rates as an aggregate are estimates based on our customer, which is the department. That aggregate total is the 478, but it's not obligated that we have to spend 478.
Okay, so right now, the 478, what is that per camp, per
Sure.
cleanup?
So when we bid this out, we have the bid report, 5 items. So we have the small site removal for $300. That's an estimated, based on our customer, putting in the bid specs, 250 estimated quantity. We have the general site removal for estimated 250. That's going to be $400. We have the biohazard material disposal, unit price for 5 tons is an estimated usage for a unit price of $100 per ton. We have the large site removal for 125 estimated for $2,400 each. And then we have on-site mobilization when cleanups cannot be completed due to itinerant occupant non-compliance or by police directive. We have an estimated 50 that will occur at $50 each time that occurs.
So this may be a Reggie question too. So every cleanup that we're doing now, regardless of what it is minimally costing the taxpayer $300. Maximum side could be $2,400.
That is correct. That's what we're projecting on what we've actually done for our past history.
And then the last question I have, and I'm probably stealing this from the vice mayor because she always asks when there's huge discrepancies in bids, but 478 to 4 million is one of the largest gaps that I've probably seen.
I will say that this is probably, it looks different, but it's a good thing. And what I mean by that, a good thing, is that you are now starting to see nationally companies participate in these opportunities. So like, for instance, we had a site removal. We had a gentleman visit from Missouri to Wichita, Kansas to bid on these. So you're now seeing within our procurement portal vendors that we've not seen before. And some of those are learning our processes, and this happened to likely be one. Not talking to this company, but if it's way off market, they're just bidding in, hoping that maybe they'll get it.
Yeah, so that's slightly concerning if sometimes people are just bidding exorbitant amounts expecting cities to pay for it. So that's more of a question. That just is a crazy amount. So a follow-up question to that, the 4 million, how much were they charging per small camp and per large camp?
The high bidder had a unit price of $2,000 for a small site where we are awarding today $300. There was a unit price of general site removal for $5,350, where we're awarding today $400. There was a tonnage removal of $13,500, where we're being charged $100. And then there was the large site removal of $22,775 that we are contracting today with a different firm, the low bid, $2,400. And the last price for on-site mobilization, where they are mobilized but can't clean, they bidded $2,050, where we're awarding today $50.
So nearly 10 times as much for the large. Well, thank you for choosing this bid as to that. So.
Well, and just to be clear, you know, that's part of our outreach, and part of the reason that we have our small business program is that we want to engage constantly businesses in this process. We want as many vendors as possible, because the lower amount of competition, the higher rates we pay.
Vice Mayor Ballard.
Thank you, Mayor. Quick question, is this who is currently doing the work?
Yes, we had previously contracted Boulevard and professional landscaping. We're only requesting one because we're working on bringing this in-house.
Okay, perfect. And do you know if it's still true? I know it was probably last year that we have more encampments, but they're just smaller. Is that still correct? Do you know?
I'm not sure if it's more or smaller or not. Gary may be able to give some more information.
It's
on
okay,
that.
I just
His team
wondered.
actually manages that process.
And then the other question I was going to ask on the next slide is just, I think we only got one bid or no bids.
Correct. We got one bid.
And if you just had any information about that.
We had over 500 contacts that were notified in the system. I think it's a policy situation where we're looking at the thresholds. If we have vendors that are completing procurement, it's a very formal process, and we're contracting through that process. Specifically chemicals, I will tell you, in the fields, in the trenches, operating, it's difficult to contract with chemical companies because they're not used to maybe the formalities sometimes that we go through, and they're just wanting payment. So it's a balance, but that's a policy decision, and part of that policy decision is impacting strategically whether we see these vendors participating at certain amounts, because their staff have to invest a lot of time in these processes. It's not very easy to go through a contract. It's not very easy to go through a bid. We try to make it as easy as possible, but there are deterrents that vendors will say, it's just not for me.
Okay, two more questions really quick. When you say, because we've had several conversations, even with the city manager, about we're working on bringing it in-house, what does that exactly mean?
I think we addressed that a week ago, but go ahead, Reggie.
So we've actually moved forward with purchasing the necessary equipment to be able to manage it internally. We also have allocated 4 positions that will be filled beginning on January the 6th that will manage that process. And we're also preparing that we can start providing the service until we actually get the equipment in place as well.
Wonderful. And then on the very last one that shows the things that are out on the street, I just wanted to point out that I appreciate the one before that. How to do business with the city, that there's a workshop. I appreciate doing that. It could probably be very convoluted and difficult sometimes to navigate what you guys are actually looking for. So I appreciate the opportunity for anybody that might have not already been doing business with the city to have the opportunity to learn. So thank you.
We really appreciate the acknowledgement. We've been trying very hard, I think, the past couple of years to figure out ways to break down some of the intricacies and things that make government procurement complicated. I will just, as a shout out, if I can, I just want to request anybody who does branding, sewing, any type of promotional item creation. We do have those small business proposal training workshops specifically for them, because we know that if you're a small business, it's typically going to be janitorial, branding, mowing. Those are very common avenues we see at the city for small businesses. So very much appreciate any vendors out there that want help learning how to submit a proposal, what a proposal looks like. We're happy to help.
Thank you.
Councilmember Glasscock.
Sorry, thank you, Mayor. I have a few more questions, back to 3, just in terms of the process, because we're in-housing it as well. So the 478 to 112 is what we spent last year. If we don't get to the 478 because we're awarding the bid, is there a reallocation, is there a possible reallocation to Parks and Rec or Public Works of the $366,000 for mediation?
Not really. It's all incorporated into our budget. We don't anticipate spending more than $100,000 and probably, hopefully, less than that, and that's all factored into our budget. Actually, I think we'd run into more problems if we have a greater number of camps, can't handle them, and have to use contract. Let's say we had to double what we anticipated. That probably would have us exceed our budget in that case. So we really aren't planning on using this except for, well, frankly, to follow the council's advice or the direction, and that is to try to be a little more aggressive in the cleanups.
So that was going to be my next follow-up question regarding timeline. I know we're not talking about that for 2 more weeks. Are the individuals that bid on this aware of the possibility of the expedited timeline in terms of cleanup?
So right now, we are operating with an administrative authority of 50,000 for current need today.
Okay.
So I've worked directly with Reggie, and we have been working with 2 vendors that we've previously used. This process is to allow us to move forward if we hit past 50. If there's a timeline or urgency, I'm sorry, I want to make sure I understand your question. We'll complete the contract process. Once that contract process is formalized and executed, they'll work directly with Reggie to say what their upcoming items are and what their needs are. So there's not a requirement that they have to do a certain X amount today, or there's not a quota, so to speak.
Okay, thank you.
We will inform them of the timeliness of cleanups and that the time frame has changed. But there has been a delay. I mean, that's one of there's a few reasons we moved it in-house. One was to reduce our cost, and the other was to try to increase the timeliness of cleanups. So their ability to mobilize may not be that different than it has been up to this point, which again speaks to why we want to do as many in-house as possible.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. And I want to say thank you again to your team for trying to get more bids on these processes, especially with 10 times. I think competition breeds success, and I think this is a very good example of that. I know it brought up, I think maybe my first week on the council, and I'm sure we do something similar to this, but with local banks, local lenders regarding small businesses, do we have a handout that we give local lenders that they could give to businesses that they work with of, hey, here are the opportunities to be present with the city? Because they usually have probably the most direct connection with individuals.
That's a really great idea, and I appreciate that. So we just recently completed marketing materials, and I put a big stack in the council office, so I appreciate that suggestion, and I think that's something we'll start working with immediately.
Okay, awesome. Thanks. I appreciate the presentation.
Couple more questions. Since this is a new contract, given that the previous contract, and I've heard from multiple businesses and individuals in community that have seen so our current camping ordinance allows 72-hour notice, but then there's an additional time for the contractor to come and clean up that site, and the delay has really been a source of contention among community members. So are there any provisions in the contract that could show that they need to expedite if, again, in 2 weeks, the new camping ordinance would go into effect, which would change it from 72 hours to 48 hours, in addition to there are more expedient opportunities for cleanup?
So there's 2 ways, and I'm going to work with Jennifer on this. When we present to you, we're presenting the vendor, price, and recommendation. Then we complete the contracts with our law department. There's 2 methods that you're describing. There's an incentive method and a punitive method. You can have liquidated damages, or you can have a price, or you can have a contractual reward. Typically, what I've seen is liquidated damages. We could work on that with the law department and have something stipulated to that effect.
Can that be something that we could consider, given that I know that we've seen 72-hour notices and then an additional 2 weeks on top of it before it's actually cleaned up in some campsites, and that is part of the contention. And right now we do have a camping ordinance. It just is not fully being utilized due to the contractor.
Yes, Mayor, we'll work with purchasing to draft a contract to meet those goals.
Thank you. Any further questions for staff? I see none. I move to approve the Board of Bids and Contracts.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Motion passes 7-0. Madam Clerk, please call the next item.
Petitions for public improvements.
Yes, Paul Gunsman, Public Works and Utilities. I have some new and revised petitions for your consideration this morning. The signatures on the petitions represent 100% of the improvement district, and the petitions are valid per Kansas statute. Pike Edition, Pike 3rd Edition, and Pike 4th Edition, located in District 4. The project will provide sewer improvements required for a new residential development and to cover the cost of a private bid. Pegasus Edition and Pegasus 2nd Edition, located in District 2. On March 5th, 2024, the City Council approved water sewer and paving improvements required for a new residential development. The developer has submitted revised petitions with revised budgets to reflect current market conditions. And some revised petitions for Pike Edition, Pike 3rd Edition, and Pike 4th Edition. On January 24th, 2023, the City Council approved water drainage, sewer, and paving improvements required for a new residential development. The developer has submitted revised petitions with revised improvement districts for water, multiple phases of water, phase 6 of stormwater drain improvements, multiple phases of sanitary sewer improvements, and multiple paving improvements. The budgets for water and sewer remain the same. Petitions with revised budgets reflect current market conditions and cover the cost of a private bid. And Buffalo Pines Edition, located in District 2, on September 24th, 2024, City Council approved water improvements to serve Buffalo Pines Edition. The developer has submitted a revised petition with a revised budget to reflect current market conditions. With that, it is recommended that the City Council approve the new and revised petitions and budgets, adopt the new and amending resolutions, and authorize the necessary signatures. And I will stand for questions.
Any questions for staff? I see none. I move to approve the petitions for public improvements.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Motion passes 7-0. Before we move to the new business items, I just want to use my point of privilege to recognize the Southeast High School students who are here this morning to attend our council meeting, and just wanted to remind you that you are allowed to speak on any of these items. You will have up to 5 minutes during public comment. Madam Clerk, please call the next item.
Multi-Agency Center Implementation Subrecipient Agreement.
Honorable Mayor, members of council, Troy Anderson, Assistant City Manager. So as a follow-up to the acquisition of the site and facility at 1025 North Main, the subsequent design build contract for what we've referred to as Project 1, which is the emergency winter shelter, the subsequent operating agreement for the emergency winter shelter through the end of March 2025, the subsequent design build contract for Project 2, which is the full build out of the multi-agency center. I'm excited to stand in front of you today and present to you this subrecipient agreement with Multi-Agency Center Board. Hereinafter I'll refer to them as the board, as well as their collaborative efforts with community stakeholders and Public Policy Management Center, also PPMC at Wichita State University. So in preparation for this subrecipient agreement, over the last year or two, as we've continued to engage community stakeholders, service providers in and around this space of providing wraparound services, coordinated services associated with those that are unhoused, suffering from mental health, substance abuse. One of the recommendations that came out of that was to create a new corporation, nonprofit that has since been formed. So MAC Board Inc. has been created. Currently consists of 5 community members. They have experience in community nonprofit services, housing, and addressing large-scale community issues. I'll introduce the board here in just a minute. In addition to that, the work that PPMC has done in the space of coordinating events and activities associated with all the service providers, developing budgets to help transition the MAC board into the actual operator of the multi-agency center. The board has created bylaws, articles of incorporation, and are continuing to work towards policies and procedures. So with that being said, I'll introduce the board, most of which are here in attendance today. Robin Chadwick, who currently serves as the chairperson for the Mental Health Substance Abuse Coalition. Steve Dixon, who is with PB Hoydale. Jason Gregory with Insight Real Estate. Moji Rawson with Meritrust, and Gary Schmidt with Intrust Bank. Steve Dixon is the chair of MAC Board, Inc., and Moji Rawson is the vice chair. And again, we have representatives of the board here in attendance today, as well as PPMC to answer any questions that you may have. So our proposal as part of the subrecipient agreement is to allocate $5 million in American Rescue Plan Act ARPA funding for MAC-related activities through the end of 2026. Funds may be used to offset administration, operation, implementation, and maintenance costs. The board will contract with PPMC to provide the professional administrative support necessary to implement and operate the MAC. There are a number of duties that are identified in the subrecipient agreement. I won't run through those. Those are all part of the subrecipient agreement. We'll be more than happy to answer any questions on any of those. Additionally, there are key milestones that have been identified, and those are all here in front of you. I won't belabor those, but we'll be able to answer any questions you might have on any of those. With that being said, City of Wichita has $5 million in ARPA funding available for implementation of the MAC as part of the revenue replacement services. No impact to the general fund. Law departments reviewed and approved the agreement as to form, and staff recommends that City Council approve the agreement and the allocation of ARPA funding, authorize the necessary signatures, and authorize staff to approve future revisions to project budgets and performance measures consistent with the agreement. And otherwise, I'll stand for questions.
Thank you, Troy. We'll begin with Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Troy, and thank you to everybody who's been working on this. It's been a long process. I'm glad to see that we're pretty close to getting this stood up. I just have a couple of questions. We talk about oversight. Is there a place, I saw, can we go back to slide 30 for a second, just let it sit there for a minute? They talk about compliance requirements and oversee the services. Compliance requirements, that's a big one because this is ARPA replacement fund. So since it's replacement funds, is it still held to the high stringent of what the ARPA funding is? Like, we have to check all the qualifications there.
Yes.
Mayor. Councilmember Hoheisel, there are a number of layers of reporting that are involved here. There, first of all, are the standard reporting requirements for ARPA. And so, yes, the answer is they'll be required to follow the same guidelines and the same types of measures that we do for all of the outside funding that we had of projects using ARPA dollars. But they also then need to produce reports for outcomes for the MAC itself and then for the providers that are involved in the MAC as well. So they'll be monitoring the performance of each of the agencies and then tying that into a total performance report for the MAC itself. We've got representatives from PPMC here that will help them through that process, and they can answer any specific questions that you have regarding the performance standards. But significant amount of monitoring that will come with this.
And does the city have any part in the oversight? Are they including us on the, like the reports coming in? Or?
The city staff will monitor, will receive financial reports monthly for the activities of the MAC board.
I appreciate that. This agreement only lasts through the dispersion of the ARPA funding for this particular agreement?
This runs through the end of December, so December 31st, 2026. All funds must be expended by end of Q3 2026 so that we can close out the project.
And then from there, it's pivoting to the next iteration of what this looks like?
Correct.
Okay. On the scope of services, it talks about a possible revision of the scope. Who on the city side will be in communication with the board to approve any of the changes of the scopes of services?
So there will be a number of staff members, our finance department, our auditing team, myself, Housing Community Services. There will be a number of city manager's office. There will be a number of folks who will be engaged throughout the process.
Okay. And the final question has to do with new appointments to the board. They say they're wanting to expand, so I'm just curious, is there anybody from the city that will be serving on this board? What the process is to appoint new board members, and what are you guys looking for as far as new board members coming on? So I don't know if that's appropriate for you guys or you to answer, Troy.
So I know that the expansion is anticipated in January of 2025, but yeah, I'll refer to the chair of MAC board to provide some more clarity on that.
All right, thank you.
Morning. Yeah, so to answer the question, we are, first off, we have to get through agreements, right? We have a process we're going through with the city, finalizing this agreement first, then finalizing operation agreement, and then finalizing lease. Once we get those milestones completed, we will have an opportunity to sit down, do some strategic planning on what are we looking for, how do we want to go, how fast do we want to bring new members on board. The discussion has already been held. Yes, we will have city representation. It will be somebody from the city council. Just at this point in time, we have not yet determined how we're going to make that happen, but there will be a representative from the city council on the board.
Okay, thank you, I appreciate it.
You bet.
Steve, a follow-up question to that. I know that there are other folks on board, but specific to that question, how many people will be on the board?
So again, until we have an opportunity to sit down and actually strategically plan that out, what I will tell you, Mayor, is that we know that we will have an odd number. The goal right now, we have a current 5. We'll do a multiples and add 2 at a time because we do want to maintain an odd number. I will tell you that from my personal experience, a board much larger than about 9 persons gets to be a little bit unwieldy, but again, we'll get that ironed out once we've had an opportunity to sit down and put together our strategic plan going forward.
I have a follow-up question to that. Given that I think Councilmember Hoheisel said the city of Wichita, there is a distinction. The city council is elected by the people, so we would be representatives of the people. So would there possibly be 2 spots, 2 council people on the board to represent the people of Wichita?
Yeah, Mayor, again, until we have had a chance to sit down and really look through how many people we need to have, we are open to anything, and we will always, that is definitely can be part of the discussion we will have. But I can't commit because we have not yet made that decision.
I have a bit of concern regarding that. Since we are the elected individuals, we are not staff members of the city of Wichita per se. We are actually just elected individuals, again, representing 6 districts or the city as a whole. And so I would challenge and ask that at least 2 spots be available for 2 elected individuals who represent the people of Wichita.
I can appreciate that, absolutely. Thank you.
Councilmember Glasscock.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to go to the nitty-gritty of the contracts a little bit, but I do have a question for you here in just a second as well, but this one might be a Troy question. Looking at item number 10 in one of the contracts, and I understand this is ARPA restrictions as well. I highlighted, it says that none of the funds provided under this agreement shall be used for lobbying with the United States Congress or the legislature of the state of Kansas. I know we've had discussions about lobbying the state for funding for the MAC. So does this completely prohibit the provider from, or MAC Inc., from lobbying the state of Kansas in support of funds for continuation of the facility?
So I'll answer that maybe in 2 ways. Number one, this agreement does not preclude them from lobbying. This agreement just doesn't allow their lobbying efforts to be reimbursed, the funds associated with lobbying to be reimbursed. So we cannot use these funds for lobbying. This doesn't preclude them from lobbying. The other aspect of that, and I'll have to defer to the chair again, their articles of corporation and their bylaws, and I know they're applying for 501c3 status, may have restrictions on lobbying, but that's a separate deal than just what this subrecipient agreement. Anything else?
Yeah, so the 501c3 paperwork is being finalized hopefully by the end of this week. So that I do not believe there's anything specific. Well, excuse me, I have not read the final edition, so I'm not going to comment as to what we can and can't do.
Okay, thank you. This is maybe a follow-up from Councilman Hoheisel's question. I also highlight it is the subrecipient's responsibility to read, understand, and comply with these regulations. What is the liability to the city if the subrecipient doesn't comply with these? And I know this is a larger ARPA question, but a lot of the ARPA funds were dispersed before some of us were on the council.
So you'll note that in that agreement, as we continue to work side by side with the board and MAC Board Inc., we will continue to kind of communicate what their operating funds are, what their operating expenses are. As part of their advance funds for this, they will submit those expenses that they reasonably anticipate to expend within a short period of time. And so we'll know what their requests are before actually advancing funds, and we'll be able to run the traps with, again, our team and their legal staff to make sure that we're in compliance in advance. If for whatever reason we come to find out that an expense was not eligible, we won't bear the burden and the cost. It'll have to be borne by the board, but we're going to try to run those traps before any of those dollars are spent.
Mayor, if I could. Councilmember, we had previous agreements where the agency did not perform, did not meet the objectives, or found as they tried to execute they would not be able to. So we terminated those agreements and then ceased to fund or to expend any more ARPA dollars. We reprogrammed those ARPA dollars.
Okay, thank you. That's a great answer. And then I just have a few more questions. I know that MAC Inc. would be running the operations of the multi-agency center. So does that mean the operator of the emergency shelter because it looks like this starts on December 31st, does that mean that switches who Humankind reports to in this process to MAC Inc. regarding that? What would be the transition from that?
Yeah, so I'll tell you, this begins just the process of the subrecipient agreement. There are still sort of an operational and landlord-tenant agreement that we will bring back to you before sort of April 1 of 2025. And so, yes, currently Humankind is the operator of the emergency winter shelter as that agreement has been approved by City Council. If the board chooses to continue to subcontract with Humankind to provide those programs and services, that's entirely up to them at that point in time.
Okay. Two probably quick questions as well regarding, and this would probably be for you, regarding continued funding streams for the MAC. Obviously, this only goes through 2026. What are your intentions? What are your plans? I know that the board is coming up, and that's going to be part of the strategic planning process as well. But could you give us some direction of the continued funding stream for this as well?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think that it's really important to understand that, as I think we've heard multiple times already today, this is a community-based problem, right? And so there will be, funding streams we will be continuing to talk to the city, talk to the county, talk to the state. However, we are also engaging with the philanthropic community and the business community. Part of the reason that we have business folks on this is to create those connections to help to explain the why the MAC's important, what we're hoping to accomplish with it, and how it's going to help to serve the community. So we're going to be engaging in all potential revenue streams on that side. Again, because this gives us the runway to have those conversations, to actually show proof of concept and to show, hey, we know what we're doing, here's how it's working, here's the outcomes we have. I think that's going to make that a much easier conversation to hold with private philanthropic community.
Thank you. I have one quick last comment I have. It's a quick follow-up question comment in regards to the mayor's question. If the city is funding this, will be one of the sole funders to launch multi-agency center, I would feel more comfortable, and I would be interested in knowing your conversation, having a city representative if we are really the sole funder at this point while we're trying to have capital campaigns, and I have assurance that you will appoint a city representative. I don't think that that's not going to happen.
Correct.
However, as part of the agreement, that would be something that I might be interested, or I'm happy to have a discussion with my colleagues as well, is that if we give these funds and disperse these funds, that that there would be a requirement that there be a city representative because the majority of these funds would be city funds.
Understood.
Councilmember Johnston.
If I could just respond to that. I'm not sure the subrecipient agreement is the right place for that, but you will have other documents that will be agreements with MAC board for execution of the programming. And so that may be, if there is a requirement or if you want to codify that, we could do that in one of those agreements.
Yeah, contingent on the funds that the city, if the city's offering funds, that we would have a vote on as well. Thank you.
Councilmember Johnston.
Thank you, Mayor. I think there's tremendous will from the citizens of Wichita to make this happen, to be successful. I think that's displayed also by all the council members. We're all on the same page. This has to work. That being said, it's no doubt that it's no secret that I'm an advocate of the separate 501c3 to run it full-time, 24/7, 365, every day of the year, and to focus on it solely. So I appreciate the 5 board members that have agreed to serve. I know all of you, some better than others. I think a lot of all of you, especially Steve Dixon, the chair. I appreciate your service. I will emphasize, and we've had discussions over the last 2 days about this. I will emphasize that I think it's important to get the board up to the amount that you want. I think 9's a good number. Up sooner than later. We discussed that January, February. That way you can start the search for an executive director or president, CEO, whatever you want to call them. That person, I think it is paramount that they start developing relationships, not only with the large providers like Humankind that play a big role in this space, but there's over 140 people that came to Evergreen that want to be a part of this. Over 80 organizations want to help solve this issue. A lot of them are little mom and pops that serve 6 mental health people, maybe 12 substance abuse people, and we need to engage these small nonprofits to be part of the solution. And that doesn't mean they have to have space in the MAC. Discussed that, but I think there has to be navigators hired by this executive director that can make those connections and get them to the right place. So I think it's a huge, huge project. I think a 501c3 board can be nimble, it can adjust quickly. That's right. So I appreciate that very much, and I wish you the best of luck, and I'm sure we'll be glad to help you any way we can, and we must succeed.
I appreciate that and agree. Thank you.
Councilmember Johnson.
Thanks, Mayor. Thank you, Steve. I know you have a lot of stuff to work through, so I'm not trying to get into that, but if it is the will of this body and you all are thinking about it, and I know you know this, but taking a page out of the partnership playbook where we just rotate in as council members, that could be a part of your bylaws. If that's something you all are interested in, but probably the easiest way to do it once you get through everything you got to work through. So just want to give you that.
No, I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Any further questions for staff or to the board? I have just one more. In this proposal, the word transitional housing is left out intentionally because permanent housing is the federal government verbiage of housing first. And I would challenge this board to really consider using the word transitional housing as also part of that mission. Transitional housing are groups like Union Rescue Mission who have 3 months to 12-month programs for individuals who are trying to get out of homelessness and need additional resources. You have Salvation Army who just stopped having their sheltering so that they could focus more on programming, and that is transitional housing. Humankind Ministries does that too with the studios. And so I really would challenge that the word transitional housing also is put somewhere within the bylines of this group. And I just want to make sure that those organizations that do provide transitional housing are being asked to come to the table. So my question with all of that is, what solid commitments have been made by other organizations to be present at the MAC as of today?
So again, because we've just stood up the organization, we have not had the opportunity to create any MOUs, and I don't want to speak out of turn, but the board has not yet signed any agreements with any organization. That'll be part of the process ongoing as we stand up and as we roll through until we get to that transitional date of April 1st. So the goal will be to have those understandings in place and MOUs signed well prior to April 1st. So I can't commit to anything yet because that has not been done.
I will, I guess, follow up because I did ask this question via email and I did get a response from the city manager. So I'll read his response. In part, he said, to date, 3 organizations have formally committed to MAC participation: the Lord's Diner, Union Rescue Mission, and the city's housing department. Board members have visited the Open Door, Humankind, Mental Health of America, and Sedgwick County, and have received tentative commitments to locate in the MAC. So I know that no MOUs have been signed, but I know that all council members received a letter from Union Rescue Mission saying that they will dedicate an individual in the MAC so that they can connect. And so I'm just very appreciative for those who have stepped up and really made a full commitment. I encourage more folks to contact your board.
Absolutely.
Who want to be a part of it, as they showed up to the Evergreen meeting. And there's a lot of enthusiasm to work collaboratively. So again, thank you again to the Lord's Diner, Union Rescue Mission, and the city's housing department for having formal commitments that they want to present to your board.
Absolutely. We appreciate that.
Any further questions for staff or to Steve Dixon? I see none. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We will now open it up for public comment. I see no one from the public who would like to speak. We will bring it back to the bench. Councilmember Glasscock.
Thank you, Mayor. Very supportive of this. I had one of the individuals, it was Mr. Wrigley or Mr. Greenlee. I couldn't make it out completely, but he said something that stuck with me that I think proves the efficacy of this, is that, quote, I am an individual. We from a body and a government institution have to treat everybody very egalitarian, and we can't look at it at the individual case by individual case, but the nonprofit community can, and you can help people where they are, or we're not able to do that, and create a tailored approach to it. So thank you for your willingness to step up to serve the community. I think this is going to be a success for our community, and I know that everybody from this bench is going to be supportive and make sure that we're working holistically together. So thank you for your leadership.
Councilmember Tuttle.
Thank you. I just first want to thank staff. I remember the first presentation that we had on this when Director Stang came to us and talked about the MAC, and I was like, what acronym did I miss, right? So this has been a long time coming. Thank you to Troy. Also, really appreciate our side and our involvement, city manager as well. Also, just want to thank the new board. I wish you the best. I wish you the luck. I'm here if you need me in any capacity for support. But I have nothing but complete confidence that we have the right people at the table who can help us address this. I mentioned last week during workshop, having the homeless shelter, having the multi-agency center isn't going to be a complete solution. Everyone who is experiencing mental health, substance abuse, homelessness, all of the issues that make some members of our community more vulnerable have a different path of how they got there. But this is certainly one way that we can try and address this issue. I said a couple months ago from the bench, we were dangerously close to saying there's nothing we could do about homelessness in Wichita. And I am so glad that we're pursuing this path. So thank you to the board. Also, thank you to PPMC. I know that you're providing much guidance, much leadership, and so that's not lost on me as well. And then, as Councilmember Glasscock said, I just want to thank my colleagues. I think that since January, this has been one thing that we have absolutely all agreed on and have been supportive. And so I think the community sees that. I hope they feel it, and you will have my complete support today and in the future. Thank you.
Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you guys, for everybody on the board, for the work you've done so far. Thank you for the work that you're going to be doing in the future. We plan on supporting you guys as much as we can in your endeavors in the future, and it's important that we get this right. So I just encourage us all to maintain a two-way street here as far as concerns that any one body might have towards another, that we continue to listen to each other with open ears and open hearts, and continue to just do the best we possibly can on this, because we owe it to the city, we owe it to the people who are out there on the street. This is our role. So I appreciate everything you guys are doing, and I plan on being an open ear to all of you as well. So please reach out to us with any thoughts and concerns, and we'll be sure to do the same thing with you guys. Thank you.
I have one question for legal, actually. Given that we just talked about board member seats, right now there are 5 board members, is there a recommendation that would allow the compromise that Councilmember Glasscock mentioned, at the very least having 1 board member seat moving forward from this body as a council?
The council can make a recommendation to the MAC Inc. organization as it sees fit, if that's the question you're asking.
So I will, Councilmember Glasscock.
Just to follow up regarding, or to the manager, is this the opportunity to do that contingent on the funds that we're allocating to the MAC, or is this a separate agreement that could be taking place that still makes the funds contingent on the city having a representative there?
Councilmember, I think the latter would be the most appropriate. I don't want to complicate the sub-recipient agreement that has all the ARPA requirements in it. What I would prefer, though, is the next agreement that we bring forward to you, that be a requirement in that lease agreement for their use of the building and execution of the program.
We have a timeline of when that may come back up.
In the next 2 to 3 months.
It'll be sometime in the first quarter. What I think the council's intent is pretty clear here, and I think what you're saying is that before an executive director is hired, the council would like to have a seat on the board. And I think everybody has heard that. So, and then we'll codify that, but I don't want to wait until later in the first quarter for that to happen. So we will work with the MAC board to make sure that there's a city rep before that action's taken.
Okay, thank you.
And given that the conversation has also been, at the very least, 1 seat, and I think I'm the one that proposed 2 seats, given that, again, $5 million in operating to kick off the MAC is coming from City of Wichita federal funds. Again, I'm just going to challenge that 2 seats should be available for 2 elected individuals from this body. With that, I wanted to say a couple comments before making that motion. I'm really appreciative of Vice Mayor Ballard. I know that in her district, the former Park Elementary School is now the location of not just the emergency winter shelter, but the future multi-agency center. And so I'm very appreciative that she engaged community members in District 6 and appreciate her leadership in that. And then I want to reflect back really quickly that over the last nearly 12 months, this council as a whole, as Councilmember Tuttle mentioned, we may not agree on everything that comes before us, but we have agreed on one thing. We have agreed that this is a community-wide challenge. And so homelessness has taken a priority on our to-do list for this community. And under our leadership as a body of 7 individuals, we have made this at the forefront of what we've been doing for the past year, from going to Topeka to advocate for the idea of a MAC, to then having a town hall in February to have community tell us what they need and want, to then seeing an opportunity with the closure of Park Elementary School and asking partners like USD 259 to see if that could be a viable location for the MAC, to having multiple community engagements that have allowed community to tell us what is truly needed in our community. To then last week having a workshop about the future of the illegal camping ordinance, to then also last week on Friday, thanks to the leadership of Don Shepler and Humankind Ministries for going ahead of schedule and opening the emergency winter shelter and providing that warm place and a warm meal to anyone who needs that helping hand over this last Thanksgiving weekend. I'm really, really grateful to all of you and your team. This is just one phase, and I know that as a council, we will continue to work diligently to make MAC a realization and truly one that we can be proud of in helping individuals who face homelessness to then provide them with the opportunity with housing. So thank you all very much for getting us to this point in time. So I will proudly move to take the recommended action and approve the agreement and the allocation of ARPA funding, authorize the necessary signatures, and authorize staff to approve future revisions to the project budget and performance measures consistent with the agreement.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Motion passes 7-0. Thank you again to the board. Madam Clerk, please call the next item.
Heavy equipment replacement.
Good morning, Mayor, members of the City Council. I'm Aaron Henning with the Department of Public Works and Utilities. Today we are seeking your initiation of a recurring and long-standing capital improvement capital improvement program or CIP item for the replacement of aging heavy equipment assets in non-enterprise funded operations. These assets include equipment like the dump trucks and skid steers used in street, park, and forestry operations, tractors used to maintain the MS Mitch Mitchell floodway, and tire service trucks used to maintain virtually the city's entire rolling fleet. Of the roughly 2,600 vehicle and equipment assets that make up the city's total fleet, about 244 presently meet the non-enterprise heavy equipment designation. Because they are relatively expensive, long-lived assets, debt financing is used to support their replacement. The adopted CIP includes nearly $35 million in heavy equipment replacement funding over the next 10 years, and just under $3.5 million is budgeted for 2025. Both the recurring CIP budgets and targeted equipment replacements are informed by a predictive analytics model, which we refer to as the Fleet Decision Support Tool, or DST. The DST was developed several years ago in collaboration with Wichita State University to help staff optimize replacement intervals and the balance between low ownership costs and high operational viability. At present, that optimized replacement interval for heavy equipment is 13 years. As shown in the table on this slide, the DST prioritizes the replacement of 19 heavy equipment assets in 2025. These assets have met or exceeded that optimized 13-year replacement interval, and it includes multiple dump trucks, skid steer loaders, and other equipment that are essential to various operations provided by the Departments of Park and Recreation and Public Works and Utilities. Before finalizing these replacement decisions, though, staff will be conducting an intensive assessment of these and other heavy equipment assets. In addition to age, the intensive assessment, which is an industry best practice, considers factors like total miles driven, total hours of operation, total service costs to date, and overall condition. So as staff continues that intensive analysis over the next few months, if another asset should end up scoring lower on the comprehensive condition assessment, or another asset should unexpectedly fail beyond reasonable repair, The final mix of replacements may change a little bit from the list shown on this slide in order to maximize the city's return on investments. A few examples of equipment targeted for replacement include a 20-year-old lube truck that functions as a mobile service station for other heavy equipment engaged in maintaining the MS Mitch Mitchell floodway. Rather than bringing multiple assets from the floodway to a central service station, this lube truck is used to deliver fuel, oil, grease, and other essential fluids to the field. Second, we have a 17-year-old bobtail or single axle dump truck that's used by park maintenance for numerous operations, including hauling material ranging from clean topsoil to trash illegally dumped in city parks, towing trailers to transport other heavy equipment like skid steers and tractors, and performing snow and ice removal operations with a mounted salt spreader and snow plow. Lastly, we have a 14-year-old aerial platform truck that's used by the traffic maintenance section of the Street Maintenance Division to repair and maintain both traffic signals and overhead signage. Again, the adopted 2025 to 2034 CIP includes just under $3.5 million for heavy equipment replacement in 2025. Staff requests initiating the full amount. And staff recommends that the City Council approve the project, adopt the bonding resolution, and authorize the necessary signatures. And I will gladly stand for any questions.
Any questions for staff?
I see none. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We will now open it up for public comment. I see none. We'll bring it back to the bench. I will motion to approve the project and adopt the bonding resolution and authorize the necessary signatures.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Motion passes 7-0. Madam Clerk, please call the next item.
Professional services contracts for grounds maintenance at closed city waste disposal sites.
Good morning again. Aaron Henning with Public Works and Utilities for the record. Today we are also seeking your approval of a contract to provide grounds maintenance services at 3 closed waste disposal sites owned by the city. Federal and state regulations require a minimum level of ground maintenance as part of post-closure care for closed waste disposal sites. The city has maintained contracts for ground maintenance at closed waste disposal sites since 2007, and these contracts have provided for mowing, weed control, and cap and tree maintenance as needed at the 3 locations owned by the city: Brooks Landfill, Chapin Landfill, and John's Sludge Pond. Brooks Landfill is located in District 6 at 4100 Northwest Street, which is just north of the K96 and West Street interchange. It served as a city municipal solid waste landfill from 1966 until its closure in 2001. And since 2001, it has continued to serve as an active C&D landfill. The proposed contract provides for 325 acres of mowing, weed control, and landfill cap maintenance. Chapin Landfill is located in District 3, at 2400 East MacArthur, inside what is now Chapin Park. It was a city municipal solid waste landfill from 1955 to 1980, and a C&D landfill from 1979 to 1987. It was repurposed as Chapin Park in 2009. The proposed contract provides for just 10 acres of mowing and weed control because the balance is now a park and mowed by park operations, but we do have landfill gas collection equipment and flares on about 10 acres of the site. It's fenced in, and this contract does provide for maintaining those areas, as well as 120 acres of the landfill cap maintenance. Finally, Judge John's Sledge Pond is located in District 1 between the Union Pacific Railroad and the southwest corner of K96 Fishing Lake Park. The site was used in the 1950s and 60s as a disposal site by the John Super Refined Oil Company. The city of Wichita assumed responsibility for the site in 1986 as part of the K96 Northeast Bypass Project. The proposed contract provides for approximately 5 acres of mowing, weed control, and cap maintenance at that site. The preceding grounds maintenance contract expired in July of this year. In anticipation for that, an RFP was issued April 24th of this year. The reason for the delay between April and now is really has to do with 2 factors. One is just, staff capacity and trying to prioritize what gets through. And in the meantime, the impact of the drought basically precluded any mowing and maintenance activities outside the growing season this year. So everything that needed to be accomplished was accomplished with the existing contract, and this new contract, with your approval, will take us into the next year. Proposals were received from 2 vendors, and the staff screening and selection committee interviewed both of those responders. This was after email notification of the RFP was sent to approximately 231 registered vendors. The staff screening and selection committee, following its interviews, recommended awarding the contract to JSB Land Services LLC based on its technical qualifications, understanding of the project, and pricing. The initial term of the contract is 1 year with options to renew under the same terms for up to 4 additional 1-year periods. The not to exceed annual cost of the initial contract term is just over $329,000, and funding is included in the landfill post-closure fund to cover the costs of the contract. With that, staff recommends the City Council approve the recommended vendor, approve the contract, and authorize the necessary signatures. And I will gladly stand for any questions.
Any questions for staff? I see none. Thank you, Aaron.
Thank you.
We will now open it up for public comment. Okay. We have no public comment. We'll bring it back to the bench. I will move to approve the recommended vendor, approve the contract, and authorize the necessary signatures. Motion and, Councilmember Johnson.
Thanks, Mayor. Did we not have the goats?
I don't think they proposed. There was an inquiry about that, but ultimately they did not.
I think we should bring them back.
Second.
Motion and a second? Yes. Thank you. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Motion passes 7-0. Madam Clerk, please call the next item.
Water production well rehabilitation.
Good morning, Mayor, members of Wichita City Council. For the record, Don Henry, Public Works and Utilities. The item before you at the moment would initiate funding for ongoing work in the city's Equus Beds well field. The well field is located northwest of the city in northern Sedgwick and southern Harvey counties. It includes a total of 75 water wells, with 61 of them holding municipal rights and the other 14 being used exclusively for artificial recharge associated with the city's ASR project. It's important to maintain the operability and full functionality of the water wells because the Equus Beds furnishes about half of the city's raw water supply each year. We have a licensed professional geologist that manages the well field. His name is Sean Maloney, and he set up a very effective program that provides data-informed decisions on the timing and type of work that we carry out. He has a degradation curve assigned to each well and tracks its productivity year to year. The rehab is scheduled to make sure that we're maximizing the investment that we make in the assets, as well as providing the largest potential rate of recovery of water. Examples of work under this funding authorization include drilling 5 new wells that will replace wells that have outlived their useful life. It also will include rehabilitating a number of wells, which includes things like pulling the column pipe and replacing the pump, removing debris from the well bore, brushing the screen sections to ensure optimized flow into the casing so that it can be pumped, and then chemical treatment to take care of any stubborn deposits within the formation itself and on the screen. The adopted 2025 through 2034 capital improvement program includes $3,120,000 in 2024 and $3,120,000 in 2025 to address this project. The project is listed in the current adopted CIP as WF for Wellfield Well Rehab. Staff request the full amount of $6,240,000 be approved for this work. Therefore, it is recommended that the City Council approve the budget, adopt the resolution, and authorize the necessary signatures.
Questions for staff? Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. Appreciate the presentation, Don. Can we go back to the map of the Equus beds? Okay, is this where it's circled there? That's a lot more easily recharged than the rest of the area, correct?
Correct. The Equus beds itself is very different from what we hear about the Ogallala and western Kansas. Overall, the Equus beds is very resilient in terms of being able to draw it down and recharge, particularly in the area of the city's central well field.
Okay, is that where we're going to focus on putting these new wells in, right? In the designated area there in Equus beds?
Correct. It'll be a combination of best location and the age and condition of the well that it's going to replace. But we will look at that certainly and where it makes sense to transfer one right from a location to another. That's always taken into consideration because we want to make sure that we maintain the ability to recover our full water right through time.
And are we just going to be drilling down to the same level that they currently are?
That'll be on a case-by-case basis. In some cases, it may make sense to go even deeper. Rarely do we go the full saturated thickness of the aquifer. We'll be looking at that on a well-by-well basis.
Okay, yeah, that's what I hear about, especially in western Kansas, as they keep going deeper and deeper because they have to reach the water. And I think that kind of gets us into some issues there, saying how most of it's not easily rechargeable. So just a couple of questions about that. Thank you.
Further questions for staff? I see none. Thank you very much. We'll open it up for public comment. I see none. We'll bring it back to the bench. I motion to approve the budget and adopt the resolution and authorize the necessary signatures.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Motion passes 7-0. Madam Clerk, please call the next item.
Golf course irrigation.
Okay, thank you, Mayor, City Council. I'm Jesse Kaufman. I'm the manager of the Golf Division, and we're talking about the golf course irrigation project. A little background on this project. We have 4 municipal golf courses that are operated under the Golf Division, which is under the Department of Park and Recreation. The turf conditions at these golf courses are crucial for the quality of the play for the patrons. They are the golf course. The enhanced customer experience increases the golf system's financial viability. As the customer experience goes down, they stop playing our golf courses, so it's very important. The irrigation systems at all 4 courses are aged and basically completely broken. The oldest system is at Arthur B. Sim Golf Course. It was last renovated in 1988. And the newest system is at Auburn Hills, and it was installed in 2001. On August 13th of this year, staff presented a capital spending plan to the City Council for the golf system. And on August 20th, the plan was approved by City Council and incorporated into the 2025 through 2034 adopted capital improvement program. It includes $8 million over 4 years to fund irrigation improvements at all 4 courses. And of that, that includes $1.5 million in 2024 for Arthur B. Sim Golf Course and $2 million in 2025 for McDonald Golf Course. Analysis of this project, the United States Golf Association, or the USGA, says that the expected life of an irrigation system is 15 to 30 years, depending on climate and other various factors. The irrigation system at Sim Golf Course is 36 years old, far beyond the expected useful life. Aging systems have resulted in continuous and costly repairs, consuming hundreds of staff labor hours. And of course, while they're digging holes, trying to track down leaks and repair heads, they're not doing the other projects that we need to get done. Downtime caused by inoperable irrigation systems equals diminished course conditions, decreased course revenue, negatively impacted customer experience. The benefits of a modern irrigation system are mainly it's just much more efficient. The lower water consumption is a big one, more effective at water placement, and it reduces the inefficient usage of water. It provides lower electrical consumption from irrigation pumps and lower maintenance cost. Financial considerations, the adopted 2025 through 2034 CIP includes $1.5 million in 2024 and $2 million in 2025 for golf irrigation systems funded with general obligation bonds. Staff recommends initiating both amounts at this time for a total of $3.5 million. The golf fund, which is an enterprise fund, required to fund the annual debt service on any debt issued for this project. We're expected to have the capacity to fund any required debt service for this project through continued operating surpluses, expected savings from maintenance and utilities from the new irrigation systems, and cash funding available and previously approved for this project. Also, the Golf Board of Governors has been reviewing options for fee increases to ensure that revenue is increased, to give us even more security that we will be able to pay for this. We'll ensure Golf Fund is adequately positioned to fund future capital improvements, so we'll be able to pay for this as well as the other projects that we need to continue to do. And this recommendation is anticipated in spring of 2025. We're looking at putting the new rates in effect on March 1st. Legal considerations and recommended action. The Law Department has reviewed and approved the bonding resolution as to form, and it is recommended that the City Council authorize initiation of the project, adopt the bonding resolution, and authorize the necessary signatures. And I'll stand for any questions.
Thank you, Jesse. Questions for staff? I only have one. Obviously, we're still in a drought, and we just talked about the well fields. Wanted to know what are ways that the 4 golf courses are being conservative about their water usage, and how this new irrigation system will help reduce the need for water,
Sure.
But also much more efficiency.
Sure. So there's a few things that we're trying to do on our end, and looking at more no-mow areas. So the areas that are more out of play between the holes that aren't really part of the golf course, we're looking at letting that grow up into native grass, so we're not having to mow it, and we can kind of let it go without watering as much. We're trying to switch in areas where we can to more drought-resistant types of grass, so it doesn't require as much water, especially in the heat of the summer. We are looking at three of the courses are on wells at McDonald Golf Course. We do not have a well there, so we have retention ponds that we use, and then when we have to go to city water, obviously, when there's no rain, the retention ponds don't get as much water, so we do have to go to city water at that point. We are looking at expanding those ponds as well to be able to capture more water for the irrigation. With the new irrigation systems, they're much more efficient. Right now, our systems are so broke that we need water at point A, and we have to turn it on in way more places than what we need just to get the water in the spot that we need. And we will be able to pinpoint much more accurately where the water placement is, be much more efficient in the way that we use the water, Anytime we put applications down that have to be watered in, we can do that much more efficiently and have much more control over the water that we use. As of right now, it's basically turn it on everywhere. And plus, with all the breaks that we have, they, of course, happen at night, it seems like every time. So we come in the morning and there's been a break and there's water leaking all night long, and we have to find that break and fix it. So with the new irrigations, hopefully that would not be the case. And if there is a break, there's much more technology in the new system, so we are immediately notified that there's a problem.
Vice Mayor Ballard.
Thank you, Mayor. Jesse, how much approximately did you guys spend on repairs to the irrigation system?
Over the last 2 years, I mean, it's hard to put in numbers because there's so many different things that we're constantly fixing. I would say $400,000. That's not counting labor. That's the parts that we've had to replace, the different pumps and all the different elements that we've had to fix. And of course, every day, our guys are unfortunately playing in the mud. They're digging holes, trying to find the leak, and it's a lot of man hours that we're using
Thank you.
on top of that.
Jesse, I see no further questions for staff. We'll open it up for public comment. I see none. We'll bring it back to the bench. Councilmember Johnston.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to thank Jesse for his great work on the golf courses. He's really turned it around. We'll mention that they're very profitable. A lot of profits getting plowed back in to help and pay for this. The golfers are going to help pay for this, a good part of it. And I don't think there are many golfers that are object to that. So they realize. I remember when Jesse got here, a year and a half ago, he'd been here a short time. I came in from taking my grandkids to play golf at Tex. And I see him there, and I recognize him. And first thing I said, "Hey, Jesse, you got a leak on number 18 about 200 yards out." So it was just a constant battle of leaks. So I think it's very important this is the quality of life issue for Wichita citizens. And it's just the workforce. A lot of workforce, that's their enjoyment, is to get out and play golf. And I think it's very important. So fully support it.
Councilmember Tuttle.
Thank you. One of the things that I've tried to really do since August when we went into phase 2 of the drought is to be a true champion for making sure that our community is aware of the drought and the conservation efforts that they can take so that we don't go into phase 3, which I think would be really devastating for industries within our community. And so I had pause with this when it first came to us, but I was supportive, and I will be supportive again today. I like the fact, as Councilmember Johnston said, that the users will be paying for it. I like the fact that it will make watering more efficient. So we have to water the golf courses, and if we have to, then we should do it in the most efficient way. So I just also wanted to thank Vice Mayor Ballard. She was the one that brought this to our attention when we were working on budget and CIP and made the recommendation. And I had many conversations about this to better understand, because I don't have a golf course in my district. So again, I will be supportive, but thank you to Jesse for all you've done. I've heard nothing but wonderful things about you since you've joined our team, and we're exceptionally grateful for the work that you do. So thank you for being a part of the city of Wichita.
Jesse, I just want you to know that this is not a reflection of the work I believe that the staff is doing to try to repair and maintain our current assets. I know that maintenance really needs to be the priority here, and I'm very appreciative that Vice Mayor Ballard did bring this to our attention, along with Councilmember Johnston, regarding the need for irrigation systems upgrades. But I know that our community spoke in a community survey last year, and they told us that the 4 top priorities, really the top 3, were about public safety, the economy, and streets. And so I was prudent in that decision-making during the budget, and I voted against this. And I will be voting against this again because I believe our city needs to prioritize. And while, again, I am appreciative of all the good that is happening with the golf system, I have to remind this community that we do have some tough decisions to make. And so I hope that the dollars will be utilized appropriately to continue maintaining the assets that we have. So I will not be motioning this item. Councilmember Glasscock.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll just make some brief comments because I have 2 of the 4 golf courses in my district, and I've been a broken record from this bench about deferred maintenance and making sure we take care of our assets that we have before investing in new ones, and all our golf courses are some of the best assets we have in the community. I think through the parking conversation, we've seen that we need to make sure that we're investing in what we have so we don't get to a point later on where it's more cost prohibitive in the future. And so I'll be supporting this to make sure that we take care of what we have and be good stewards of not just parkland we have, but also taxpayer dollars.
Vice Mayor Ballard.
Yes, I'm going to make some comments, and then if we're ready for the motion, I'm happy to make it. I just want to join all my colleagues and say thank you so much to Jesse for kind of taking the bull by the horns with golf. When you got here, it was in very disrepair, and I appreciate all of the hard work and efforts that you've made kind of working with what you had, and you've been able to make some really awesome improvements along the way, and certainly can't play golf if we don't have grass, so I know how important the irrigation is. So with that, I'd like to take the recommended action, authorize initiation of the project, adopt the bonding resolution, and authorize the necessary signatures.
Second.
Motion and a second. Councilmember Johnson.
I was just ditto to what everyone else said. Jesse, you're awesome.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll.
I think
I did not make that motion. Vice Mayor Ballard did. Motion passes.
Sorry.
6-1. Madam Clerk, please call the next item.
Lincoln Street Dam Maintenance.
Good morning again. For the record, Don Henry, Public Works and Utilities. The item before you would initiate funding for critical work on the city's Lincoln Street Dam. The Lincoln Street Dam is located, of course, near Lincoln Street and Murdoch. The new dam was constructed in 2012. The dam consists of 4 water level control gates, a walkway, a control building that houses the telemetry and controls necessary for raising and lowering the gates, and a combination boat pass fish lader. The Stormwater Utility Division operates and maintains the dam in order to establish desired water levels in the Arkansas River for improved aesthetics through the downtown area, to provide for special events and venues for recreation. While the dam itself is not used for flood control per se, failure of the dam would result in water levels of the Arkansas River dropping to the base flow. Upon failure, the hydraulic system loses pressure, the gates fall, and then water is released. It's set up that way so if failure were to occur during a high flow event, the water would not get outside the banks in the downtown area. Should this happen, downtown aesthetics would be negatively impacted, and access to the river by watercraft and for special events might not be possible for as long as the dam remained down for repair. Critical components of the dam, such as the hydraulic system, must be rebuilt and replaced periodically to ensure ongoing functionality. This also avoids more costly emergency repairs. As the dam components have aged, a conditions assessment is necessary at this time to schedule the required work and then provide for an ongoing maintenance schedule so we can make sure that we're maximizing the dollars that we invest in the assets. The adopted 2025 through 2034 CIP includes $385,000 in 2024 and $450,000 in funding for 2025 for the Lincoln Street Dam Maintenance Project. Staff recommends approval of $835,000 for the project at this time. Therefore, it is recommended that the City Council approve the budget, adopt the resolution, and authorize the necessary signatures.
Questions for staff? Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Don. What is the lifespan of the dam that we have currently?
The overall lifespan of the dam, I can't give you a number off the top of my head, but I can get back to you with that, what the expected life of the dam is. I think it would be very, very long-lived. The hydraulic cylinders have a life expectancy of about 5 years per cylinder, and that's kind of the main component, you know, the physical component for raising and lowering. One of the things that we've seen are a couple of early failures on those, and that's part of the reason for the condition assessment to make sure that we have that work scheduled based upon data rather than just institutional knowledge.
Okay, how far back are we flooding it up to the appropriate levels for downtown? Does that go all the way back to Riverside? Does that go north of Wichita? Just a little bit of background here. I get complaints from my side of town about the dam being there and us having essentially a dry gulch through the rest of South Wichita. So I'm just curious as to how far back the effectiveness of the rising levels are there.
Yeah, I would have to rely on our flood control engineer to provide that exact information. I apologize, I don't have it off the top of my head.
No problem. This is out of, yeah, I hear you.
But yeah, you know, now that we're in a drought, of course, the positive effect of that impoundment is less, you know, just like it would be for Cheney Reservoir or any other body of water where you don't have significant inflow. In wetter years, it's going to make more of an impact, and probably even on the level of the Little Ark River upstream. We may not be experiencing that now.
Okay, thank you, I appreciate it.
Don, while we're talking about the Arkansas River, I just wanted to know if there's an update regarding the West Bank improvements. I know that the water levels were lowered. Can you just give us a quick update?
Sure.
I did not see our city engineer here. So we're still, I think, tracking towards being complete sometime in the spring. Or even with when the river came up, the rains we had in November, they were able to keep some work going. Didn't stay up that long, but right now we're still tracking through, I think, March probably for the bulk of that work to be completed along the river. What's happening with the new seawall and everything that goes with that. And I would tell you real quick, when we designed the dam, it was essentially the same as that new bridge. The structure itself should last 75 to 100 years. All the moving parts, the gates and the hydraulic cylinders are what we've got to stay on top of over time.
Any further questions for staff? I see none. We'll open it up for public comment. I see none. We'll bring it back to the bench. I will move to approve the budget, adopt the resolution, and authorize the necessary signatures.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Motion passes 7-0. Madam Clerk, please call the next item.
Water and sewer rate adjustments for 2025.
Good morning, Mayor and Council members. Gary Jansen, Public Works and Utilities again. The item before you this morning is a recommended adjustment to water and sewer rates for 2025, along with some fees and discussion of a few other things related to the same. So this should look familiar to you from a workshop discussion that we had last month. A lot of it's the same, so some of this I won't spend maybe as much time on. We're going to talk about rate drivers. What we had done historically up to this point, especially starting in 2019, with our consideration of rate stability over a 10-year period, which is still a good thing and is our goal, but with some changes since that time, we've had to be more adaptive and more flexible. We'll talk about the rates themselves, how we compare to peer cities, affordability and assistance programs. I want to talk about a little bit more than we did at the workshop, so that you have an understanding of everything that we do to help the community when it comes to utility bills. And then we've got some other options that we'll talk about before the recommendation. So I mentioned that the same rate plan has been shared with the City Council since December of 2019. This line that you see will look pretty familiar. Despite many significant changes since that time, the rate plan has not changed. We had, again, a focus on keeping the rate adjustment predictable over time, not wanting to step away from that, but there's some things that really have made us come back to this point, especially this year, and I think each year going forward that we need to address at any point in time. That plan is no longer sustainable due to record inflation, operational changes, and other challenges. Additionally, one specific example I'll talk about more in a moment is that operations and maintenance costs related to our new water treatment plant that were previously estimated are now known. We'll still do all we can to keep rates level and avoid spikes along the way, but again, we just need more flexibility to respond to these economic drivers. One of the biggest factors in our recommendation and discussion today is what has happened with inflationary impacts on operations and maintenance. So the rate model, the current rate model assumes 3% operations and maintenance inflation over time. That includes estimated debt based on what's in our capital improvement program, any additional expenses beyond inflation factored in individually. That could be new commodity costs, staffing, et cetera. Average O&M cost increases in the past 3 years have been 10% in water and 7% in sewer. So you can see that alone compared to the 3% estimate makes a really big difference in what we're considering here today. Our financial consultant for the utility, NuGen, recommended increasing inflation assumptions during the cost of service analysis that was completed in 2022. They also recommended higher rate increases than were in the 2019 rate plan. We did not move either one of those forward, thought it would be better to monitor the long-term impacts of inflation and respond as needed, rather than making the immediate changes based on the early data. Today, we've got better information. We know where we need to be, and so that's what our recommendation will be centered on to be able to address this. A few more examples of inflationary impacts to O&M. The left chart shows chemical costs for treatment plants. After holding steady for years, chemical prices shot up almost $2 million in the past 3 years. The blue line being for water, green line being for sewer. We are seeing that across all of our operations. The chart on the right shows salaries and benefits for existing staff versus contractual costs. Persistent vacancies within many of our divisions have driven up the use of contract services by almost $3.5 million since 2020. And we have not seen the same savings in our personnel costs to be able to offset that. A few more things to talk about related to O&M inflationary impacts. Not all increases are as drastic as chemicals and contract services, but collectively they still add up. So a few examples, again, they're not real big numbers, but across the operation of our size, they really do start to make a difference. Bank fees are up 156%. Energy and other utilities are up almost $750,000. Technology charges are up. Insurance premiums are up for our facilities for almost $300,000. So we'll talk about some specific changes related to our biggest facilities and our largest projects. And again, for Wichita Water Works, this is related to operations and maintenance only. Commodities, operations, anything related to operations, maintenance, and staffing. The capital costs for Wichita Water Works, our new water treatment plant, are all still contained within the original budget. So anything that we're talking about today is not related to the capital cost for building the plant. So our assumptions for chemicals in 2019 for the treatment plant were $269,000 increase starting in 2025. Based on the inflationary numbers we just looked at, that is now over $720,000 increase starting next year. Energy for the plant was estimated to be $600,000 increase starting next year. We're estimating a 50% increase in that to $900,000. Again, unit price inflation since the time of the original estimate. Staffing to transition to the new plant. We had originally thought it made sense for contract temporary services for the transition period, that we would bring someone to operate our current water treatment plant while we had our staff learn the new one. The market doesn't work real well that way. The decision was made over the course of time, the staff working with city council, that we wanted to hire additional staff. So our original estimate in 2019 for temporary contract services was just under $600,000 in 2024 and almost double that in 2025 with no ongoing expenses, because we would be done with the temporary contract services. we would be utilizing our current staff to move forward. A lot of things have changed since then as this project has progressed. If we've realized what we need from an operational standpoint, the number of people we need for this plant. It's a large, complex facility. That number is now $1.5 million in 2024, $2.4 million in 2025, and ongoing to start. We'll see after 2025 where we're at once the current water treatment plant comes offline, what we decide we need to do with staffing there. Staff costs includes the amount needed to increase existing employees' wages to something closer to the market rate. So as we went through the last several years, trying to make sure we were competitive, to make sure we could get the right staff in to operate this facility long-term, we found it necessary to raise the salary and benefits for employees too, which has helped. We've still got a few people we're trying to get hired, but I think it's made a difference. For a biological nutrient removal project, in 2019, we didn't have near as much moving forward on this project at the time, very little design, so in some areas we weren't even able to make assumptions that we're still working towards. Salaries and benefits for BNR are $500,000 increase starting in 2026, double that in 2027. We're not changing that yet. Market analysis, as was done for the water treatment plant, is needed and will impact this assumption. We expect that to be done over the next 12 to 18 months, so we can come back to this discussion probably at this same time next year when we're discussing potential rate impacts. Chemicals and energy for BNR, there was no assumed changes at the time because we really had no additional information, not having gotten really into any of the design work yet. We now are assuming $864,000 increase starting next year, double that in 2026. For chemicals, energy is $145,000 increase starting in 2026, double that in 2027. A lot of this has to do with the odor control technology that's a part of that project, very focal point of BNR. It's going to make an impact on the neighborhood. But as we get further into this project, construction's well underway. The majority of the facilities won't be operational until late 2026. So we're going to continue to push on this and make sure we're in the right spot operationally and everything we have to do for maintenance, things like chemicals and energy, that we can dial in on those numbers. The capital improvements, what we have within the CIP for the utility is a big part of what drives rates. The utilities are capital-intensive business. You've heard me talk about these numbers, but I kind of like to repeat them just so everybody understands the size and complexity of the system that we own and maintain. Wichita maintains over 4,000 miles of water and sewer pipes, 60 sewer lift stations, 8 treatment plants of various types. We have 160,000 metered connections for all of our customers. We operate and maintain over 50,000 water valves and the same number of manholes and more. I could go on with a lot of stuff. We've got a lot of assets. We've got a lot to operate and maintain. All of this is needed to serve 17% of the population of Kansas. So the pie chart on the left shows that most of the revenue increases the utility needs are for infrastructure, but these improvements help us on the operations and maintenance side. This is where most of our maintenance needs are met. This helps us combat against hopefully having deferred maintenance in too many areas with these capital improvements. You can see the chart on the left, 72% of that annual revenue increase is for infrastructure that's in the CIP, 28% for O&M. The two on the right are a breakdown of the 10-year CIP by sewer and water, both showing the major portion is renewal and replacement as opposed to expansion, which again helps us on the maintenance side and being able to maintain our existing facilities and what we own. Continuing on that a little bit, there's a lot of information on here I won't go through in much detail, but within the CIP itself, the current 2025-2034 CIP, we have almost $800 million in proposed water and sewer improvements. That does not include costs already that we have as part of our debt service for Wichita Water Works, for BNR, or the $176 million in projects already underway. So all in, all debt service, all included, which needs to be covered by our current rates, is $1.9 billion. So I'll mention one quick project on the top 5 water projects. Number 3, phased water supply plan. Just some quick details on that. That is a focus on our ASR project, including the recharge basins. We were able to receive some portion of a match from Bureau of Reclamation, which was good, but the bulk of the cost is still ours. It also includes improvements to the local well field, all which is going to help with our long-term resiliency in response to the drought. A lot of other projects on here for water and sewer. We have made changes within the capital improvement program to maintain rate stability from that 2019 plan, but that's not as sustainable as it was at one time. So we've been having to take projects and move them out, split them up, reduce the scope of them. We're going to need to be able to get back to where we were with a lot of those. Hopefully, if the council is so inclined to approve the recommended rates today so that we can get back to a better place using capital funds for our long-term maintenance needs. Rate drivers also include current debt payments. Again, this is part of a large utility operation. Principal and interest has been holding steady, but is poised to increase. So this shows water in the blue, sewer in the green. You can see the principal and interest payments on revenue bonds, WIFIA loans, and SRF loans that are already in place. This chart does not include future revenue bonds or the final two loans of the BNR SRF series, which are expected to be executed in the next 2 years. However, we have included that with our long-term outlook. So what have we done to our efforts to stabilize rate adjustments? Just talk about a few things here. Again, some of these numbers aren't real big, but across everything that we do, they start to add up. Our utilities optimization program has saved nearly $7 million, especially in energy, chemical, and efficiency savings over time. Some additional examples to that, the call center saved just over $111,000 by adding five full-time staff and eliminating the use of temporary services. Wait times and other metrics improved in the process. So we gained some efficiencies and better responsiveness to our customers. The e-bill campaign increased the number of customers billed electronically, cutting printage and postage costs by about $5,000 for the first year. Staff is always looking for these types of improvements in ways that we can save costs that will help us elsewhere. Operational savings are not enough to overcome inflation and other challenges. I mentioned that we continuously review the CIP for opportunities to defer, revise, or eliminate projects. We've also reduced contingency levels within the financial model, which is not ideal. It does not help us respond to unknowns, to extreme events like we're facing now with the drought. And one of the other ways we've looked to stabilize rate adjustments is we've pursued favorable financing opportunities for WIFIA and SRF, which you all know about. Just a quick reminder, for Wichita Water Works, through the utilization of those two programs, we saved approximately $180 million to the ratepayers. BNR was $129 million, so that's been great for us. I showed you this chart before. This is one that we've looked at since 2019. This was part of the discussion at that time as we moved into Wichita Water Works and BNR and how they would be financed, and trying to create what we've talked about with this generational equity and spreading the rates out over time, trying to smooth the rates out. Initially, if you looked at the red line, which was the combined utilities without WIFIA, you can see rates as high as 10% for multiple years. The blue line was with WIFIA and SRF. You might notice the top right part of that graph shows without WIFIA bonds, the mid-level user for estimated 2028 customer bill was just under $121. With WIFIA, that came down to $116. Our current rate model that we were recommending today puts that 2028 bill at just under $110. So we were able to do even better than that by everything that we're putting into this. And you know, with some of those loans, we were able to get more favorable rates than we had thought at one time. So our recommended rate adjustment for today is 6.14% combined rate adjustment compared to 5.03 that was in the 2019 rate plan. Included in this recommended rate is the adopted CIP, which includes reductions or revisions proposed by staff, the adopted current budget, all existing debt, 2 remaining SRF loans for BNR that have yet to be issued, future revenue bonds. This includes the transition staff and contract services that we reviewed for Wichita Water Works, It also includes $300,000 annual for O&M for the current water treatment plant. I might mention again, we will be bringing that project back to council sometime in January for consideration and option, but right now we think that estimated $300,000 would be what we would need to cover any option that we move forward with. Not included in this current recommended rate adjustment is for funding for changes in lead and copper or PFAS regulations, any emerging contaminants. We are keeping a very close eye on that. We're doing a lot of work with the community right now on the lead and copper rules and the current revisions. We've got a lot of information out to the public right now, trying to update our database on service lines that are out there. We've got a little bit of time before anything has to be done starting in 2027. There's 10 years, as far as we know right now, to get lead service lines replaced. We're not aware of any we have on our side. We're not sure what that means on the private side just yet. So we'll have to see what that does from a financial standpoint, but we'll keep a close eye on that. Revenue, this does not include revenue losses from 2 wholesale customers building their own treatment plants. City of Derby has indicated that they plan to build a water treatment plant with their existing water rights to be able to handle peak demands during the high summer months. They would still be a water customer of ours, but during those times would take less water, which is good from a conservation standpoint, but something we still have to keep an eye on from a water sales perspective. City of Valley Center is also working to build their own water treatment plant. They think at some point in time they will effectively come entirely off of the city of Wichita. They may still need some water supply to maintain their system, but we're watching both of those, working with both of those, trying to predict the timing and see where we're at. That could affect potentially future rates. I don't think with either one of them right now we're concerned that this is going to be a major impact, but we'll just have to see as we get closer. I mentioned to you one more time, this current rate recommendation does not include additional contingencies to provide resiliency. At this time, we want to really focus on what we need, and in the future, if we're able to bring that back into play, that's fine. So the resulting debt coverage is very important for us to keep an eye on. To maintain the utilities AA- credit rating, a debt coverage level of 120% as established by the credit rating agency or above is required. So you can see the combined minimum required is the red line. The combined all-in projection is the black line projected through 2034. The revised rate plan provides only enough coverage to meet the minimum requirement. It does not provide a safety net for unforeseen negative circumstances, but this is not necessarily unusual. This is typically where we've been at and what we've looked at in the past, so I think we feel pretty good with where we're at. I wanted to show you real quick then this same chart and what the 2019 rate plan would look like at the same time. If we were to stay that same course with what the recommended rate increase was at that time, you can see that green line that dips below that minimum combined all-in debt coverage, which would have without a doubt, an impact to our future credit rating. So what does that look like for customer impacts on maybe the last time we'll talk about this 2019 rate plan, but this is where we've been versus our recommendation today. The majority of our customers are low volume users, which is that first line. So if you look at the proposed 2025 bill in yellow, it's $62.44. That is a change of $3.21 per month from the 2024 bill. The proposed 2019 plan at the far right was a potential change of $2.53. So between the 2019 plan, where we were headed at one time, and our recommendation today, that's an increase of 68 cents. I don't want to throw too many numbers and make this hard for anybody to understand that might be listening. Bottom line is, for the majority of our customers, this would be an estimated $3.21 per month increase for residential customers. Look real quick at the Peer Cities comparison. This is along the I-35 corridor, except for, of course, mostly Tulsa. This is based on mid-level users, 7,500 gallons per month. We've looked at this before. You can see that Wichita is at the bottom of the list and the best place for affordability of all these cities, looking at the overall monthly bill of $92.63 for that mid-level user. What I referenced to you was the low-volume user, which is the most of our customers, but industry looks at mid-level user. We are 17% below the next closest of Fort Worth. EPA affordability metric is something that we always look at and want to share with the council. The EPA considers rates affordable if the annual cost is at or below 4.5% of the area's median household income. You can see on the left part of this is the 2025 bill. If you look at either the low or the mid for the users, we are at 1.1% and 1.7% of the median household income. 2024 is effectively the same. So there's very little change there except for the mid and high level users increased just a little bit, well within that affordability metric that for median household income in Sedgwick County. So I want to talk about assistance programs. Thank you for bearing with me. This is the important part for us. Our staff does a wonderful job of working with the community on assistance programs. There are a lot of organizations and agencies in Wichita that also help with this. There's two specific places that we provide potential financial assistance I'll talk about and then mention some of the others. So if you look at this graph initially, and then I'll show you some more specific numbers. From 2021 to 2023, as we talked about before, those are a lot higher because federal funds helped Americans with utility expenses in the wake of COVID-19. Assistance funds from our end typically come from customer donations and a 0.1% water and sewer rate revenue, which was put into place by the City Council in 2015. Customer donations to the HTO program more than doubled after introducing online giving options this year, which I'll show those numbers here shortly. So kind of a summary of our assistance programs and what we do to notify everybody what's out there. And we're continuing this effort, currently working with our community service representatives through the community centers. But there's plenty of information on our website. We refer people to our customer service folks as often as we can. So there's direct customer contact by city staff also. We look at the history of billing and folks that may have had issues in the past with being able to pay their bills. We will make direct contact to them. There's signage in City Hall. We have an annual contract with assistance agencies, which I'll talk about in a moment. There are flyers provided for that. There's promotion at Evergy's Connect, LEAP events and website, Low Income Emergency Assistance Program, promotion at DCF's events for the same, and the newest that I mentioned is outreach at community centers to make sure that we can try to connect with even more people. There are also low-income emergency assistance programs through agencies like Salvation Army and others. Our staff has a long list of it that they try to make sure everybody knows where they can go to. I might talk real quick about the HTO Care Fund. This provides emergency financial assistance for individuals and families in Wichita. It's administered by the Center of Hope, a local nonprofit. One of the things that the Center of Hope also does when we refer our customers there is they provide budget counseling. They help people have a better understanding of what they need to do to pay their monthly bills. They also have other funding programs above and beyond what is our assistance, which is available as a $100 one-time annual payment, but they've got resources well above and beyond that. The Rate Relief Assistance Program, which is managed by our staff, it requires an application accepted between October 1st and December 31st. Eligibility requires recipient of the LEAP benefits within the year. So they would either have to go through the Center of Hope, DCF, whatever it is for income eligibility. That provides a $50 credit for eligible customers. These two programs in particular, when we hear from customers who may be struggling to pay their bills, are where we start. We send everybody the information they need. We work with them directly. They're eligible for both. So from city perspective, it could be $150 a year, but again, there's a lot of other programs out there that will offer and provide even more. And then one of the things we do offer too is payment plans, which I'll talk about in just a moment. So looking at the numbers for the assistance programs, the area on the left, I might just bring your attention to the bold numbers. The opening balance from 2024 was $129,000. So I would tell you, we talked about this last time I was up here, and I did confirm from 2015 when this was 0.1% of the rates was put in place by the council. There was really no direction at the time of what that does. We have treated that as a carryover, so we continue to carry these funds over from one year to the next. Right now, we had a total balance of $208,000, but keep in mind that the rate relief program all happens towards the end of the year. It starts October 1st. We see the bulk of our assistance in these final months, so we expect that more of that to be used up than what it has so far. If you look at the customers helped on the right, 469 through the end of October, I would expect that number will be a lot higher by the time we get through the end of the year. So there's still funding there. We're going to continue to push and find ways that we can, again, especially through the community service representatives. We're always open to other suggestions, but I think we're doing a really great job of reaching out to and trying to make contact with as many people as we can. Moving on from that, and I'm happy to come back to that with any questions. User fees are also part of our recommendation today. These are routine updates every 2 years. These are things like account origination when setting up an account, shut off for non-payment, standard grease maintenance for required grease traps, licensed backflow testing, which is part of what we do to make sure there's no contamination in our system. These are for cost recovery only. So over the course of 2 years, we also have seen some inflationary impacts here too. These typically are fees that go to contractors that are part of owning a home, buying a home, whatever it might be. There's a long list of these which are included, but I just want to provide those as an example. Okay, I'm getting close. Last thing we wanted to talk about was our current late fee. If you look at our current late payment fee equals 1.5% of the unpaid balance. This has not been updated in recent history, and it is below many peer cities. Same list of cities, you can see the highest is Fort Worth at 10%. Oklahoma City, Tulsa, and Wichita are all at 1.5%. We are recommending that this be changed to 5%, and I'll give you some context on kind of what that looks like in just a minute. So I'll talk a little bit about payment plans. If someone doesn't pay their bill, we're going to charge them a late fee. What we hope for is that they'll come to us ahead of time and say, I'm struggling, I may not be able to pay my bill, so we can talk about all these programs I just mentioned so that we can refer them to the Center of Hope, so we can talk about the rate relief program, and so we can talk about putting them on a payment program so that they can hopefully avoid making late payments. Approximately just under $100,000 in late fees were waived between 2021 and 2023, according to our internal guidelines. I will tell you, these are not codified guidelines. These are more of a process we've used for a long time. We've got some great staff that spend a lot of time doing this, that have a really good feel of what can work here and what we've offered to our citizens for some period of time. And I'll tell you about the number of payment plans and what people have done with those over the years. Examples of reasons for waiving late fees: leak adjustments may reallocate excess consumption to Tier 1 based on the customer's average, with late fees potentially waived during a leak investigation. We hear a lot of times from people that had an unknown leak, they used a lot of water, it pushed them into other tiers, so their bill was a lot higher. We won't write off the water consumption, but we'll move them back into Tier 1. That takes some time. Not going to charge anybody a late fee during that period of time. Large overdue balances referred to collections may have some fees waived as part of the settlement negotiation. Anytime a fee is incurred due to an error by the city, 160,000 bills, unfortunately it happens at times. And another example is earlier this year, bills were unavailable on the city's website for a period of 25 days. Many people still paid their bill, but if requested, those late fees were waived. I wanted to show you those examples because I wanted to come back to the point again. If someone chooses not to pay their bill, we're going to assess a late fee. Currently, if you look at the average bill, what the average bill will be for most of our users of $62.44, a 1.5% late fee is 67 cents. Depending on how long, if that's what their current bill is, if that would be monthly, is 67 cents. Costs associated with late payments are administrative time to update accounts, reach out to customers with calls and notices, and eventually send accounts to collections. Our only goal is cost recovery on our staff time. I'm confident we're not getting there at 1.5%. What happens is those folks who do pay their bills on time, they're subsidizing the others who are not. So we would like to try to get away from that. Our recommended 5% on a $62.44 per month average bill is $3.12. So for an average monthly bill, the late fee would go from 67 cents to $3.12. I still don't think we're getting to a point of cost recovery, but it's better than where we were. And if it happens to be an incentive for more folks to pay on time, I think that's okay. So let me talk about payment plans and how people can avoid this. Not everybody's taking advantage of this. A lot of people start there but don't finish. From 2021 to 2023, we averaged over 10,000 payment arrangements annually. That's a lot. We've got a lot of customers. That's more than I would have expected. We've got staff working on payment arrangements on a daily basis. Of those, only 8% were kept, 5% were canceled, 87% were broken, and less than 1/10% is still active. I only tell you that because we're doing everything we can to try to keep people in a good spot to where they don't have to pay late fees, to work out payment plans with them. We're as flexible as we can. People will say they want to do that up front, customers will, and then not a lot of people follow through. So we're going to continue working with them, letting them know that's there, letting them know the values of that. In the meantime, I just want to mention again, if someone's late on a payment, they're going to pay the late fee outside of those things that we talked about. One last thing I wanted to talk about, won't spend a lot of time on, but because we talked about it before, was the potential consideration of changes to our conservation tiers, what is our tier 2 and tier 3. Just last week, the City Council approved a contract amendment with NewGen for further analysis of this. We expect to be able to share this with Council in 2025 in time for the rates discussion next year. I might just mention again, one of our biggest challenges with potentially increasing tier 2 and 3 rates from a conservation standpoint is what that does to commercial businesses who have discretionary additional water use during the higher months, could potentially be penalized, have impact to their business. That's where we're going to really focus and see what we can come up with. With that, staff recommends City Council approve the recommended rate and fee adjustments and place the ordinance on first reading. I appreciate you bearing with me, and I'd be happy to stand for any questions.
Thank you, Gary. I have a full board trying to ask questions, starting with Vice Mayor Ballard.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay, Gary, I have a couple questions. So there's one line item on the water rate and one on the sewer that are both actually lower instead of increasing. I was just curious about that. One of them is for the meter box, and the other one for the sewer is category 5.
You're talking about for the fees?
Mm-hmm.
So it is practical over time, and we've seen that in a lot of what we do, even with our right-of-way use permits. Again, we're focused on cost recovery for whatever reason, or we have found at different times that costs of commodities, parts, labor might have changed, probably not the labor part, but we're trying to be true to cost recovery. And so I can look at those specifically and probably provide a reason why, but we have seen some of ours go down in the past.
Okay, and then, so I am interested in learning more about the H2O fund. I mean, I personally get emails from people that's water's turned off, so I'm sure that we're being as creative as possible trying to get the word out. But I'm curious, if we don't use the whole H2O fund, does it roll over to the next year? If it doesn't, where does it go? How many people use it? I'm just curious.
It does, and I'm sorry if I wasn't clear on that. It does roll over to the next year. If you look at this tape, so that's where we end up right now with this $208 balance, although I do think we'll see more of that used through the end of this year because the rate relief program itself is focused in the last quarter of each year. If you look at the table to the right, you can see how many customers have been helped, including the repeats from the prior year. Right now through the end of October, that number looks low. We would expect that to increase significantly by the end of the year. But that number does carry over. That's why we've continued our efforts and will always continue our efforts on what we're doing for outreach, At the bottom of this is the newest effort through the community centers. This just started up, mostly working with the CSRs. We're hoping that this helps also, that folks will come in there and see that information.
So I know part of the money goes to water conservation with like rain barrels and rebates and things like that, correct?
Within everything we're talking about here, yeah, there is funding also for a rebate program, correct?
Okay. I think I'll let some other people ask some questions.
Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. I got a few for you here, Gary. Couple years, or I guess, and at the end of 22, we, I think we used ARPA funding to do the, if you go back to slide 96, yeah, we used ARPA funding for the 2023 to help people, you know, with, I believe, maybe a month's worth if they qualify financially, to help with the rate increase. What's the status of that fund? Did we exhaust all the funds allocated for that?
The funding for that, at the time, I think it was up to $36. Effectively, if I can get this right, we were looking then the same too, that the monthly increase would be around $3. Look over the course of a year, $36, 12 months would help offset any of that additional increase. All of that funding has now been utilized. There was enough put in place for that, but that hasn't carried forward with the rest of this.
Okay, yeah, I was just curious about that. Now we're essentially adding another percentage point. The old rate increases that we had figured was around a little over 5%, and now we're looking at 6.14% for the water rates.
Correct.
Is that, I mean, what is that taking into account for the future? Is that current inflation rates included? Is that the long-term projections here?
So for now, we historically, once we got past maybe 4 or 5 years, we tried to get back to where we thought would just be inflationary rate only, and that was at 3%. This projection, once we get to that point, is more like 5% based on where we're currently at. Being able to do this each year and have this discussion with you allows us to be able to be flexible and make some changes that if needed either way. But right now, we're looking at future inflationary impacts of 5% compared to 3% in the past.
Okay, so that's what we're looking at here.
Correct.
Is what our current estimates are as far as potential increases, rate increases going forward.
Yes.
Okay, yeah, I just want to make sure on that. This is a combined rate adjustment of 6.14% across all tiers, correct? So every tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 is facing, as far as water goes, 6.75?
Yes.
Okay. Now, with the service contractors, is this the most cost-effective way to get these services going through service contractors? It wouldn't be cheaper to bring this in-house?
Are you talking about the fees?
Just what we contract out to as far as providing services for the...
Well, it can be cheaper to bring it in-house. Our challenge has been trying to hire staff and being able to keep them is where our challenge has been. If you look in our water distribution group in particular, where we've probably seen the highest rate of contractual needs, we probably, I'm confident over time, could do that work cheaper. We're just struggling to get folks to do that.
Okay, what's the expected revenue with the increase in late fees?
I don't know if we can even take a guess at that right now. I appreciate you asking that question because I asked that same question too. I don't know what impact that's going to have on it from one year to the next. It's not real consistent on the revenue from late fees. I would hope, like I mentioned, that maybe with a higher late fee that it could be, we may see more people making their payments on time. That would be our hope. I could make a stab at a number and get back to you, but I don't have that with me.
I appreciate that. Yeah, I don't think it's going to have very much effect as to getting people to pay on time. I think if you're behind in paying your bills, it's, you know, there's a reason for that, and that is one of the main concerns I have with this. Now, do we have any financial hardship program for people to waive possible late fees?
Well, like I said, here's the best thing that people can do is not wait until after they've already got a late fee. With the payment, I think from the payment programs that we offer, the payment plans, the assistance programs, I can't tell you exactly, not knowing what people's bills are and what their situations are, how much they might get from that, but there are so many opportunities out there. Again, I know I mentioned the Center of Hope, where we provide a $100 annual, $50 annual towards their bill. They've got, I've heard that a lot of times they've got programs that they'll provide an additional $200 or $300. So there is assistance out there. I think our goal is making sure as much as we can that everybody knows what that is. Here's our challenge with late fees, not trying to be anything more than cover our cost, but hoping that everybody will do what they can to look ahead, talk to us before they get to that situation, because we've got 160,000 customers. If we're not careful in how we go about dealing with late fees, we're going to hear this from a lot of people about, I didn't pay my bill and here's why, and that becomes a real challenge for us to figure out who was truly impacted and who wasn't, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I understand, but I just also know that there's a number of families out there who come across unexpected costs and have to choose between paying their water bill and maybe medication or whatever the case may be. So I
Understood, and not to belabor it, and I'm sorry to butt in, our hope and our recommendation to everybody is to come to us before you get to that point. And let us find a way that they don't get to that point where they've missed paying a bill, and now we've got to talk about this whole late fee scenario. We'll do everything we can to work with them as long as they get with us ahead of time.
Yeah, I hear you. It's just also one of those, like we see with the number of people who fall behind in their rent. I mean, this is a minuscule amount compared to what they do, but sometimes it's just difficult to dig yourself out of the hole when you're already behind. And in regards to this slide right here, would it be more helpful for us in the future to maybe see the lower tier, since that's mostly where our customers are in relation to, because this is mid-tier, so what are most of our customers paying? What does that look like compared to the peer cities for most of the customers?
We can do that. I certainly do that. The last time we took a look at that, there was an even bigger disparity in a good way.
Right.
That we were even more affordable, if you will, but we can do that.
Okay. And do we have any breakdown of, as far as the late fees by tier? Is it, I would assume tier 1, is it comparable to how many residents are in there, or do we have late fees from the higher
The late fee is based off of the current bill that's due. It doesn't matter what tiers it was in.
Right, I'm just curious how many people
Oh, as far as
fall
the
behind.
statistics?
Yes.
I don't know if we have that, but I could look. I don't know that I certainly don't have that handy.
Okay. Now we talk in here about the suggestion to start paying for drive time. That was one of the suggestions that we include that in the water rates as well, is paying for drive time to come out and address any issues we have.
Right. So when we look at the breakdown of user fees, this is the same. I can remember when we looked at our right-of-way use permits and our inspectors, this would be similar to what MABCD housing inspectors do, but our inspectors in the city engineer's office that are out inspecting work that's going on the right-of-way. It's a necessary part of what we do. And many years ago, we had not considered that factor and the costs that are associated with that. So it's quite simply rolled into cost recovery of the time included for someone to go make those inspections and be able to come back to their office. I don't think it had a big impact, but on some was more so than others.
Okay, yeah, I was curious about what that added to as far as our rates went. I guess the last thing right now anyways is...
But let me be clear,
Yes.
Sorry.
Oh, you're good.
These user fees are separate from the rates.
Right.
This is just something we're doing at the same time, kind of all in. So thank you for making me think of that. What you see here for user fees, these are direct user fees for those specific services. This is not included in our rate structure. Our rates are not impacted by these user fees. They're direct fees for those specific services.
Okay, I appreciate you clarifying that. The last thing I have right now is And you refer to it, we're having people come in and take a look at the tiers. Why do we stop at 110% of average winter? Would that help if we bump that down to 100%? What impact would that have on lower level rate pay?
That'll be part of our consideration. When we did that real quick look previously, prior to entering stage 2 of the drought response plan, and we wondered how this might impact things, we looked at that. That will be part of our analysis with NewGen of whether those are in the right place. In theory, if you set that at 100%, if you water an hour, you're going to go into tier 2, most likely. Now, but not to confuse this, there's a reason why we'll look at this. Average winter consumption is set at a minimum of 6,000 gallons a month, regardless of what you use. There's a lot of people out there that don't even use that. So they actually have a little bit of built-in cushion here because their tier 2 starts at 6,600, if I got my math right. Yeah. They actually have some cushion before they get there. Those are the things we're looking at based on data from users. It's quite possible we may, at some point in time, make a recommendation to change that. They've looked at what other communities have done across the country. American Water Works Association really supports this as a method for conservation. These numbers are fairly consistent with what many other communities have done and seem to work pretty well.
Okay, yeah, I was going to ask, compared to our peer cities, is that 110% common?
Yeah, I think it is. Yes, I think it is. I think it makes sense. But we're gonna look at that even more with NewGen going forward.
All right, thank you. That's all I have for now.
Councilmember Glasscock.
Thank you, Mayor. I wrote tons of questions, so I'm going to try to go through the notes. Regarding, let's say, status quo, we don't increase rates. How much are we in a deficit?
Well, so that we don't impact our future bond rating, which will be the most detrimental to us, what we would do is look even further into our CIP. That's about the first place that we can go, and we'll just have to start moving projects out as a way to make sure that we don't end up where that green line is at, so that we can try to stay at that 120. Because again, long term, if our debt rating changes, this really starts to compound itself, and no matter what our rates are at that time, we've got a lot less buying power then. So I think the first thing we'd have to do is make some significant changes to the capital improvement program, which is, again, used a lot for maintenance of our system, and we've already done that, even at the recommended rate.
I just have some deep concerns. In 2023, our increase was 4.95%, 2024, 5%, and now we're going up to 6.14%. And so we're seeing the percentage increase every year. And so have we ever considered just an automatic increase so people can plan forward? Because at this point, we're increasing the percentage every single year subsequently.
I don't know that we've considered an automatic increase. I think we want to make sure that the council and the public were part of this discussion, our customers each year. Everything I talked about today is trying to catch up to those past years when our focus was really on rate stability, trying to stay right where we were at based on 2019 projections, and we just can't do it anymore. I hope, we don't know what's going to happen even in the next year, but our hope is the 6.14% gets us in a better place going forward, that next year's not another full percentage. That's not what we think is going to happen right now. This bump is necessary, I think, to get us over where that deficit was since 2019 and get us to a better place.
Have we considered or have a program for an automatic forgiveness of your first late fee? A lot of individuals, I know we have the aspiration that they're going to try to reach out to us prior to, that's not going to happen. Most people probably don't know any of the resources. If we have questions from the bench about the resources, I imagine the community has an automatic forgiveness of your first one to let them know, hey, here are the resources available.
We haven't. I don't mind looking at that. I might offer up a reminder. 2021 to 2023, annually, we averaged 10,000 payment plan arrangements. People know. We've offered this. They've asked. They know there's assistance there. That's not just offering a payment plan, that's also providing them those resources. 87% of those were broken, and I don't tell you that anything more than just the facts and the data. I think based on 10,000 a year, I think the word is getting out there. We will work with folks. Most of them have chosen not to move forward with that. So we're still willing to do anything we can. I don't mind taking a look at that. I'm kind of concerned about how folks might take advantage of a late fee waiver, but we're certainly willing to look at it.
I also probably echo Councilman Hoheisel's concerns about, I don't think the late fee incentivizes people to pay, so I don't know if there's an increase of, or a benefit to the community of going from 1.5 to 5%, especially if it's not cost recovery in itself already. So I might have a few comments later, but I think that might be all the questions I have right now.
Councilmember Tuttle.
Thank you. Gary, just because I'm old and slow and I couldn't get it fast enough, most of our users are low use. What was it was $3 and how much? Okay, $3.21.
$3.21. That's from
And this PowerPoint will go online right after this, right?
Yes.
So just in case, but I just wanted to make sure that I had it. And then on slide 94, please. Thank you. So this talks about mid-level residential users when we're comparing ourselves. I just want to be able, when I'm making, comments or people ask me questions in the community, most of our users are low level. If we looked at low level, would it still be the same where we would probably be at the bottom of our peer cities in the I-35 corridor?
I think what I remember, and we'll take a look at this, I think what I remembered, we're still at the bottom, and I think there might even be a bigger gap between us and most of the other communities based on that lower level user. So, and it's something that was mentioned that I think we'll look at in the future.
Okay. And then my other question regarding this slide, and just anecdotally, so we're talking about here mid-level residential users. The slide previously, we talked about not only residential but commercial and industrial. If we looked at our peer cities for commercial and industrial, do you think that we would fare pretty well with our peer cities along the I-35 corridor?
I think we probably would, just based on our history of where we've been at with, compared to a lot of them, it's fairly minimal rate increases. I would say that we would be. Things can start to vary, especially on the industrial side, when you see such large water users. Some communities do different things when you get to a certain volume, which can create other impacts. But I would guess with our history of rate increases and where they've been, I'm sure we'd still be there in that same spot.
Because I'm concerned, obviously, about anyone who calls themselves a Wichitan or any of our, water consumers, since we do supply 17% of the water to Kansans, but then, vulnerable populations, but also our business and industry, and want to make sure that, they're also in our minds when we're making this decision. Councilmember Glasscock kind of was along this line, but it sounds like to me, and from everything that I'm understanding, and I did serve on the 2022 Cost Services Analysis Committee, and I remember having robust discussions that when we first looked at this in 2019, the world was very different than it was in 2022. And that's why, inflation and all the things that you did such a good job of explaining, I really appreciate that, because, these conversations weren't easy then, and they're not easy now. But if we don't do this, what that means is that we're going to have to cut other things from our CIP that would be beneficial to the community. Is that correct?
That's correct. Mayor, if I could, Councilmember, Gary, can you go back to the pie chart that shows how the expenses?
Oh, wait, did I go the right way?
Yeah, thank you. We spent a lot of time talking about this, recognizing that we're making a recommendation to move off the 2019 rate plan. And so as we discuss this at the staff level, we were very mindful of the work that the council has done over the last several years to solidify our position with the water and sewer infrastructure. It's easy to forget because so much of it is underground. It's not like putting your tire in a pothole, right? But I think an unfortunate reminder of what happens if there's disinvestment in maintenance is what we had with the water boil order when we lost a significant main on the east side, a distribution main on the east side. And so Gary gave you a list of projects that are our highest priorities and some of projects that we believe we can defer, but we finally, I think, have gotten to a good place on maintaining the aging infrastructure that, if you remember, much of it is World War II vintage, and it is going to deteriorate. It's carrying liquids, it's carrying water and effluent or sewage, and there are elements that are in those materials or that will help deteriorate our pipes. And so we just have to be thoughtful about that. And if we don't put the right amount of money into our infrastructure, we will pay the price. And unfortunately, it's not just the increased cost, but it's failures, which have significant impacts on residents. And like I said, we took this very seriously and spent multiple months talking through options before we brought this forward for the workshop, as well as today.
Absolutely, and I 100% knew you had, and that's why I wanted to ask the question that, if we in some ways, and I'll have comments, after everybody else, and then we open it up to the public and we bring it back to the bench, but it seems to me like we have to do this. And I do appreciate that we're being, as considerate as we can with low-income residents, people who may be struggling, because they're also feeling the inflation that's happening in our community. I like the fact that, 10,000 of our 160,000 residents are in some sort of plan, and having the thoughtful discussion of the late fee and does it matter or not. But, there comes a time, especially with our most precious resource that we have, water in our community, that, we have to take steps to make sure that we protect and preserve it. And I see this as part of it, but I'll have more comments. Thank you.
Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. Just one more quick question, and then I'll have some thoughts and maybe a suggestion or whatnot during our discussion period. Are these late fees, do they also apply to, at the same level to Derby, to any of our other water customers?
All of our water customers. Well, we don't. So our wholesale customers are 8 cities and 3 rural water districts. As part of our agreement, that's separate. If they don't make payment to us, we've got late charges for that, but those aren't our customers. Wichita, Andover are our direct customers. Those are the ones that late fee. Our customers that we bill, those are the late fees where they apply.
Do you know what the late fee rates are for Derby or any of the other surrounding
I
communities?
don't. I could get that to you. I'd have to look and see what the wholesale water agreement says, but I think it's also probably a percentage of what they owe each year.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Glasscock.
Thank you. 2 quick questions. I noticed on page 97 on the PowerPoint, you don't have to go to it. You had listed community centers. Libraries weren't listed. I don't have a community center in my area, though I do have a library that people utilize as a community resource center sometimes. Have we also provided all of these resources equally at our library system as our community centers?
I can't tell you that, but I think it's a great idea, and I'll make sure to follow up and ensure that we do.
Okay, awesome. Thank you. And then that is all I have. Appreciate it.
Vice Mayor Ballard.
Thank you. Hold on, sorry. How much is billed or collected on late fees, and how impactful is it overall to the budget?
I apologize, I don't have that number. I can get that.
Do you think it's significant?
I don't think it's significant. Not when you look at what 1.5% is. And if our average bill again, and I'm not trying to diminish that number, but if you, right now, with this proposed rate increase, the majority of our users is $62.44 per month, somewhere around there. 1.5% of that is 67 cents. So even if you've got half of those people paying a late fee, I suppose, every month over the course of a year, it's not significant. It's from a revenue standpoint. And it's certainly not getting us close to anywhere near what we need to be for cost recovery for our resource and staff time to be able to process late payments and what happens then and the ones that go to collections.
Councilmember Glasscock.
To that question, this might be a question for legal, or this might be a question for you, Gary. Recommended actions that the city council approve the recommended rate and fee adjustments. Is there a way to sever both of those in two separate votes today?
Yes, Councilmember, there is.
Okay, thank you.
I just have one. It's really more a recommendation for staff to the city manager. Can you please ask communications to, can you stay on that slide regarding communications, Gary? That one. I know that there are multiple media outlets here, and that's another way to get this information out. As you have mentioned, not everyone gets their information via a website. Some get it through social media, as we saw this morning. Some get it from our media partners through TV, others through other publications. So, City Manager, can you please ask communications to see how they can work with Public Works and getting this information to the libraries that Councilmember Glasscock has mentioned, but also to some of our media partners. I know I've gotten some questions regarding senior citizens and how they might be affected by the late fee. So working with some of the, for instance, Active Age and other partners that help communicate, like senior services over across with the county. Can that be coordinated with communication, the City of Wichita's Communications Department and the assistance programs? Thank you. Thank you, Gary. We will now open it up for public comment.
Hello, Faith Martin, 608 South Drury. On slide 93, it talked about the rates for residential, commercial, and industrial. And I was just curious, and maybe this is me not understanding, we talked a lot about increases for residents and residential rates. I didn't see like the comparison of how commercial rates and industrial rates were going up or down. Matter of fact, it looked like if I fill up my pool, I'm paying the same rate as an industrial user has 10 million gallons they're using. So I'm just curious there. And then I kept hearing the word choose, and I don't think it's fair. No one's choosing not to pay their bill. They're forced to make some really hard budget decisions, and it seems like we keep hearing about how we have to spend more or we have to tighten our belts, and I think the city has been trying to tighten their belts as well. But not being able to hire staff, which looked like a big chunk of that, I don't think is a good reason to increase the late fees. I got a text message while this conversation was going on talking about senior citizens that their Social Security check comes in late. They may be assessed a late fee, and it is completely out of their control. And I don't know that even the senior citizen population signed up for the e-bill. I don't have those numbers in front of me, but if they aren't signed up for e-bill and they're not being communicated, and it's hard for them to let the city know, oh, my check came in late, I can still pay you, they're still assessed that fee. So I think it's really important to take those kind of things into consideration. And you guys may already do this, but when someone has a late payment, when they're communicated, you have a late payment, are all of the options for assistance in that late payment? Because I, at one time in my life, had to choose between prescriptions and paying a water bill. And I'll tell you what, water bill comes until you're like, oh, my water just got turned off. So if I would have known then how easy it was to get assistance, I probably wouldn't have got it shut off or wherever. I probably wouldn't have got it shut off because I would have done that ahead of time. But I don't think as many people know about it as you think they do. If 10,000 people took assistance, there's probably 25,000 people that needed it that didn't take advantage of it. So, and that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Gary, can you please address that?
So the one thing I want to make sure I address before I forget, unequivocally, without doubt, before anybody's water gets shut off, they are advised directly from staff of all the assistance programs that are available. So we work through that with them, give them the time that they need, offer to set up a payment plan while we're working through that before anybody's water shut off. So I'm confident we've got that part, whether anybody saw anything about it prior to then or not, that we work with them closely on the assistance programs. We focus on looking at the majority of our customers, when I talk about the residential rates and where most of the users are, 135,000 of our customers are residential customers. That's why we've kind of stayed there. Commercial industrial generally are the same increase, but they're at a different rate. And so, I mean, the comment about filling up a pool, comparatively, while that just looks at as tier 1, 2, and 3 rates, still at the residential rates. But if you exceed your average winter consumption, no matter what it is that you're doing, filling up a pool, watering grass, whatever it might be, it moves you into that rate structure. Commercial and industrial are on different rate structures, if you will. But for the purposes of what we're looking at today, the recommended increase overall impacts all the same, more or less.
Add one follow-up regarding the late fees. I know multiple questions were asked, so I'm sending you an email. Council wants to know the breakdown of the late fee payments by customers over the last couple of years by low, mid, and high-level users, and then break down the 10,000 payment arrangements over the last few years by low, medium, and high levels as well. Because I feel like there's going to be discussion regarding the late fee, and so if you can provide that prior to or after.
Okay, I will do everything we can. Trying to break down 30,000 payment arrangements over 3 years is probably going to be a challenge on where those, but we'll see what we can do.
Mayor, if I can, Councilmember Glasscock, I think, kind of alluded to this in his comments. You could defer action if you wanted to on late fees, and we can bring more data back to you, and that will not impact the rest of the action.
Thank you. We will continue with public comment.
Good morning. I live in District 1 Polo Club. My name is Twyla Purity. I just have different comments. One of them is an overall kind of frustration I've had when I've heard presentations on water, and it's a tone that feels, that to me sounds like the burden should be more on citizen customers and residential customers versus commercial customers. And I don't necessarily agree with that tone, and then I think even this lack of transparency on commercial rates and industrial rates and exactly how they compare. I think if we could see that transparency, maybe I would be comforted feeling like, yes, the commercial and industrial are taking their share and it's not put on the residents, but I'm not seeing that, and I'm hearing something different in the tone in a lot of these presentations. It just seems very commercial friendly. With commercial users, you know, how many of those are delinquent? How many of those perhaps are threatened with being having their water shut off? Do they have different terms with payment plans and so forth? A question, I don't understand why the rate relief shows up mostly in the last quarter. It doesn't really make much sense to me. And when you have 10,000 people on payment plans and a very small percentage of them just follow through on the plans, does that mean that a large percentage have their water turned off, or are they paying off the plans early? I would think if you had 10,000 folks with no water, there would be more of an outcry about that. The cost recovery for late fees, well, I'm not really going to address that, but let's talk about the assistance programs. It bothers me that they're not codified. So when you say, you know, the staff has a great feel, yikes. Does that mean that if somebody I care about, you know, it's the luck of the draw when they call in? You know, well, they'll get somebody who is going to be compassionate or helpful, or somebody who's had a really crappy day. And then maybe, because if it's not codified, that's just very concerning. And I would hope that you would be concerned about that. The fees, the $35 fee for a return check. First of all, banks are charging exorbitant fees for that too. So by the time you have the bank fee and then what the city charges, it's probably more than somebody's water bill. $35 if the payment is rejected. Oh gosh, there's not a timer. Oh, hold on, here we go. No. If the electronic payment is rejected, that goes right to what Faith was saying before. A senior citizen and their Medicare or their Social Security check doesn't come in, but they've set up for automatic payments, and then there they are. They're stuck with a pretty significant fee. So I have concerns about that. But I would just encourage you to really ask for data across the board, residential, commercial, industrial, see the whole package, and just make sure that the residents aren't carrying an unnecessary burden of all of this. Thanks for your time.
Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. What is the current charge that we have for rejection of payment?
Sorry, ask that question again.
Sorry, Gary. What's the current charge for rejection of payment?
$35.
So that's what we currently have is $35?
Yes.
City Manager Layton.
Thank you, Mayor. There were two items that came up in the last comment that I wanted to address. First of all, the issue of residential versus commercial and industrial. Councilmember Tuttle talked about cost of service analysis that we perform. Actually, we bring in a consultant to help us review the classes and what they're paying. And we have, the council in the past, on at least two occasions, has adjusted rates where they felt that a class was overpaying in comparison to the others. So we try to make sure that the burden is reflective, is equitable across all of our customers. So it's not, we don't necessarily, in fact, I think in the past we have given rate relief to residential because we felt that they were being overcharged in relation to commercial and industrial. I think that was the result possibly of the 22 study that we did. The other thing is regarding payment plans, we do have guidelines for payment plans, but we provide discretion for our callers in the call center, or our call takers in the call center to be able to work within those guidelines and give them a little bit of freedom to try to recognize unique circumstances of each customer that's calling in.
We'll continue with public comment. I seen, oh.
Good morning, Celeste Reset. So one thing I want to start with, I want to separate into two parts. And the first part is the background of where we're at now. So it's really frustrating to hear we're facing a debt crisis. Because when I've spoken up here in the past 5 years, I have repeatedly told you we're facing a debt crisis. And now that's the excuse I'm hearing today for why we must do this rate increase with late fees and additional charges on the users of our water. And I think that's frustrating to me because as an accountant, I've warned you all that we were hitting our debt ceilings. And our credit rating has already dropped once, which means higher interest payments on the debt. And so here we are backing ourselves into a corner, and I heard it right from staff, we could face another drop in our credit rating. So after 5 years of trying to speak before you, and some of you are new, but some of you have been here and you're terming out, it's frustrating that I try to bring you solid advice as an accountant and a fraud investigator and give you the facts. So here we are in a debt crisis. The contract also with the water plant was mishandled, so that's frustrating too. It involved a former mayor. We won't go there, but a golfing trip led to the awarding of the contract. So here's a direct impact of cronyism. The other thing I want to say is I want to focus on late fees because I appreciate the comments that came from some of you regarding late fees. As an accountant, there's no reason on earth why a staff member can't give you statistics on who is typically late, how much that usually runs, that they're past due. You can do Excel worksheets on huge amounts of numbers and sort to find that information. You need data when you make these decisions, and it alarms me when staff says, I don't know, or I guess. You should get facts from your staff before you make these decisions, and that alarms me too, because again, I've been asking for this for 5 years. But anyway, to late fees. What the situation with late fees is alarming is that it's a 300% increase on people who this is going to impact the most. And what it reminds me of is when I was a payday lender, fraud investigator for the FDIC. And people who are low income, hardworking, blue collar families, when they have late fees, and then they have return check fees, and then they have the fee that you're charging them for a bounced payment, this racks up really fast. And it reminds me of payday loans, which I used to bring down when I was a fraud investigator. I think what you should do, separate this from the discussion, get statistics from staff because that's what they're paid for. And then I would also offer a carrot with a stick with whatever late fee you come up with. Why don't you send a notice with that first late fee and offer to waive it if they come into the office and set up a payment plan and sign off on it, waive that fee. Because that's a carrot that's saying if you come in to get help because you're in a desperate situation, we'll work with you, and to show good faith, we'll actually waive the fee. So that's my suggestion. Anyway, I would get more answers from staff, and I appreciate the thoughtful questions that were coming from several of you from the bench. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Ballard.
Thank you, Mayor. Celeste, I like your idea about waiving the fee, but we also know that transportation is a huge barrier too. So I don't know if I'd be happy to brainstorm some more ideas. I really do like the idea of trying to find a way to help mitigate the fee, but I do know that transportation is just another barrier to kind of put in the way. So appreciate your comments.
We'll continue with public comment. I see none. I'll bring it back to the bench. Councilmember Glasscock.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a few comments. I'm looking forward to seeing how we can have the conservation approach moving forward with water rates. I think that's needed to make sure we're being good stewards of the environment and good stewards of our resources as well. I know that'll present probably additional financial challenges if people are taking advantage of conservation. That could present more challenges, but I think conservation has to be a priority. We think people know what happens at this bench, but they often don't. And I've been here 11 months now, and every day I find out about a new program the city offers or a new resource that we offer. And if I don't know about it, I can guarantee you that 99% of my constituents also don't know about it as well. And so I am supportive and mentioned in my comments about a forgiveness approach towards the first late payment. Did some quick math, so let's say, and correct me if I'm wrong, anyone as well. So let's say the senior doesn't set up automatic payment. They have a rejection notice because they withdrawn, that's $35, and then $42 to be able to shut off for a non-payment. That doesn't include turning it back on as well. So we're looking at $117 before they turn back on, and that is significant for someone. And that's the $77 plus the $40 of what a 6.14% increase comes out to $117. That doesn't include turning it back on. And then it creates a cycle. And then if somebody can't pay because they have a late payment of $117, then it creates this system. And so I think we do have to address that. And I will be making a motion at some point, unless someone else does prior, to sever the rate adjustment as well with the late fees, because that is significant for people. I've seen people that have margins where they are counting their budget by the cents, and you're adding $117. That could put people in a cycle. Then they're choosing, again, between medication or food. And so I'm very interested in waiving a fee for the first time, making sure that people know about our resources, because that gives us an ability directly to them. Hey, here are the resources we offer, and especially with more than $200,000 in our account to be able to help people with payment. And we only use 66,000 of it this year so far. We have significant more ability to be able to help payment as well. I think those are a majority of my comments, but I'm looking forward to hearing discussion from my colleagues as well.
Vice Mayor Ballard.
Thank you, Mayor. I was just going to ask legal what that would look like, because I agree with Councilmember Glasscock. I'd like to separate the two until we can get more data on the late fees.
Vice Mayor, one option is to just request that before second reading, we delete the portion, which is Roman numeral 4, on late charges until further notice, or there's maybe another way to do it, or we could just leave it as is. I'll defer to Gary. It can be done by second reading because this is an ordinance and it will only be on first reading today.
Yeah, and I think that's fine by us.
Okay, I'd be happy to entertain that after comments.
Councilmember Tuttle.
Thank you very much. Gary, I just wanted to thank you and your team for your exceptional work on this. I know it's unfortunate that rates are increasing. No one likes that. I'm glad that this bench is being cognizant of the most vulnerable in our community, and it sounds like maybe there'll be an option for something we can do. But I just want to highlight a couple things that I think are good, that deserve to be given accolades. On slide 83, you talked about, part of the reason for the increases is because chemicals have cost more, operating management costs more. The one thing too that we've dealt with is staffing. And I know that Laura Quick and others on your team have just done an exceptional job trying to make sure that we're able to staff our brand new water treatment plant and keep functioning what we have, and then think about what we'll do with the plant in the future for redundancy. So, like I mentioned, the world has changed significantly since we went into this in 2019, since we did the cost of services analysis in 2022, and now here we are in 2024 with record-breaking inflation and things that are out of our control, but we have to still deal with. The other accolade that I do want to give is that when you look at our peer cities on the I-35 corridor, there's 6 cities that we often compare ourselves to: Kansas City, Omaha, Des Moines, Tulsa, Oklahoma City, and Fort Worth. We're lower than all of them. And we have a brand new state-of-the-art water treatment plant that's getting ready to go online next year. So I would think that the other communities, our peer communities along this corridor, would be envy of us to not only have the infrastructure that we have, but also the low rates that we're continuing to maintain for our residents, for industry, and for commercial use. So that is not lost on me. I will look forward to the discussion of the late fees, and for folks or industry or commercial who are late or aren't able to pay. We've heard about examples in the news where it's not just residential that don't pay and we have to shut off water supplies. So, but I just want to say thank you to you and your Public Works team for all your exceptional work on this.
Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. Another quick question. This $35 insufficient fund fee, is that something that we are charged from the bank as well for, or so that's just passing that cost on?
Yes, correct.
And that's $35. Okay, I don't know if there's will from the bench to put that on hold as well, or take a look at that. I mean, it's
I
just.
think what I would recommend, if you don't mind me jumping in, is just from everything I've heard, I think it makes sense to put the late fees off from there. And I think we can rope in that same part of it, everything that goes into. I think Councilmember Glasscock did a good job of breaking down of what could happen here potentially. And so I think we could come back at a later time and talk about the process, what leads to a fee for non-payment, shut off, all those things, how this timing works, and we could include bank fees, whatever it might be, with all of that together. And I think we could have a better discussion laying all this out together by itself.
Okay, I know it costs the city, but if we're really looking at trying to make some change for people who are struggling to pay their bills, I think that's something we need to look at as well. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Ballard.
Thank you, Mayor. I was just going to make a motion unless Dalton still has comments. Okay, so help me, please. Or Bob.
Mayor, Council or Vice Mayor, I believe if you make a motion for the ordinance with the deletion of Section 4, late charges, that will get you where you want to go, and then we'll bring back data for you at some point in the future on the late charges.
So just read the motion with the exception of Section 4?
Deleting Section 4.
Okay, so
Just to be clear, there's numerals and there's Roman numerals in this. So it's under Section 2, Roman numeral 4 in the water ordinance.
Thank you.
It's just the late charges section that I think you're wanting to delete.
So I'd like to take the recommended action, approve the recommended rate and fee adjustment, place the ordinance on first reading, and authorizing necessary signatures, with the exception of Section 2, Roman numeral 4, that eliminates the late charges section.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? I will just add a couple of comments really quickly. I think number one, we need to focus on education. So I really, again, will encourage the city manager to work with the communications department to help educate our community about the programs that are available. Number two, this is about cost recovery, making sure that we are making intentional investments. And I think Gary mentioned, quote, we will pay the price, such as failures like the water boil advisory, if we don't continue making investments like this. And so with that, I will be voting in the affirmative because we have a plan towards education, cost recovery, and investments. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Motion passes 7-0. We will take a short break of 15 minutes. We will return at 1:15, and we will continue the council meeting.
Parkway park designation and naming.
Would you like for me to go? All right. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I'm before you today to talk about the Chisholm Trail Parkway designation and naming. So a little background on this. On August the 20th of 2019, the City Council adopted the Delano Neighborhood Plan as an amendment to the Community Investment Plan. This included a recommendation to redevelop the former Missouri Pacific Railway corridor north of Douglas between Martison and Sycamore as a multi-use path. Prior to the railway, the land was platted as Pearl Street. Beginning April 2024, construction has been underway to develop the stretch from west of Exposition Street to east Osage, and improvements expected to be completed this month. In addition to the 10-foot bicycle pedestrian path, additional pedestrian sidewalks, landscape parking, and a dog parking included in these improvements. Designs have been prepared to add an inclusive playground to the west end of the space as a future improvement. So analysis of this, the benefits for the city and the Department of Parks and Rec is designating this park space. Parks and Rec can more efficiently allocate resources when planning and annual maintenance and budgets and identifies capital improvements needs. Also, maintaining the property in parks portfolio help prioritize funding and staffing, ensuring that the public amenities are kept in optimal condition aligned with community needs and use patterns. By city ordinance, Parks and Rec authorized to prohibit encampments and designated park spaces, but not other public spaces. Park and Rec can work in coordination with the homeless outreach team and relocate any individuals that have encampments, therefore to address any public safety and health concerns for that utilize city amenity. So continuing analysis of this, in June 2010, the Board of Park Commissioners unanimously voted to recommend that the City Council designate the property as a park and name it the Chisholm Trail Parkway. A representative from the Delano Neighborhood Association enthusiastically supported the name in compliance with the city policy number 13, naming in public facilities of land. The Board of Park Commissioners is acting as a naming committee under the policy and considering a proposal to name the park. The name is a recommendation, identifies the location as a park by historical and geographical landmarks. So financial and legal considerations, the financial impact would be limited to the continued maintenance of the land and cost to install signage to designate the area as a park. Any cost would be minimal and be funded within the 2025 adopted budget for park maintenance. The law has reviewed and approved the resolution to form. And the recommended action is that we recommend the City Council designate for use as a park any real property owned under the control of the city along Pearl Street from Martison to Sycamore Street, approve the naming of the park as Chisholm Trail Parkway, adopt a resolution, and authorize the necessary signatures. And I'll stand for any questions.
Thank you, Reggie. We'll begin with Councilmember Glasscock.
Thank you, Reggie. Thank you, Mayor. This is kind of a question suggestion as well. Under the financial considerations, I know it says that it would be limited. A hard number might be helpful for the future as well, because I know there's one line on here, install signage to designate the area as a park. And I remember a vote that we had taken, one of our first votes of the council was about signage at some of our parks, and the signage was pretty significant as well. And so if in the future we could have maybe a quantifiable number of what the signage could cost. Do you have an estimate of that right now?
I can actually gather that cost, and I know we produce the signage internally through our Parks Department, so it would include just the ordinance that's there, along with the park operation hours and then the operating hours. So I don't know if Gary, who's here, has an estimate of what that cost is when we produce those signs.
So it may not be the same signs that we purchased earlier this year, a couple of park designations, because those were, I think, multiple thousands of dollars.
I think we need some time to talk about that because we were trying to standardize the new signage.
Okay.
So what we'll get something back.
Okay,
out.
sounds good. Thank you. I appreciate this.
Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a quick question. Was there no, support for, Poetry Parkway instead of? No? Okay, I guess not. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Reggie, I actually have questions specific to this. Initially, I had 137 parks, then 144 parks, and then another number was 146 parks. But when I asked this question, the answer was a different number, and so I'm really wanting the community to have the actual number of parks. So my question is, what number will this be in terms of number of parks, and how many parks do we actually have?
Sure. So we actually have 120 which are designated as development, as actual park. This would be the number 121. And there are other spaces that are identified that are there that may be, that are non-parks, which may consist of like the Auburn Hills Golf Course and other spaces that we have that may be in the number that you may have been referencing earlier.
It was actually not my reference. It was the previous director of parks who gave that number. So I just want the community to know the number that has been shown in multiple locations, including Visit Wichita, of 144 parks is inaccurate. So really, this will be park number 121, and then there are 8 non-named parks. Is that correct?
That is correct. We actually have 8 parks that are designated as not actual parkland that could potentially be used as land in the future. And then we have additional parks that are non-parks that are the golf courses and other spaces that may be referenced, and there's 18 of those.
I know that we're still going to have a comprehensive study regarding the park system. Can the city manager give us an update?
Yes, Mayor, thank you. There were about 10 projects that we're working on to complete by the end of the year as in preparation for the budget. The preparation of an RFP for the comprehensive, or for the park plan update is included in that. There's a draft right now that's in, I think it's final phase, and we'll be sharing that with the council before we go out. So make sure that we're all on the same page, both the park board and the council, before we solicit proposals.
And do we know the ongoing costs to maintain this new park? What will that be?
I don't know the exact amount, but it's something that we're currently maintaining now. So it wouldn't be an additional cost for it. We would just be continuing as park uses now and have some other designations with being able to allocate resources in the future if we need to for future improvements.
I see no further questions for staff. We will open it up for public comment. Any individuals who would like to speak? I see none. We'll bring it back to the bench. This resides in Vice Mayor Ballard's district.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to take the recommended action, designate for use as a park any real property owned and under the control of the city along Pearl Street from Martinson to Sycamore Street. Approve the naming of the park as Chisholm Trail Parkway, adopt the resolution, and authorize the necessary signatures.
I will second that. Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Before that, though, can we please update the website to reflect all this new information regarding the parks?
Yes, we'll make sure we designate it by those numbers and show which ones are not actual parks right now.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Motion passes 7-0. Madam Clerk, please call the next item.
Use agreement for Nafsker Park patio.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. Reggie Davidson again, used the user agreement for the Nafsker Park patio space. So on October 1st of 2019, Council approved the use of agreement between the City of Wichita and the Douglas Development LLC for a portion of Nafsker Park. Provides a space for the strip land running parallel to the development adjacent to Nafsker Park, approximately 765 square feet. The initial term for the rent was for $2,000 for a 2.5% increase over each year with options. Since we've prepared a renewed agreement with both the initial term and the option terms have been exhausted. So the contractor has agreed to increase rental rates for their renewal. The initial term expiring on December the 31st of 2029. It coincides with the lease between the Douglas Development LLC and the tenant Homegrown. The designated area will be used solely for outdoor dining, including the service of food and alcohol and non-alcoholic beverages. Any serving of alcohol require the proper permitting and follow the all state laws. And the developer will have planters that are in that area that are aesthetically pleasing, that identifies that area where they're actually serving the alcohol and in compliance with the Kansas Alcohol and Beverage Commission regulations for being able to offer those services. The Board of Park Commissioners own the property designated by the use agreement. Board has entered into agreement assignments with a number of entities for the use of park properties and facilities. Due to the unique nature of authorizing the use of the property for a for-profit corporation, as well as consumption of alcohol beverages on the premises, staff is recommending City Council ratification for proposed agreement.
Any questions for staff? I see none. Thank you,
Still have some
Reggie.
more portion here, I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry.
So the enter use fee is $3,000 for the first year of the agreement, and the fee will increase by 3% for each succeeding year of the initial term. And it will be extended for two one-year options, with the user fee will be negotiated. Annual revenue from the agreement will be directed back to the Park and Recreation operating budget. And the law department has reviewed and approved the use agreement as to form, and is recommended the City Council ratify the use agreement and authorize the necessary signatures.
Councilmember Glasscock.
Thank you, Mayor. This question be for Bob. I think can we go to slide 117? It's just one back. The fee shall be increased by 3% for each succeeding year of the initial term. I know the council has previously, or a budget allocation in August helps maybe the enforcement of contracts and the automatic renewals. Do we have a systematic, do we have something in place now that will see the 3% each year? I know that's been a challenge in some contracts previously.
The direction that I believe we received from the council is to be mindful of ongoing increases in our lease agreements. I think they're going to come back to you in different forms. Some will be similar to this, 3% to reflect our estimated cost of living. We do have some contracts that are coming to you in the near future where we're trying to play catch up. So we're actually going to have a larger increase because we believe that they were below market to begin with. And then we have some that are going to be stair-stepped. And so we may bring something with a recommendation for, say, 3 to 5 years at a certain rate, and then a significant increase after that. But we're mindful of the fact that the council wants to make sure that we're escalating with market, so to speak.
So the escalation with market, but is it going to be each department is handled with that escalation themselves, or will that be in-house in finance to make sure that we're enforcing the escalation?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. Yes, we've put into place, our internal auditor is helping with a review of those, and has also come up with procedures to provide guidance to all the departments on monitoring contract performance.
Great, thank you.
Yep.
Any further questions for staff? I see none. Thank you, Reggie. We'll open it up for public comment. I see none. We'll bring it back to the bench. This resides in Councilmember Johnson's district.
Thank you, Mayor. I would move that the City Council ratify the use agreement and authorize the necessary signatures.
Second. Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Motion passes 7-0. Madam Clerk, please call the next item.
Golf course pro shop services contracts.
All right, hello again. Jesse Kaufman, manager of the golf division. This is in regards to the golf course, the golf pro services contracts. Some background on this topic. We have 4 municipal golf courses that are all operated under the golf division that are under the umbrella of the Department of Park and Recreation. Those are Arthur B. Sim, Auburn Hills, McDonald, and Tex Consolver. Park and Rec manages clubhouse activities and retains city-employed golf professionals at the courses. And since 2001, agreements have been into effect between the city and the golf professionals to provide pro shop sales and services as lessees separate from their city employment. The analysis of this topic, the intent of the agreements is to assign responsibility to the lessees for stocking all golf-related retail items at the facilities. It removes city liability for golf apparel and equipment and eliminates the need for city-owned inventory. Leasees will provide a minimum of 40 hours of private golf lessons annually at a rate approved by the city. The floor space at the clubhouses and the pro shops will be leased to the golf professionals for 5% of the gross sales, including golf lessons to be remitted to the city monthly. Proposed agreements will be effective through December 31st of 2025 with the option to renew for additional one-year terms. The prior existing agreements will be terminated upon execution of the proposed new agreements. To further reduce city liability and increase transparency between city and leasee, the proposed agreements have been amended with the following changes. The leasee will agree to complete a quarterly inventory of merchandise for review by the city. The leasee will close accounts with merchandise vendors within 30 days of contract termination, and any merchandise received after that point is the leasee's responsibility. And the city merchandise buyout, in case of termination, is limited to $50,000. The Board of Governors reviewed, the Golf Board of Governors reviewed and unanimously approved the agreements at a special meeting on November 26th of 2024. Financial and legal considerations based on past performance, these agreements will provide estimated revenue of around $20,000 annually to the golf fund, and the law department has reviewed and approved the contracts as to form. And a recommended action by staff is it is recommended that the city council approve the contracts for golf course pro shop services and authorize the necessary signatures. And I'll stand for any questions.
Thanks, Jesse. Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. You talked about it that the golf board okayed the vendors to go in, essentially.
Yes.
What was the application process like? Is it just open application and everybody bids on it, like it's just open and then you just pick the top 4?
No, so the golf pro, this is the leasee would be the golf pro, obviously, and they determine what product they carry. It's their money on the line. They have an LLC. It's their product. The golf board they reviewed these contracts between the city and the golf pro.
Yeah, I'm sorry if I'm not clear.
Sorry.
The golf pros going in. Who approves the golf pros going in? Is that something that the golf board approves?
Yeah, I mean, it would be the golf pros that are employed by the city. So it would be just like, so that we would go through the hiring process. We hire the golf pro, and then they would have the responsibility
Jesse
of
hires
supplying.
the golf pros.
Okay, yeah, okay, I appreciate
Sorry.
that.
Okay, sorry, I wasn't sure where you
No,
were going
thank
with
you,
that.
I appreciate that. The only other question is, it talks about a reasonable rate for golf lessons for the 40 hours a year. Do they usually go more than 40 hours?
It's been very difficult the last few years because we've been short-staffed and we've been so busy that it's hard for them to take time away from the shop. So they're doing it a lot of outside of their normal hours. But yeah, they definitely, we have so many group lessons and junior lessons that aren't part of that also. So they're spread pretty thin, but they do try to do as many as possible. We want to make that option available to as many citizens that want those private lessons as possible.
Okay, and then we just take like an average of golf lessons, and that's the reasonable rate that they
Right, and there's a little bit of, so when a golf pro is given lessons, they have their own kind of theory and their methods and how they do it. So some golf pros would want to do it 45 minutes, some would rather do it an hour and 15. It all depends on their teaching method and how they do that. So the rates are individual by the golf pro, and then the golf board approves the rates that they submit.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Johnston.
Thank you, Mayor. Jesse, if we back into a number of how much merchandise and golf lessons are given, if you take 5%, 400,000, anyway, you come up to $400,000. That seems kind of low. Do you think that number can be increased for all the golf courses, sales at all the golf courses, plus golf lessons?
It could be, and it's slowly been increasing over the last 3 years, and I expect that to continue. I mean, the other thing, the prices of merchandise are going up with everything else, so that'll bring in more. Yeah, I definitely think there's opportunity. Again, the merchandise side, there's opportunity. From the lesson side, it's having staff where they can do more of these lessons and get out of the clubhouse and have the ability to leave the clubhouse to do the lessons to increase that revenue.
I know Auburn Hills does a lot in merchandise.
Right.
The other courses maybe not as much, so.
Auburn Hills and Tex are the top two. They have the volume there at Tex is crazy, and then the clientele at Auburn they've always had a very well-stocked pro shop, and working on that at the other two as well with the clubhouse renovation. So I think that'll slowly increase year over year.
Okay, thank
I see no further questions for staff. We'll open it up for public comment.
Twyla Purity. Oh, I have a timer now. Thank you. District 1, I live in Polo Club. Number one disclaimer, I'm not a golfer. I'm a businesswoman, right? So some of this stuff, I'm just looking for clarification. This 5%, is that typical in other communities for pros? So they're already, I understand, they're already paid by the city, and then they have an incentive, I guess, to stay in and sell stuff, but they're only gonna force to do 40 hours of lessons in a year. Seems kind of like a sweet deal, but I'm not a golf pro, so I don't know that much about it. $20,000 approximate. I guess that's all for golf courses. It seems like really low. So I guess maybe I'm a little disappointed that you guys don't have a lot of data, you know, by golf course. How many hours of lessons? I mean, is that quantified? Are they holding true to the contract that they're doing the minimum of 40 hours? 5%, what exactly, if it's approximately 20,000, maybe you should see exactly which golf courses are bringing it in. It's just, I don't know, you're asked to make a decision and you're asked to approve a contract that's gonna go on for a year, and how long has this 5% been in place? Just lots of questions, and I don't know anything about golf, but from a business standpoint, it seems a little murky.
Vice Mayor Ballard.
Thank you, Mayor. Jesse, do you have any answers to any of her questions/concerns?
Yeah, so I mean, to address is this standard, there are multiple ways to set up this situation. So you can have typically if the city owns the pro shop, the salaries are going to be a little bit higher because this supplements their salary. So it allows us to bring them in at a little bit lower cost, and the liability, we don't have the liability if there's theft of the merchandise. It's their merchandise, they insure it, it's on them. So it takes that liability away. As far as the 40 hours of lessons, that's a minimum, and we can track that. We can look and see exactly how many lessons have been done, and they do considerably more. That is just set in the contract as a minimum requirement. They do more than that. There's a few different ways you could do it. The setup that we have here, there are other, I worked for a municipality that we own the pro shop, and the pros made a lot more in salary. The problem with that was the liability. When something happened, there had to be some kind of disciplinary measures in place over who was responsible for stolen merchandise, things like that. The other way is we own the merchandise and we pay a commission on sales. Again, that puts the liability of theft in our hands. So there's different ways to set up this situation. The 5%, I believe that has been the same number that's been in place since the beginning of the contracts in 2001. Yeah, I'm trying to think of everything she brought up. Anything else I can touch on?
Just maybe that, I think maybe she alluded that we're like data poor in some of these areas, but you do track all of these things, you just don't have it.
I can get you
part of that. Okay.
Right, I can look up all
But you
total
are
merchandise
tracking
sales,
all of
lesson
it.
sales. Yes, I could do it course by course.
Okay.
Yeah, I can get you anything you need.
Thank you.
Councilmember Johnston.
Thank you, Mayor. One thing I do know is retail. Spent 36 years in it. So, I mean, typical retail, your rent is 5 to 8%. Utilities are 1 to 2%. Your insurance is 1 to 2%. I mean, it all comes up to about 19% of your cost. Anyway, it maybe is a little bit of a sweetheart deal, but I will tell you that these pros are not paid market rate versus other golf courses that they're competing against. So it does supplement their income. And it's really, everybody thinks it's real glamorous to be a golf pro. And I play with a former golf pro in the city courses. His joke is he was a golf pro for years, and he got promoted to be a truck driver. So he drives from here to St. Louis and back every day as a team. But anyway, it's a really hard job. It's long hours. It's very demanding. It's not the glamorous what you think it is. And it is hard to get away to give lessons, but it is important to give lessons. The other thing I'd say is the golf pros have been very proactive about, and Jesse has been, about programs for women, getting ladies into golfing, getting juniors into golfing, first tee at McDonald, also junior programs. I've seen them at Tex and at Auburn, both, so getting more people into the game. So there's a lot more that goes into it than just what you think it does. So I don't have a problem with it at all. So if anyone knows my numbers about retail, just tell me. I'll tell you what they are.
Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. Sorry, Jesse, this one just popped up in mine. Could you talk about some of the oversight mechanisms we've put in place to just ensure that there's no abuse going on with any of the golf pros inside the golf courses?
Sure, yeah. So the way everything goes through our system. Every lesson, every merchandise sale goes through our system. We collect that money and then we pay them the 95% off of that. So we can track all sales now. The one thing, if they step outside and sell something out of cash, we can't track that. I don't know how you really do that, even if we own the merchandise. But we do track all of the sales. We track all of the lessons. We track all of the programming that you were talking about. So we can keep up on what's going on. We can compare course by course, and we do. And I've got some kind of developmental plans with some of each pro kind of has their strengths and weaknesses, and each course is a completely different setup. It's a different layout, different operation. So trying to maximize those things, using that data to figure out what are your strengths, what are your weaknesses, and how do we improve.
Any further public comment? I see none. We'll bring it back to the bench. This is in councils 1, 6, and
4. Mayor, with a motion, I move that the city council approve the contracts for the golf course pro shop services and authorize the necessary signatures.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Motion passes 7-0. Madam Clerk, please call the next item.
Wichita Intervention Program Guard Services.
Mayor, members of the council, Nathan Emery, Court Administrator, Wichita Municipal Court. The background, the city of Wichita requires defendants convicted of a first-time DUI to spend 48 hours in custody. Most of those offenders utilize our Wichita Intervention Program. That was started in 1984, and it is a intervention/education program that occurs in a non-jail setting. This contract is for one aspect of that. That's the security piece. We also have a housing piece, an educational piece. And so those pieces all fit together to create a program that allows people to receive very intense education in a custodial environment that's not jail. We also provide this service to courts that are outside the city of Wichita, like the 18th Judicial Circuit and other municipalities. We requested proposals to provide this security arrangement. Only received one. It's our current vendor, and those are the hourly rates for the guards, and it is currently within the constraints of our adopted budget for the program. What I will say is from a monetary aspect, the court has tried to keep this program very accessible to people. So from 2005 to this year, we kept the program at the same rate, $250. This year, we raised it to $300. During that time, it has either been revenue neutral or its collections have exceeded what the program was projected to, or what the collections exceeded the cost of the program. In 2019, it averaged about $201 a person. The program for 40 people averages $277 right now, so we're collecting about 8% over costs. This contract will make it about $310 in cost per person, and right now we charge $300. So we're at our current rate, we would be recouping 96.5% of costs. So because we've always sought to be revenue neutral, we'll end up having discussions with our judges and figuring out what structures we're going to need to remain revenue neutral at least. But at current rate and with this contract, we would already be recouping 96.5% of costs. It's been reviewed by city law, and the recommended action is that the city council approve the contract with Ventech Enterprises and authorize the necessary signatures, and I'll stand for any questions.
Thank you, Nathan. Questions for staff, beginning with Councilmember Glasscock.
Thank you, Mayor. How many weekends a year do we do this?
It varies on volume, so we try to make sure that we get 40 people. The volume utilization has gone down a bit over time. We don't know if that is going to be a trend that continues. We saw referred from our court just over about close to 450 individuals last year, with just over 300 individuals referred from outside agencies. And so just as we work really hard with our partners to make sure we're scheduling and not taking slots that they can use for other enterprises. So we've reduced some of our volume, but it really just depends on, we do the number of classes that the volume requires.
Does this occur immediately following their arrest, or could this be 9 months later?
Yeah, so the judges typically give them a period of time to schedule it. It has to occur typically within their probation period. And so all of that is monitored by a probation officer, because this would be a person who's been convicted of DUI, and this would be a component of their probation. The other folks might, this could be a component of their diversion program. So that would also be a requirement within a time frame, and if they don't do it within the time frame, they would fail their diversion.
And they can choose this over jail?
Correct.
And then it's full user fees associated with this. So
as I was saying before, it has been, and is right now. This change is going to it will force us to discuss how we remain revenue neutral and what structures we want to adopt to continue that, because we're going to be about $11 more expenses than revenue.
11.
So it's very close.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Nate. I think I ask this every time this comes up. What's the recidivism rate for this program?
So typically it's very, very low. We saw an uptick that we're still trying to understand to about 6% in 2022, but in 2021 it was 1.32%. In 2020 it was 1.35%. And so those are very traditional recidivism rates. So this is a very, very successful program over time. We see very low recidivism rates coming out of this program.
And it was just a weird uptick last year?
Yeah, we had, a higher number, and it was surprising to us, and we're still looking at what those causes might be.
Okay, I appreciate that. Having the 5 guards there, and then I believe 2 guards are always there. Is that our own requirements? Is that kind of our own standards?
It is. So it's both to maintain, kind of control over folks in a custodial environment, also to keep them safe in the environment and ensure that, people aren't drinking, aren't doing negative behaviors in this hotel under our program. So without them, it wouldn't be a custodial environment. It would just be a hotel stay. So they are really a critical component of this program.
Okay, are there regular incidents that happen at these
Not
programs?
very often. I can't remember the last time I got a call where I needed to handle something there. So it's a pretty well-maintained, pretty good running program. And the instructor also works really hard with the security to make sure that folks are complying, are safe, and are getting really good instruction over the course of that weekend.
Okay, it says here that they are unarmed guards, so.
Correct.
Does that include mace or tasers or anything like that, or are we?
No, if they had a situation, they would call the police. They are trained security, but we didn't want them to have those type of apparatuses in that environment. It is supposed to be an instructional and educational environment, and the more you introduce those types of implements, the less it is that.
Okay, I appreciate the info. Thank you.
Nathan, I have a few questions regarding this. First and foremost, what was the actual per hour rate for guards and supervisors previous to this new contract?
I believe that was, Ms. Courtney, it was 18? In our previous contract? So it was 1381 and 1586. The security company has seen a substantial uptick in insurance costs associated with participating in this program. And additionally, they're very much struggling, like many others are, to hire appropriate staff. And we've seen an improvement in the quality of staff. At some points, we did see some problems there, and we haven't been seeing problems with that quality. But no, it is a very large increase from the previous numbers.
So if I'm getting this correctly, it was 1381, it's now 2815 for guards. It was 1586, it will now be 2915 for supervisors. So my biggest concern is actually cost recovery. I asked this question via email to you, and I know that you mentioned it's now 96%. The initial sheet actually still had 250. So yep. My question is, what are ways that we are trying to truly look at cost recovery back on the user, him or herself?
Yeah, what I would say is we've been committed to cost recovery throughout the program. When we had increases that occurred in 2023 due to our contracting with our new hotel, we ended up doing that through increasing user fees. So we bumped it from 250 to 310. I think we've shown that we've been pretty responsible in a cost recovery aspect throughout the pendency of this program, and we will continue to do so. So I'll have to sit down with our judges and look at what models we want to engage to ensure that we are still covering all the costs incurred through this while providing this valuable service.
So the roughly $10 to $11 that we don't recover is my concern. It bothers me that it's not being, again, neutral, or at least even just a slight upper recovery. Can you help us figure out what are ways that we can look at full recovery even right now before we even vote?
Yeah, so the obvious and easy solution is that we would increase user fees to a number that is above, the cost. So whether that's the 311 or a 325 or 350, it could also be that there's a tiered cost system where we charge slightly more for folks who are outside of our jurisdiction to make sure that, you know, we're providing a relatively inexpensive and effective service to people in our community while still offering it to others outside of our community. So there's a variety of ways that we could look at doing that and plan on looking at doing that. And those are just two examples out of the kind of portfolio of options.
You say outside of our jurisdiction, so outside of Wichita, what other agencies utilize this? And currently, we're keeping it at the same exact participation fee for both Wichitans and non-Wichitans?
Currently, that is the case. So right now, the 18th Judicial Circuit uses our services, and there are also several other municipal courts that will send folks to use our services. Courtney, do you have an idea of some of the other jurisdictions? Can you come to the mic?
Also share the percentage.
I don't have the percentage, but I can tell you Derby, Winfield, we get, Salina has a program. They're just not offered as often. So we get a lot from Salina. Trying to think right off the top of my head. Andover, we get a lot from Andover, and a lot of small town jurisdictions. They have, they contract with a probation office, South Central Kansas, so he sends a lot to us. So those are a lot of really, really small jurisdictions that come through that probation that he sends a lot. His name, Chris Davis, runs that program, so he'll send us quite a few. I'd say he's probably our biggest user that's an outsider.
So looking at the percentage, with the change in the state law that doesn't mandate, state law doesn't mandate 48 hours in custody anymore. We've maintained that because of belief in the success of this program. The proportion has changed in 2023. So in 2021 and 2022, it was 2-to-1 outside jurisdictions. It's now closer to 1-to-1, but we actually exceed the number of participants that we send from the city of Wichita versus outside jurisdictions. So last year, we sent roughly 450 individuals from Wichita Municipal Court, and around 310-ish came from outside jurisdictions.
Councilmember Tuttle.
Thank you. And this just sparked a question, and I'm trying to do some math here quick, but what happens if somebody can't pay the $300 fee? What happens to them then?
Yeah, so we've actually got some options that we've discussed with housing, where they have some programs that can assist people with the fee. Surprisingly, it's not something that has come up because we provide people time. Generally, people can prioritize this as something they need to do as part of their sentence and get the $300 together to be able to do it. So it hasn't been an issue, but we are well aware of its importance and the importance of making sure that people have the opportunity to participate. So we keep our eyes open for those situations. We just don't see them.
And that's good to hear, because truly the goal is that they have this opportunity for counseling that can hopefully change their lives so that they don't get in this situation again. And, you know, the second offense, they won't have the luxury of this program. It could be that they're actually going to jail. It's $75 a day each day to house an inmate in Sedgwick County Jail, and that's a taxpayer fee, right? And
we do bill that back to the individuals.
Yeah, sure. So, yeah, I was just doing, like I said, some quick math. Math is hard, and it's not my forte, but if there are 450 folks from Wichita going through, and then 310 from other municipalities, and they're all paying $300, right? That's $220,000 a year to help pay for this guard services and other needed services, correct? Yep. Okay. Thank you.
Again, I will challenge that it is necessary that we always think about cost recovery. And not only that, but also on the backs of Wichitans who pay for this service, there should be whether it's a discount or a fee that first and foremost covers the cost. But if we have a lot of individuals that are coming from outside of our community that are utilizing the service because it is such a great quality service, there could be an opportunity there to try to, again, so that we're not, again, in the negative. And so I would just challenge staff through the city manager to really look at that.
I appreciate the guidance.
Thank you, Nathan. We will now open it up for public comment. I see none. We'll bring it back to the bench. I have a motion by Councilmember Glasscock.
Mayor, I move that the city council approve the contract with Vintech Enterprises LLC and authorize the necessary signatures.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I will just give my thoughts one more time that I am voting in the negative for this just because it concerns me that it is not full cost recovery. If it costs $310 to $311 and we're only charging $300, that is a problem because it can compound. And so I will be voting in the negative. Councilmember Glasscock.
I'll just give comments to my motion then. What we're approving today is the contract with VinderTech Enterprises LLC. We're not approving the price for the program. And I think staff has a history of 96% collections as it is right now. You have 100% cost recovery currently.
We have a history of more than 100%.
History 100%.
And so this is a change that takes us down, and so we will reevaluate our cost structure so that we can maintain our revenue neutral
And that's
approach.
able to happen. You have a history of that, and that's irregardless of this contract with VinderTech Enterprises. In terms of total cost recovery, if there's 450 individuals in Wichita seeking at $11, working right around $5,000, it just has to be recouped. So I don't want to hurt a good program and a necessary program for our community, knowing that staff can find a way to save $5,000 with the program.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Motion passes 6-1. Madam Clerk, please call the next item.
Public comment on consent agenda items.
Good afternoon, Mayor, council members. Jennifer Magana, City Attorney. The item before you would amend one of the ordinances that deals with the procedure for your meetings. This item addresses City Code Section 2.04.195, which sets the order of business for your workshop and consent agenda items. Workshop meetings by ordinance use a consent agenda. This ordinance provides for consent agenda items to be pulled for 3 reasons. 1, for comment or clarification. 1 or 2, for declaring a conflict of interest. And 3, for voting against an item. The ordinance as it stands does not specifically provide for public comment on such items as is provided by the City Council regular agenda new business items ordinance. But during a recent council meeting, we were requested to prepare an amendment to add the public comment portion to consent agenda workshop items. So the proposed amendment is really just 1 sentence. It would add 1 sentence to section 1F, and it would specifically provide for public comment on individual items on the consent agenda that are pulled for discussion. And this amendment would mirror the public comment provision that's in ordinance for regular council meetings that does allow members to speak directly to those items. Since the item was, the packets were distributed, Mayor, you identified a need for clarification, and we can make that happen for second reading. The item would just be the second sentence, the last sentence at the bottom would read, items pulled for discussion that are not deferred shall be open for public comment following staff's presentation. And also, I think there's a numbering fix we need to make. But that would just be a suggested edit from today's packet. It's very brief. I think we can do that for second reading and stand for questions if you have any. Thank you.
Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, our council meetings aren't short enough, so I'm okay with this piece. I just one quick question. Does this apply to zoning cases that are on consent? Because we get a number that go through. It's been unopposed either way,
You know,
but
that does not really seem to apply to this. This is the general consent agenda. There are non-consent zoning cases, but they're handled separately per
It's separate.
policy. So no, it would just apply to the consent agenda that we think of traditionally.
okay, appreciate that.
And Jennifer, one question. This is only for the workshop meetings, not for regular meetings?
That is the way it is drafted.
In other words, for instance, today, I pulled 2 items, Councilmember Hoheisel pulled 1 item. In those situations, there would not be public comment.
Not as the way it's drafted. If you choose to do that, we can add a provision to section 2.04190, which is the regular meeting consent agenda, if that's the will of the council.
Any further questions for staff? I see none. We'll open it up for public comment.
I hope I got the number right. 2.0140? What she said. I think that that is an important amendment. You bring up a great point. If something got pulled off consent, I've gone to county meetings before where something was pulled off consent, and we were allowed to give public feedback on that. And so I love the direction this amendment is going. I really appreciate it. I think you should add the option to, if you pull it here at a county meet or at a city council meeting, that you allow for public comment as well. Thank you.
Any further public comment?
Celeste Reset, Wichita native. I'll be brief. I second what Faye said. I appreciate the direction you're taking. I've asked for a consent item to be pulled before, and a former mayor denied it, so I was stuck not being able to comment. Thank you for going in this direction for more transparency. And I know it adds to the length of the meeting, but having an ability to speak is so critical. So I support what Faith said, and I appreciate this.
Any further public comment? I see none. We'll bring it back to the bench. Councilmember Glasscock.
Thank you, Mayor. The reason I was supportive of this and recommended it was because exactly what just happened. We had public comment where people could give their input, and I think if we from the bench have the ability to offer our comments on something, then the public should as well. And so I'll be supportive of this as well. I will also be supportive after Vice Mayor Ballard has comments of adding 2.04.190. Did I do that right?
You did.
Okay. Because the consent agenda items, whether they're regardless of here or in the consent agenda item or in the workshop, are still consent agenda items pulled. And if we believe that it's important enough to pull, then I think the community should have say and input on it as well.
May I respond quickly? Just a technical observation. If we're going to amend that other one, we'll need to put it on first reading next week because it's a different ordinance. And so it will be first reading next week. And then it'll be a second reading, unless you adopt it by emergency, but I think it'd be cleaner to just do it regular. So we can put this on second reading next week.
And
we'll
put
bring
another
back
one on first reading,
yeah.
and they don't go on second reading? Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Vice Mayor Ballard.
Thank you. I don't necessarily have a problem with it, but I just am curious what the point of consent agenda is if we are going to offer public comment. Like I said, I don't have a problem with it, and then I just wondered why we're only talking about it at workshops right now, and we didn't kind of lump them all in. It's just kind of strange to me that we're only talking about it for workshops and not, I know it's a separate ordinance now, but anyway, just, I don't know if you guys talked about it last week, but I was curious.
I believe this was actually discussed during our evening meeting. So the first intention was just the workshop as we were talking about workshop, but now regular council meetings, which also have consent agenda item, is now being proposed as also. That's okay. Councilmember Glasscock.
I was just going to add clarification for that as well. I think it was my intention that it would happen at both consent agenda items, and then we had discussion of whether or not there are separate ordinances about a workshop versus this meeting as well. So I think there's confusion about a workshop versus a meeting, and that there's two separate ordinances guiding public comment in two different ways. So I think that was the context there. And then in terms of consent agenda items, there are definitely items that if this body doesn't feel are controversial, then we don't have to pull from agenda items. So this is just items that are pulled for discussion. And I think any time any person that has messaged me that had questions about something on consent, I pulled it. And so this gives the ability for the public to, if they want something pulled, they can message me and I'm likely going to pull it. And so that'll give them the ability to have discussion on it.
I'll just add my couple of comments regarding this. This is to increase transparency and increase civic engagement among our community. We appreciate when people come to city council meetings, and sometimes because a consent agenda is so large, oftentimes, unless it is pulled by one of the 7 individuals here, you won't know that that was part of the consent agenda that was passed. And perfect example, this morning we had item number 6 where it was a 6-to-1 vote. But prior to even voting on that, the community could have spoken about it if we had public comment in the consent agenda item. So this is again an opportunity for greater transparency, greater civic engagement, and really about communication. So I really appreciate that Law helped draft this, and so I will move to approve the first reading of this ordinance and authorize the necessary signatures.
Second, with a clarification question, do we have to, Jennifer, do we have to add for next week an item for 2.04?
I think you've already directed me to do that, and we'll bring something back. And just to clarify for the motion, with the friendly fix on the final slide, that was up there. We'll
With
address
the
that
fix.
in second reading. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Motion passes 6-1. Madam Clerk, please call the next item.
Overname the 18th Street Bridge to honor Kit Paul Buster Sanchez Bridge.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council. This is Anna Lopez with the City Manager's Office, here to present your next item, overnaming of the 18th Street Bridge in District 6. The City Manager received a request from the North End community to overname the 18th Street Bridge to honor Kit Paul Buster Sanchez, to celebrate the vibrancy of the Latino community while recognizing and honoring a distinguished citizen who made lasting contributions to the North End. As part of the agenda, you received a letter by State Representative for the 103rd District, Angela Martinez, who is present at the meeting today. The North End is recognized as the heart of Wichita's Hispanic and Latino community, celebrating a proud heritage, vibrant culture, and the lasting contributions that have shaped the city's identity. A little history of the North End. Mexican workers settled in the early 20th century, building their homes and lives near 21st Street, shifting from railroads to better jobs in meatpacking plants. Known as El Pueblo, or the North End, areas like El Huarache became symbols of resilience, culture, and community pride. The North End thrived in the 1920s and 30s as a hub of opportunity where Mexican, African American, and Anglo families worked together in packing houses, railroads, and other local industries. Along 21st Street, vibrant businesses and institutions blossomed, transforming the North End into the beating heart of Mexican American culture in Wichita. Paul Buster Sanchez was born November 29, 1950 in El Huarache neighborhood along Mosley Street. He is a descendant of soldiers from the Yucatan to the World War II battlefields. Buster's early life was marked by a strong sense of identity and belonging, which later influenced his various endeavors. He was a visionary who advocated for the North End community to rise to its full potential. He inspired change and progress through his dedication and leadership. His lifelong love of his community and country embodied in his motto, Si se puede. He was also the organizer of community events, including the North End Mexican Fiesta and the Mexican-American softball games at Woodland Park. He graduated from North Hyde, enlisted in the U.S. Marines in 1968. where he served in Vietnam as a machine gunner with Echo Company. He continued service with the National Guard, including 9/11 deployments. He was a soldier dedicated to honoring sacrifices of his past generations, and he served in the military forces. His service to military forces shaped his perspective on life and his commitment to service. He was also a community leader, advocate, and with a degree in Administration of Justice and Minority Studies from WSU, Mr. Sanchez served as a job skills educator with the Red Cross as a Director of Operational Support, providing disaster relief, and as a truancy officer mentoring at-risk youth at North High. As a passionate organizer of cultural events in the North End, he organized the North End Mexican Fiesta, Mexican-American softball games, and he was also an editor and sports contributor of El Perico, which is a Spanish newsletter, local newsletter. He was dedicated to celebrating cultural heritage and fostering community engagement. Buster's love for sports extended beyond journalism. He played fast pitch softball for the Wichita Los Padres and Hombres from 1964 to 1991. His dedication to the sport and his exceptional skill on the field earned him a place in the Newton Mexican-American Fast Pitch Hall of Fame in 2001. His life is a testament to the resilience, passion, and unwavering commitment to his community. Through his poetry, activism, journalism, and sports, he has left an incredible mark on the North End community and those who have had the privilege of knowing him. The 18th Bridge is a well-known landmark in the North End. Renaming the bridge to honor Buster Sanchez would acknowledge his lasting impact and reflect his tireless dedication to improving the lives of North End residents. A personal connection, he lived near the bridge, and he, throughout his life, where he frequented the bridge. It also serves as a symbol of honor, a representation of his commitment to connecting and uplifting the North End community, and it also serves as an inspiration for future generations. It serves as a lasting reminder of the power and dedication of community building, inspiring future leaders to uphold and strengthen the bonds within Wichita's North End community. The financial considerations, it is estimated that the cost to manufacture and install the sign blades is less than $1,000. The city will retain responsibility for maintenance of the sign blades and the post on which they are mounted. There is funding available in the Public Works and Utilities operating budget to fund all associated costs. Legal considerations, the legal department has reviewed the proposed process, and it is in compliance with the City Council Policy 13th, which governs the naming or renaming of public facilities. It is recommended that the City Council approve the overnaming of the 18th Street Bridge to honor Kid Paul Buster Sanchez and waive the City Council policy based on the DAP's recommendation. With that, I stand for questions.
Thank you, Anna. Any questions for staff? I see none. Thank you again. We will now open it up for public comment. I see none. We'll bring it back to the bench. Vice Mayor Ballard. Oh, we do see someone. Representative Martinez is coming forward for public comment.
Hello, good afternoon. Thank you for your consideration. I just wanted to add to the presentation that Ms. Lopez just did, which was wonderful. I just wanted to say, as the years have passed, our community has evolved, and I've heard lots of stories growing up from Mr. Sanchez. He was a friend of my father's and just an icon in the community. And as time has gone on, I've learned to appreciate and understand the struggles and sacrifices and appreciate the trails that people such as Buster blazed for us today. and his story makes sense now. He wanted fairness and opportunity for his people. He recognized the importance for Hispanic kids to be educated, so he worked in schools with Wichita acts on truancy. He recognized the Hispanics needed employment and fair wages, so he worked with SARE, Jobs for Progress, which provided job training. He recognized the Hispanic community needed unity and representation of culture, so he took on the Mexican Fiestas, which is to date still the largest Mexican celebration that ever was. We have lots of them now, and because of him, because of his actions and those that worked with him, we are able to celebrate our culture all over the state. He recognized the need from the devastation of natural disasters, so he volunteered and went to help. Buster Sanchez recognized the importance of fighting for freedom and democracy, and he volunteered for 3 wars, one which he was too old, so he had to get approval. There's a big story there. Buster was a gentle giant who cared about life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. He didn't talk much, but his actions spoke volumes into change, and he inspired many, even now as I stand before you as an elected official. Change is made up of individuals like Buster, whose actions and ideas have contributed to the ongoing story of our community. Understanding and acknowledging the past is essential for grasping who we are, where we have been, and knowing where we are going with all of the opportunities those before us have created to blaze a new trail. Thank you for your consideration.
Vice Mayor Ballard.
Thank you, Mayor. There was a speaker here earlier that had to leave, and I told her that I would share on her behalf. She said, Buster was a son of the North End, pride to our community. I knew him as a poet, activist, fast-pitch softball player, a fighter with a gentle soul. I wanted to read a poem that he wrote. It's called Holy Man. Greatest giant with arms extending to all the winds, reach out and take me into your grasp. Hold me as a child, protect and cuddle me. You are my Father, great in stature, good in deed. Take me, teach me, show me, help me, lead me. And when you release me, let me strike down the wicked. Give me the strength to lead the weak, for I am your fault, your joy, and your life. O giant, I sense your greatness from all that is. I of little knowledge beseech you to share your grace with me, and you have already, for another will come and lead after me. My purpose was ordained that I might live by examples to erase fault in youth, from foolish actions to relinquish the guilty conscience by new endeavor, to reach and behold the answer to strife, to engage happiness through merit and will. In manhood, I will reconcile by experience the teacher of the wise, to judge in all encounters as you would judge, and now he who will come upon us, to spread the light to the sheltered, to reach and embrace with your grace. When this has come to be, this world will be as evident in goodness and as comforting clouds of the domain. Let all men be aware there is salvation from despair. He is upon us.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Ballard. Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. Could I get everybody in the audience who's here for this item to please stand up or raise your hand? Okay, I assume many of you are family members, and I see some of you also have served in the military. So thank you guys for your service, and thank you for sharing Mr. Sanchez and all the great things he did for our community with us.
We're bringing it back to the bench. Vice Mayor Ballard, this resides in your district.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to take staff's recommended action, approve the overnaming of the 18th Street Bridge to honor Kit Paul Buster Sanchez and bypass City Council Policy 13 based on DAB 6 recommendation.
Second. Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Motion passes 7-0. Madam Clerk, please call the next item.
2025 contract renewal with Visit Wichita.
Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council. Lindsay Panaka, Director of Arts and Cultural Services with the City Manager's Office, here for the annual contract renewal for Visit Wichita. A little bit of background, the Tourism and Convention Fund supports special event activities such as conventions and special events in the community. The City of Wichita contracts historically with Visit Wichita to promote tourism and convention activities within city limits. Visit Wichita also provides services under a separate contract through the Tourism Business Improvement District that we affectionately call the T-BID, that is directed by an advisory board and a separate budget that comes to council typically in the spring. I just also want to add that tourism impacts the local economy by bringing new dollars to the Wichita area and generates new tax revenue and creates jobs. Visit Wichita in particular is our leading expert locally and on a national lens in the tourism industry, with decades of experience in marketing Wichita both as a regional and national destination. Visit Wichita tracks a variety of metrics that show tourism as an economic driver in the community and leads efforts in bringing conventions, meetings, and sporting events to our community. They are also a partner and liaison to hotels and track nightly occupancy and daily rates and just really work as a liaison to the hotel industry here locally. According to a study conducted by Tourism Economics, the economic impact of tourism in the greater Wichita area was $1.5 billion in 2023, and domestic travel expenditures generate approximately 17,000 jobs in Sedgwick County. Visit Wichita offers a wide array of services that go beyond just marketing our community. It leads efforts in conventions, meeting, and sporting bids, and is, again, a liaison to the hotel industry here in Wichita. And I'll pass the torch over to President and CEO of Visit Wichita, Susie Santo, who does an incredible job of leading the organization, to talk more about what you do. Susie.
Perfect. Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council members. Susie Santo with Visit Wichita at 515 South Main Street. It's a pleasure to be here today and talk to you about tourism. You have in your packet, but I will kind of refresh a couple of the performance metrics that we look at: our economic impact and being good stewards of the dollars that we're given. The results were really strong by the team last year with significant economic impact. And as well, when you look at the financial stewardship result, really pleased with these results. But I am going to pull out one that if you've looked in your dashboard, you might say, hey, wait a minute, why is that number lower on that return on investment than prior year? And that is a future group bookings ROI. So it has decreased from where we were last year. And the reason is we spent a lot more out of our strategic events fund this year than we did in prior year. And that's a good thing, because that means we have a lot of events that we're hosting here and we're bringing that economic impact to Wichita. So there are three reasons that we've spent more out of that strategic event fund this year. First, we've hosted more sporting events than ever, and I'm going to chat more about that in a moment. Two, we won the right to host 2 different meetings that bring meeting planners and bid rights holders to Wichita to showcase our city. And third, we had a huge win when we announced that Wichita had been selected for the 2025 Prevagen U.S. Figure Skating National Championships, and we've already started to incur a few costs. So I'm going to go into a little bit more detail about this. 2024 was a massive year in sports for our team at Visit Wichita and for Wichita in general. We started the year with the U.S. Figure Skating Synchronized Skating Championships over at Interest Bank Arena. We moved out to Park City Arena with NCAA D2 men's wrestling, and then we had NAIA men's wrestling. We were back out at Shields Stryker Field with lacrosse. Then we moved to WSU and with the pro softball Audience Unlimited. We're down at Century 2 with USA Boxing National Junior Olympics. Back out at Shields Stryker with USU Soccer. And most recently, just 2 weeks ago, 700 athletes and coaches for the NJCAA Division I Men's and Women's Soccer Championships. And right now, our sports team is out at Shields Stryker, and we are hosting the NAIA Men's Soccer Championship. So again, great to host all these, but with those become those increased costs. But it's been a fabulous year for our sports team. If you're watching, hopefully you'll get out and see some incredible soccer this week out at the Shields Stryker Complex. Secondly, I mentioned that we run the right to host two pretty cool events. And these are events you want to bring to your community because they're bringing those planners and those bid rights holders. So this was the Sports Relationship Conference. We hosted about 50 bid rights holders. Again, they're looking for places to hold their sporting events in the future, and about 150 suppliers. And we had the pleasure of hosting our opening night over at the stadium, and you can see it was fabulous and really well attended. But again, our team got to meet with every one of those to talk about a facility that might meet their needs in Wichita. And then the second one, moving to the meetings and convention space, is Destination Midwest. We hosted 27 meeting planners that specialize and are looking for places to hold their meetings and conventions in the Midwest. So this is the perfect group we want to bring to Wichita. And you can see we got them out on the river. They were all over town out at Chicken and Pickle and had a great time out at the zoo, but really showcasing our city. And again, the team got to meet individually with each one of those planners. And again, that's looking for future business. I do want to make one other comment about the group meeting space. As you can see in the agenda, you know, we're not back to where we were before the pandemic with that convention business. What we've done this year is we added a new position just in August that is solely responsible for prospecting business that could fit in Century 2. We want to make sure we're doing everything we can possibly do to bring business to Century 2. And so with that, we're excited to see where that leads us as we're uncovering new business. And for those of you watching, or the council, or anybody here, if you ever attend a conference or a meeting or a convention and you think, hey, Wichita should host this, we make it really easy. All you got to do is call Visit Wichita. Courtney will answer the phone and just say, there's an idea of this convention, and we will take it from there. That's what our sales team does. There's so many out there. We would love to partner with the community to keep bringing business and fill Century 2. And then the third piece, hopefully you've all heard, but we are beyond thrilled that for the first time ever in Kansas, in Wichita in January, we are hosting the U.S. Figure Skating Prevagen Figure Skating Championships. And I don't know about y'all, but I grew up watching this. I'm not going to tell you who I watched because that will date me. But if you think about through the years, the Christy Yamaguchis and the Brian Boitanos, this is where they go. This is their championship, and they are going to be in Wichita at the end of January. Hopefully you've seen us this past year. I know I saw the mayor was able to participate in our little ice rink that we set up at Music Theater Wichita for Frozen, and it was so fun to see the kids get excited as we promoted it, as well as we brought in our current national champion, Amber Glenn, and she was here out at the baseball stadium throwing out the first pitch. She met with a dozen influencers over at the ice rink to get people excited about what's coming. And more recently, Credit Union of America presented Skate Fest. We partnered with Big Brothers Big Sisters, and we had over 200 kids and older kids come out and learn to skate. The youngest that signed up was 3. The oldest that signed up was over 70, and 90% had never ice skated before. And this couldn't have been done without the great partnership at the Wichita Ice Center. And I want to just tell you all that they're doing a great job over there. They're great partners. And I also want to thank the city and the manager for keeping that facility so that we are able to host an event like this, and by investing. And the ice is good, and we'll be ready to host the best of the best coming here in January. So that's a lot of fun. Okay, and then we were back at Open Streets ICT, and I know several of you stopped by to see us as well. I'd be remiss if I didn't thank the city again. We are so excited. On that Thursday of championships, we are hosting what we're calling 6th Grade Day, and with the corporate sponsors on the screen, and our partnership with USD 259, we're inviting all the 6th graders to come out to that Thursday morning session where they will see other junior skaters out there for just a great morning. And it wouldn't have been possible without the city and the county and all the other folks that helped us. We are hopeful that we'll have over 2,000 6th graders there enjoying this wonderful event. And I will add that 259 has been such a delight to work with, and they're going to build an educational component into the learning before the event takes place. So just to wrap up as I talk about figure skating, if y'all are watching and you haven't purchased your tickets start as low as $15. We'd love to fill the stadium. These athletes have been training their whole life for this moment. It is going to be televised live on NBC and their affiliates, so we'll be showcasing Wichita to the country and the world. And finally, This is where the road to Milan, that is the 2026 Winter Olympics, begins. Who you see here skating at Interest Bank Arena at the end of January is who you're going to be cheering for in 2026. And as I'm thinking about my time in Wichita, I don't know that we've ever had that, to be so close to the Olympics, to see these incredible athletes here that we can cheer them on. So I hope you all come out. It's going to be a lot of fun. Okay, so moving from, we've talked a little bit about some of the significant wins by winning the Prevagen U.S. Figure Skating Championship. I listed a few of the other wins that the team had this year, and there's some in your packet as well. But I do want to talk a few minutes about the very last one, the 2025 Travel Bloggers Exchange Summit America. We call this TBEX. This is huge for Wichita. I can't even tell you how excited we are that we won the opportunity to host this event. TBEX, they claim to be the largest community of travel creators and influencers in the world, brings together hundreds of creators and influencers and destination marketing organizations like we are. They meet, they learn, and they are here for several days. I will tell you, TBEX hosts 3 annual conferences a year, only 3, and we are in very good company. TBEX Europe is in Ireland. TBEX North America is in Quebec City. This last year, the TBEX Summit was in Anchorage, and next year, the TBEX Summit is in Wichita, Kansas. How awesome is that? We've got one chance, Wichita, one chance to show the world how incredible we are as we invite over 100, 150 influencers who will be talking about Wichita. This couldn't have been possible without our partnership at the State Tourism. We really came together. Visit Wichita will take the lead on a couple of days before the conference starts. All these influencers will come to Wichita. We will show them an incredible welcome from the moment they get off that plane to everything they do in Wichita, with magical moments happening around the city, with ability for them to post every which way. And so we'll have people talking about Wichita. After the conference, they will then head out and go to all different parts of Kansas. And Kansas Tourism is taking the lead on that initiative and will coordinate all of those tours. So a huge opportunity to showcase Wichita, huge opportunity to showcase Kansas as we invite these influencers to come. So this past summer, Visit Wichita and Kansas Tourism were actually at the conference in Puerto Rico, where they announced who was hosting it next year. And I thought I'd take just a quick minute and play the video that Kansas Tourism created and that we played this summer. And let's see if I can get it to... So we're pretty excited about this. We're in great company. Great company with those that have hosted before us. We're hosting our first meeting this Thursday. We've got about 60 or so partners. I know the city is sending folks, and thank you, Mayor. I've got other few folks that are coming, but we're going to have about 60 partners in our offices that are learning from the president of TBEX, and we're bringing in a blogger. So we're starting preparing now of what's coming. But you'll all hear me talk more about this in the future, but we're pretty darn excited. Okay, and then lastly, as I move to, we've talked about what's coming next year with the championships in January. We've talked about TBEX. I'd be remiss if I didn't mention we've got March Madness coming here in March. So if you haven't bought your tickets and you just want to be part of the excitement, if you all remember in 2018, that incredible atmosphere that happened around the arena when we hosted the men's D1 rounds 1 and 2, we've already been meeting with all of the partners around the arena, and it's even going to be bigger than last year. So it's going to be a place you want to be during March to watch the games and hang out and people watch. I want to thank Parks and Recs and the city. They'll be activating NASCAR Park, and so look for a great time there. So as you can tell, we're thrilled. We've got an exciting year ahead. We've had a great year. I'm really honored to be representing the team back in the office and those that are out at Shield Striker working the event. We thank you for the opportunity to get to market this city and appreciate all your support, or we couldn't do what we do. And get ready for next year. I tell you, it's going to be fun. And those are happy to answer questions. Thank you.
And I'll just wrap it up here with the financial considerations is the annual allocation not to exceed $2,785,594, an additional reimbursement fund of up to $150,000 for special events or convention promotion contingency. And the recommendation from staff is to approve the Visit Wichita 2025 contract renewal and authorize the necessary signatures. And Susie or I are available for questions.
Questions for staff or Visit Wichita, beginning with Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you guys for the presentation. Looks exciting the next year as far as everything we're bringing. Just a couple of quick questions. I look here under the total operating cost, and we have more than doubled what we did last year, which is great. We're still about, I guess, $10 return on the dollar short of our goal. Does that mostly pertain to future group bookings, or what's behind that? And then also, next year the goal is 72. So is that sustainable? Do we feel pretty good about that number as well?
Yeah, so I think you're looking at a couple, and I want to make sure I answer it. On like the 2A.
2A, yes, ma'am.
2A, yes, and then 2B, that's where the big dip is to 13, and that's what dropped that down this year. And that's because we spent more out of that strategic event fund account. And when we spent more, and that was to do those three big items between all of the sporting events, the two conferences. It's rare that we get one of those conferences that we put on a year that brings meeting planners, and we did two of them, plus some of the prep for figure skating. So that's what impacted it this year. But we feel good about next year's.
Okay. Yeah, this is the second straight year that we've had that dip in the future bookings. So we feel, what do we feel good about next year, the 16,500, 1A, essentially, the goal for next year?
Yes, we do.
Okay. Do we do exit interviews with the conventions that come here to kind of see?
We do. We send out surveys, and whenever we have any of those learnings, we speak to them and we adjust.
Okay, and you share that with the board as well?
We do, yeah. I mean, truthfully, we get more positive, and every now and then there could be a facility issue or something that's minor, but yes, we do.
Okay, and I guess this one would be Lindsay. We negotiate these rates. Is there like a baseline as far as a percentage of the transient guest tax that we start from in our negotiations, or is it performance-based or kind of a mix of everything?
Yeah, that's a great question, and something that Susie and I were just kind of talking about, because pre-pandemic there was somewhat of a set rate. It was my understanding of the transient guest tax. Since the pandemic, we haven't gotten back to that percentage level necessarily, but we're trying to just recover back to where we were performing previously. So we don't necessarily have a set rate. Really, we get advice from the budget office and the manager's office on what the number should be for the future year.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Councilmember Glasscock.
Thank you, Mayor. So I'm looking, I think this is page maybe 3, regarding future group bookings and the number of room nights. It looks like it's 46,000 is the goal for 2025.
Yes.
Out of the 46,000, how many of those would be like Airbnb, Vrbo, or is that solely hotels?
Hotels.
Hotels?
Yes.
So when I was doing some research regarding the transient guest tax, it looks like Airbnbs that are 2 or more also pay the transient guest tax. If it's 1 room, it doesn't. Is that correct?
You know what? That is a great question. I believe you're right, and there's been a lot of discussion to try to understand it and who's collecting it and who's not. But that's my understanding.
So the 46,000 doesn't include any.
It does not.
Those. Do we know what percent of our transient guest tax comes from Airbnbs? Or?
I don't know that. We don't get that level of clarity from, but I believe the city can reach back out to the state and ask for that. And in the past, several years ago, it was just a couple of percentage. It was very small.
I imagine it's pretty significant.
And so, you know, it's interesting you hit on that point. Like when we bring in teams, et cetera, no doubt some of them might stay in an Airbnb. However, these are hotel rooms. So you get that plus anything else that we're picking up.
That might be a follow-up I have with the city staff, because I think the last 10 times I've traveled outside of this community, it's been at an Airbnb. It hasn't been at a hotel.
Yeah.
Just want to make sure we're having full capture of that as well.
That's a good question.
Any further questions for staff or Visit Wichita? I see none. I did have just one quick question regarding TBIX America. When the community or when the city is able to win one of these contracts, what is the actual cost to the city or Visit Wichita?
You know, we will pay, and I have to go back and look, and I don't want to misspeak, but that's why we needed the partnership of the state. But we'll be into it for over $100,000 with the state. It's very significant. And so we look at it as a marketing. We are looking at it at that moment. And I can tell you that the state is using their entire like influencer budget on this event. And when we think about bringing influencers in, if you bring in one, you might, you know, spend the flight or whatever that is. When we think about it, we'll probably have 150 influencers and be able to showcase not only Wichita, but the state. It's going to be really priceless, I think, in the PR that we will get.
And the return on investment on influencers versus putting a commercial in a city to try to entice people to come to Wichita, do you see a better return on the influencer market? You
know, Mayor, I think that's like the $64,000 question, right? You know, that's what we're constantly evaluating, the influencer versus the ROI. It really is hard for me to tell. I don't think I have a straight answer, but I know that when you market these days, there's so much noise out there, you have to look at it across multiple channels, right? There's not one way through digital or TV, et cetera. We have to really hit it all. And so they're all important in our plan.
Had one more question.
Sorry.
Obviously, you look at convention business or associations that want to host their annual event here versus sports championships. Where are you seeing the growth, and why are you seeing that growth from one or the other?
So we've seen a big growth in sports. And when you look at the facilities that we have, we're able to meet that need. We have some really good sports facilities. We've got a lot of basketball courts. We've got great soccer facilities, et cetera. And so we've been able to capitalize on that. On the flip side, as you know, we've talked, I've been in my role now 12 years, and I've talked extensively about the shortcomings of our convention space. And so we know that the convention space puts us at a little bit of a challenge. However, we still need to sell it and we need to book it, and that's why we've added a position to really focus on who are those markets that will come to our facility. But when we look at our convention, and I know y'all know this, but when you look at our convention space compared to even our regional competitors, you know, we have fallen behind in that space. So it has been, I think, more natural on the sports because of those facilities that we have that meet the need. That doesn't mean we're giving up, Mayor. We're doing everything we can to bring business to Century 2.
Thank you. I see no further questions for staff or Visit Wichita. We will now open it up for public comment.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, City Council, Celeste Reset. So Visit Wichita is one of those public-private partnerships that I've been looking at financially, and it needs more transparency. So I'm appealing to you again, let's get more transparency into their numbers. You're right, Councilmember Hoheisel, they used to be performance-based, but in COVID, we changed it. We need to switch it back to performance-based. That's what this is supposed to be driven by, is how well are they meeting their metrics, and they're not meeting those, so we should be adjusting their contract. We're not. They get nearly $6 million in taxpayer funds. I don't know if you added the numbers up, but they get TBID money, and they also get the transient guest tax, hotel guest tax money. Facing the deficit that we're facing next year, it's really important that we look at where we can save a dollar or where we are spending taxpayer money wisely. The hotel guest tax was created to take care of our Wichita Art Museum, the Native American Museum, Century 2, the Advanced Learning Library. So whenever we divert money away from the hotel guest tax, we need to make sure we're diverting it wisely because, as you know, the Ice Center had deferred maintenance. The former public library had deferred maintenance. Century 2 had deferred maintenance, and we're now paying catch-up to take care of all those problems, including a broken Ice Center that we didn't take care of when we diverted money. So the first thing I want to bring up is money has been diverted. $4 million we are currently paying for in debt, which is another problem we have with the city, for Jim Cork's Fairfield Inn when we diverted the hotel guest tax to help him out with building his own private hotel in Waterwalk. He's since sold that hotel, but we still have that debt on our books with a $2 million balloon payment that's coming due in a short amount of time. So I look at how we spend this money, and it's difficult to get answers. For example, when I look at their financial statements, I have to file a CORA in order to get those audited financial statements. And I don't know if this is the strategic fund or not, but their cash and investments has been growing from $2.5 million in 2019 to $4 million in 2022. Why is this balance that's short-term investments, short-term cash, allowing to grow into the millions and millions? That's my first question. My second question is, why are we paying rent for their offices in Waterwalk? We should be using the former public library or another public facility and save nearly $500,000 in rent. I mean, I'm talking to you about cost savings. Another question I've had and I've presented to City Council before is, why aren't we sending up a request for proposal, an RFP, to bid out part of this work and just make sure there isn't another firm out there that could do parts or bits or maybe all of it that they're doing. An RFP lets you know if you're getting competitive services and the bang for your buck that you deserve when you're talking about a $6 to $7 million budget. The other thing I want to finally point out is that it still bothers me that Ms. Santos makes over $400,000 with salary and benefits. That's more than the city manager, Layton. That's more than the Wichita Chief Police, Sullivan. That's more than even the mayor of Wichita. And with all the hard work that those individuals do, why is she making such a high salary? I understand it's an important job. I support tourism. We absolutely need it. I'm excited about this summit. I am vice president of Wichita Area Sister Cities, and we do all we can. We're going to have joint festivals with HALO, which is the Hispanic community, with the Asian community. We do a lot of joint efforts to promote tourism international. We'll even be having 9 visitors from Orléans, France in April that we will be hosting as part of welcoming to Kansas and trying to evaluate trade opportunities we have. So I absolutely support tourism, but it has to be smart spending and it has to be the best bang. This is our taxes going into their coffers. And I just hope there's a few of you that are sitting on their board. I don't have this information. It's not public information, but I would hope that if any of you are sitting on Visit Wichita's board, like Jim Corrick did in the past, when he diverted $4 million into his hotel, that you are keeping an eye on their finances and being the fiscal stewards I'm asking you to be today. Thank you.
Any more public comment regarding this item?
Twyla Purity, District 1, Polo Club. I agree with everything Celeste said, but I'm just looking at it from a contractual standpoint. I looked at the agreement, and I'm finding that, and I don't know who was the source of this contract, if it was something presented by Visit Wichita or if it was a city contract, but there's no indemnification clause, so there's no protection that I could see. I'm not a lawyer, but there's no protection for the city on what this other entity is doing on behalf of the city. And I read through the attachments and so forth, and I didn't see any insurance requirements. You know, so if you're not going to have any protection, you want to at least know that they have nice high limits of insurance. And there is liability here. You know, they brought in these 17 folks that are event planners, and they have responsibility for those. They're bringing in these top influencers. Side note, what's the definition of a top influencer? How do we know they're like top and just not somebody who's really, looking for a cool free trip somewhere. So back to contracts, should there be like a checklist? Like every contract the city enters into, there should be some basic things, indemnification, is it mutual or not? Insurance requirements, performance standards, et cetera. So I could be off on some of these, but I wanted to bring it to your attention. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Ballard.
Thank you, Mayor. Susie, are you able to address any of Ms. Purity's questions about insurance or any of that? Like her question about. Okay.
It's a contract that originated from the city, so.
Okay.
Happy to have continued conversation.
Okay, thanks.
Susie, since you're up here, can you address some of the questions that Celeste had regarding financial statements? I know that I'm on the board, so is Councilmember Glasscock.
Yeah.
We see these financials and we do ask questions. Can you address, obviously these parts of the financials are open to the public.
Yeah.
The ones that we see at a board meeting are very similar, but more detail. And then she asked about rent at Water Walk. What else did she ask about? RFP to bid out this work.
Sure. Yeah, I could talk a little bit about that. And I think she made a comment about how much money we have in reserve. I think a big portion of that, again, we talked about the strategic event fund, and that's when I really wanted to make a point and talk about what we spent this year on that. She mentioned, let's see, what was it, the reserve, Mayor, would you mind mentioning that again? I want to make sure I touch.
Cash. 2.5 million in 2019 versus 4 million in 2022.
Yeah, I don't have that statement in front of me. I will tell you that we do provide, after we worked a few years ago with the city to provide a weekly financial statement or a monthly, we provide that every month to the city on the transient guest tax. But when we look at our bucket, and I know we talk about in the board about the dollars that we have an operating reserve that's used that for a rainy day, and that any nonprofit would have a 3 to 6 month, and that's what we have. And we have the strategic event fund. And the strategic event fund is exactly to do what we did this year. If we did not have that strategic event of fund, every one of those sporting events that we talked about that utilized the facilities across the city would not have come to Wichita.
Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess this is more a question for staff. Usually on contracts, we have a sheet that talks about equal protection, some of the standards that we have as a city that goes with every contract. I don't see it with this. Is this something possibly that we're missing that might also deal with maybe some of the insurance information, or is that separate?
Councilmember Hoheisel, this is a contract that does include Exhibit A, which is our non-discrimination and equal employment opportunity affirmative action program requirements. That is an attachment to this contract.
You said section.
To the signature page, it's Exhibit A.
Exhibit A. Okay, I see. So, yeah, usually it's just a sheet that has everything laid out on it. So, again, is that something that's just not included with this contract?
Each one of our contracts is not necessarily a one-size-fits-all approach. We work with the client, the department client, and evaluate risks and evaluate the particular service we're seeking or buying. So it's just a decision working with the department and with law to look at what the needs of that particular contract are.
Okay, and we just didn't feel like that was necessary with this contract.
I might just also add that historically we have not had it in the contract, to my understanding. Not that it's a full rinse and repeat, but we really just use it as an update year to year. So I'm not familiar with it being in the contract in the past, but something we could definitely explore as council advises.
Okay, yeah, I mean,
law department advises.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you.
I see no further questions on the board. We'll continue with public comment. I see no further public comment. We'll bring it back to the bench. Councilmember Tuttle.
Thank you. I just want to thank Lindsay for your presentation. Appreciate your effort. I want to thank Susie and your team. And whenever I give you praise, Susie, you always say it's not me, it's my team. But every team has to have a coach and a leader, and you certainly are. And I truly appreciate that. I have the experience and the pleasure of getting to work with you and your team because of Stryker. And so I can see firsthand not only the labor you put into it, but the fruits of your labor. You are marketing Wichita, essentially, but it's so much more than that. And the mission of Visit Wichita is to grow the travel and tourism economy in Wichita. If Visit Wichita didn't do that, who would? And so an example that I always cite when we have you before us is that at Stryker, which is in District 2, the Shields Stryker Multi-Sports Complex, if there's a soccer tournament on a Saturday up in that area, every restaurant, every hotel, and every retail is packed full. And you see soccer uniforms, if it's an adult tournament or if it's little kiddos, people are coming to Wichita, they're spending their money in our city. They are buying our products and our goods. They're attending our attractions and events in a
number of maximum well day hours that a position could be eligible for, which is the equivalent of 3 days, are included in the vacation accrual rates. The annual clothing allowance is increased from $850 to $1,000 annually. A new maternity and paternity leave benefit has been added. Eligible employees will receive 8 weeks of paid leave for qualifying events. The longevity table has been amended to change longevity after completion of 11 years of service to the new practice of after 10 years of service. In addition, the amount paid per year for longevity has been increased. And finally, the years of service for which longevity is paid is capped at 21 years of service. Field training officer pay for police officers is increased from $1.25 per hour to $3 per hour. And for sergeants serving as field training officers, the rate increases from $1.15 per hour to $3 per hour. The bilingual pay program is adjusted. Currently, an additional $10 per hour is paid when bilingual staff are utilized. The new provisions will eliminate this and instead provide staff that are certified as bilingual additional pay of $135 per month. In 2026, a general pay adjustment of 2% is provided for all ranges and steps. Merit step increases of 2.5% are included for eligible positions that are not at top of range. And there's an increase in each vacation accrual rate by 10 hours, and Easter will be recognized as a personal holiday. Financial consideration. The proposed amendment is aligned with the priority of retaining and attracting police officers. The cost of the agreement is also impacted by steps taken to align provisions with recommendations identified in the Jensen Hughes report. The total cost of the agreement is estimated at $3.2 million more than is currently budgeted in 2025 adopted budget. However, for 2026, wage increases are more moderate, reducing the amount over the 2026 projected budget to $1.8 million. This agreement will also create compression issues with other police command ranks that will be addressed in the 2025 salary ordinance. Legal consideration. The law department has approved this agreement as to form. And now we're going to talk about some of the Jensen Hughes implementations, and we're going to have Captain Aaron Moses come up.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Captain Aaron Moses, Executive Officer of the Wichita Police Department. I'm going to highlight the Jensen Hughes recommendations, where we're at on implementing those and reviewing those, and then the process moving forward. So with this contract negotiation, we undertook a concerted effort internally with the Police Department executive staff, Human Resources, and the Law Department to evaluate the Jensen Hughes recommendations and understand which of those recommendations were contractual in nature versus policy in nature. Contractual issues like the Code of Conduct standard pay were discussed through contract negotiations, whereas policy issues are being handled and managed through the meet and confer process, where executive staff meets with the Fraternal Order of Police leadership to discuss policy enhancements, policy changes, and enact those changes. That's been a long-standing practice. The executive staff has regular meetings with Fraternal Order of Police leadership to have these conversations. As Director Hood mentioned, Code of Conduct standard pay is addressed in this contract. Some additional updates that have taken place within this period were significant updates to Policy 902, which is our policy related to criminal investigations of departmental employees. The big revision to this was through Jensen Hughes, obviously delineating criminal conduct investigations versus administrative internal investigations. And additionally, we now, or executive staff and the chief of police now has the ability to authorize a administrative internal investigation before the conclusion of a criminal conduct investigation. That's the big change to policy 902. So under previous practices, executive staff and the chief of police had to wait until all proceedings related to a criminal investigation into an employee were completed until an administrative internal investigation could begin. Under the new policy 902, the chief can now make the decision to initiate that administrative internal investigation concurrently, which is discussed there under administrative investigations. The purpose of that is to quickly resolve matters of public importance and public interest. Policy 901, we were actually discussing policy 901, which is administrative internal investigations this morning as executive staff through our policy review, our weekly policy review. Many of the policy updates that are coming to policy 901 are already being conducted in practice, one of which would be the ability for someone other than a complainant to be in the interview room in professional standards. We already do that in practice. We're working through codifying that in policy. And many recommendations are within policy 901. So that review with executive staff happened this morning. We have some minor changes to make to that based on executive staff feedback, and then that will go to the Fraternal Order Police leadership to review and the law department to review. Overall, in Jensen Hughes, we do have a dashboard online where people can access this information, but 30 items have been implemented. 23 items are listed in progress. Updating standard operating procedures, that is a much larger task than it sounds like on paper. Pretty much every bureau that we have within the police department has an independent standard operating procedure, and some of those had not been updated for a very long time. So all of our bureau commanders are going through their individual standard operating procedures, updating them as necessary, and then that's going through the workflow process to get to the deputy chief for approval and publishing. Again, Code of Conduct standard pay, as of today, still shows in progress because that's being addressed through this contractual agreement. Promotional process overhaul is planned for 2026. That's an additional 4 items. It's important to note that our promotional process is actually managed through a third party. So we provide content for the testing, the written exam to a third party. They write the exam, we administer it. That is a contractual agreement that was already in place for 2025's promotional process, which is why we're identifying 2026 promotional process for a complete overhaul, working with human resources to get that done. The Fraternal Order of Police leadership has been supportive of the route that we would like to take with that promotional process overhaul. There are multiple items in the Jensen Hughes recommendations related to our regulations. So we have policy items and then we have regulations. Regulations being specific conduct that's outlined in our policy manual that is not allowed or how things are supposed to be done. And then it relates to a discipline code, which goes back to our discipline matrix, which says for an A offense, first offense, this is what you would receive, and so on and so forth. Myself, Lieutenant Hutchins from Professional Standards Bureau, and Fraternal Order of Police leadership have been meeting regularly in order to do a line item review of all of our regulations. That is a lot of ground to cover. They've been very productive conversations, and we are continuing those conversations. We're going to do that line item review, and then we're going to go back and we're going to look at the actual discipline matrix and make that in line with the line item review of the regulations. As far as supervisor pre-promotional training, we had a very productive meeting with human resources, and I think we're all on the same page of where we'd like to go with that, including incorporating some of our promotional material into that pre-promotional training to better prepare people for promotional examinations. Again, Policy 901 has been drafted for approval. It was reviewed this morning. We have some tweaks to make. There are 2 items listed in progress for the Citizens Review Board. One of those would be moving the date and time of the meetings, which I believe the meetings moving forward or soon to happen are going to be at the library, not at City Hall, or at least that's in discussion. And I know that they did test having the meetings at a later time to see if more people would attend those meetings, and I don't believe that they did the one time that they changed the time. Additionally, under review is a Citizens Review Board annual report, and a strategic plan is listed in progress for Citizens Review Board. I will turn it back over to Director Hood.
So it is the recommendation that City Council receive and comment and schedule for adoption December 10th, 2024. And we'll stand for questions, if there are any.
Questions for staff, beginning with Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. A few here, and I'm sure I'm going to have some more next week. 88% was the vote from FOP.
That's what I was told, yes.
Do we know what the figures were for the last two contracts, the one we did last year, and then the one, I guess would be 2021?
I can try to find that out unless someone knows it.
Okay, I appreciate that.
2021 and 20, yeah, okay.
Yeah, what was the longevity capped at currently before this?
Before this, I think it was 19 years, but it's now 21.
Okay. And is the compression that we're working to address next year, is that figured into the future cost of this contract?
I think, well, no.
No? Okay. So that'll be an additional cost coming up too. Okay, just wanting to make sure. How many of these Jensen Hughes items do we need the FOP to sign off on to negotiate with, and how many of them are just more internal policy things that we can do on our own?
So the internal policy things that we can do, we've worked through, like promotions for the ranks of deputy chief and captains. Those have been incorporated into policy. The lieutenants are not represented by the Fraternal Order of Police, so we're able to make some of those decisions independently and put those things into policy. Through the Public Employer Rights Act, PERA, the kind of guiding body of how we do things related to employer engagement and bargaining units, any change we make to policy has the potential to change work conditions, which means we have to meet with union leadership to ensure that they're on board. And it also helps us from a functional perspective, right? That executive staff may have a vision for the way that they want a policy to read, but someone who is at a different position, interacts with the community differently, may see something differently. And oftentimes through these meet and confer processes, people outside of executive staff will say, you know, I don't know if that's reading the way that you intend it to, or maybe we need to clarify that this way. So many policy changes, if not all policy changes, go through that process.
So is it meet and confer, do they have to vote on that, or is it just simply obligations to meet? Okay.
I got a little more information that's prepared by our law department. There are 4 sections that needed to be approved as part of our contractual relationship. 16 recommendations of Jensen Hughes that required meet and confer. And then we had, I think, 4 that had not been implemented yet that simply could be implemented by management.
Okay, so out of the 4 that we need the FOP to agree with, how many of those have we addressed?
Those include minimum scoring standards for promotion tests, which we've talked about, and that is in progress. We've talked about removing code of conduct pay, which you would do today, next Tuesday, if you approve the agreement. The changes in 901 and changes in 902.
Those would be through the meet and confer process or negotiation, yeah. So the ones that we can address, we have addressed to the best of our ability.
Okay, do we have any idea of when we can finish the other ones, the meet and confer? Do we have a target date, middle of next year, or?
I don't know that we have a target date. I mean, we understand that the community obviously wants many of these recommendations in place as soon as possible, if not yesterday. It's important to get the language right to make sure that it benefits everybody. And so we are focused on making sure that the changes to regulation that we make are in the best interest of everybody. And that's going to be a long process. But we are working diligently to get through it as quickly as we can. And the Fraternal Order of Police has been very active in those conversations with us to ensure that we can work through regulations as quickly as possible.
Yeah.
That'll be the longest term item.
From my perspective, everything that moves into or flows into the matrix the discipline matrix is what I would consider, I'd like to have as the highest priority so that we can get those issues resolved. But it's time consuming.
Correct.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Glasscock.
Quick question. I know Councilman Hoheisel asked a lot of the questions that I had regarding Jenston Hughes. I have two that I highlighted on here. Toward the financial considerations, this agreement will also create compression issues with other police ranks that will be addressed in the 2025 salary ordinance. Had a few individuals reach out that were concerned about salary ordinance being approved later, how that affects their retirement. If the salary ordinance is approved in January, it doesn't go into effect till July. It pushes their retirement back. I know I sent the manager questions about that via email.
So I have a response I haven't had a chance to review yet, but I will get that out.
Okay.
When I,
Sounds good. And then we're talking about this next week too, so that'll be helpful. Thank you. And then this would be a procedural question since this is my first time with this while on the bench. It obviously is a revised, offer a revised budget to the 2025 budget or revised cost of the 2025 budget. Why do we negotiate, or is it just a long negotiation that results in us voting on this now before the budget comes out, or before the proposed budget comes out in August when we vote on the budget? Is it just long negotiations that result in why we have to have it revised, and is there a way to address that in the future that we don't have to revise the budget toward the end?
So if you're, it sounds like you're asking, is there a way to make the negotiation process quicker? So the answer is no.
Okay.
Not with FOP.
Okay, because I mean, it would be more responsive for us up here when we're, looking at the 2025, or when we approve the 2025 budget, to have full budget allocation instead of coming back for a revised budget, because that would have made me have different opinions when we're at the bench as well in terms of where we're allocating resources and where we're allocating.
I get it, and I wanted to start early too, because I wanted a free summer, and that did not happen. So it's just a long process.
Did you have further comments, Mr. Manager?
I think this applies to every union that we negotiate with. It's just a matter, it does take a significant amount of time to make sure that all of the employee issues are heard, management's issues are heard, and it takes, not just a long time to hear them and understand that, more importantly, to find that acceptable middle ground usually. Probably the best way to get where you want to go, which I truly understand, is to start the process earlier, for instance, in the previous year or the prior year, start the negotiations. The difficulty will be getting them all of the agreements in place in time for you to make informed budget decisions, because you're making decisions starting in January. You're giving us direction, and you adopt the budget in August, but you pretty much have given us significant direction by the time we present it in July. I
just feel it presents more challenges later on. We're trying to address deficits. We don't have that number.
Right. Right. We've obviously had in mind our financial position, and that came up, I think it's safe to say, in almost every meeting with FOP. And they acknowledged and they understood.
Even in the future, if we get closer and closer to the August deadline, that's helpful, I think, when we're trying to make more holistic conversations about where we allocate our resources.
I don't disagree.
Councilmember Johnson.
Thanks, Mayor. Just to add to that, because I think everybody would like to see the process go a little quicker. If you remember last year, there were even conversations about this year's negotiations while we were looking at the bonuses and the raise at the end of last year. So while the negotiation hadn't fully opened, conversations had already kind of started to see what this might look like. So it is always a long process, just trying to get everybody together and see what folks agree on. And I think that the manager gives as many updates as possible during the budget season, but it just takes as long as it takes at this point. But this had actually, that conversation had started early last year.
Councilmember Johnston.
Thank you. A question for the city manager. Two-part question. Do we have contingencies funded to address that budget shortfall? Second one is, are there savings from open positions? Because there are open positions. Would that address the shortfall?
our budget does contain certain contingencies for unknown salary increases related to the contract. However, probably not enough to be able to make up for the amount in 2025. So what it does is it sets the stage for your 2025 discussions, especially as we talk about any enhancement to programs, new programs. It'll limit the council's ability to be able to do that. In terms of salary savings, if the salary savings have followed the pattern that we had anticipated, and I don't have an up-to-date report on that, we probably have already programmed that savings into the budget as part of our planned savings. If the most recent number I saw in terms of vacancies, we may have some salary savings that will help offset this because it's a little higher number than I had anticipated. We've had a lot of success with our recruit classes, but I think we still have a little bit of erosion in our existing staffing. So we'll spend some time taking a look at that.
Any further questions for staff? I just have two. All of last year, what I kept hearing from the community was the need for police officers, recruitment and retention of officers. So I have seen that this council has prioritized that. So I wanted to know, number one, how many recruits do we currently have? And will this help with the numbers? And what challenges are currently posed by, I believe you only have 2 training sessions per year?
Yes, Mayor. We currently have just under 40 recruits in our academy class right now. We have another class slated to begin in January. You are correct. We can only run 2 academy classes a year, which for a city our size is kind of an anomaly. We don't necessarily have the space to run multiple classes at one time, but we have tried to increase the size, and we have increased the size of our academy classes since Chief Sullivan arrived. So I believe the first class that graduated after Chief Sullivan got here started before he arrived, and it was nine recruits. And we have graduated over 20, if not 30, in the last few classes. So we have seen those numbers increase, and we've actually seen our numbers of applications increase. We look at peer cities. We've spoken with some of our peer cities that are having more struggles than we are as far as getting applications and getting people through the door. So we have seen encouraging trends related to recruitment, and we believe that the one-year contract last year was a big reason for that. Also, just some of the cultural changes that we're making internally, we believe are a part of that as well. Our training bureau has also looked at creative strategies, one of which would be a program we call Uniform to Uniform. So we partnered with Tabor College in their athletic program to bring athletes to our training academy, let them experience our training academy, and I believe we currently have 3 people slated to begin our academy class in January that were a part of that pilot program this year. So we're going to look to continue to do that as well. Creative recruitment strategies, being places where we haven't been before, and trying to reach out to a diverse group of applicants to increase our applicant pool. Yes, thank you, Manager, for reminding me of that. We also started a early onboard process. So one of the barriers we saw to people joining our academy class was we would offer them a job, and because of only being able to run 2 academy classes a year, we would say, we'll see you in the academy class in 3 months. And they would go find a job somewhere else in that 3 months. So Chief Sullivan worked with Human Resources and others to create an early onboard process. So we now have the ability at the time that we offer a conditional job offer to find somewhere in our organization for those people, those recruits, to start learning policy, process. In fact, we're talking about incorporating physical exercise into that program now to continue to allow people to stay in physical shape until the academy begins.
Councilmember Johnson.
Thanks, Mayor. I just wanted to shout out, no knock against the Blue Jays of Tabor, but the Friends Falcons are also great if you want to talk to them too.
We are actively talking to multiple universities about that program. The only reason Tabor was selected was because we had a previous employee who works in the athletic department there who was very easy to engage with to get that pilot project started. But we're definitely looking to increase it.
Can you also talk about, I've seen your efforts in terms of the recruitment team going out to very diverse populations to try to recruit, whether it's women, Hispanic or Spanish-speaking officers, Asian American officers. Can you talk about the efforts you guys have made in really trying to recruit as many highly qualified individuals into the department?
Absolutely. Chief Sullivan talks about it all the time. The numbers related to diversity in our department, racial diversity, are not where we want them to be. We recognize that, and we ask all the time for anybody and everybody. I say everybody knows somebody that they think would be a great police officer or a great public servant, and they should be referring them to come work with us and be a part of what we're doing in our community. And that's one way that we increase diversity. Encouragingly, we are over the national average when it comes to representation of female police officers. We're about 17%, which is higher than the national average, which sits around 12 to 15. So we have seen progress there. We continue to work on diversity at higher ranks. That's a Jensen Hughes recommendation talking about diversity and promotion. Our command staff is now approximately 20% minority. But we do have an underrepresentation of women at command ranks, and Chief Sullivan talks about that as well. We have 3 female lieutenants, we have multiple female sergeants, and we look all the time at opportunities for career development. And we've even talked about starting that career development conversation at the officer rank, right? Like the moment you join our department, we should be looking at ways to encourage you to continue your career with us and continue to promote. It's a long-term investment. It's not. There is no overnight fix, but we're making progress. We're not where we want to be, but we continue to ask for everybody's help in that endeavor.
I see no further questions for staff. We will open it up for public comment.
Hello, Faith Martin, Vice Chair of the Wichita Racial Profiling Citizens Advisory Board. I've been honored to come to some of your DABs over the summer to talk about this contract. I know we've emailed every single city council person. We've had multiple meetings with city manager's office staff, even HR, throughout this process. I hear it's going to be 2, but for now, every 3 years, the city of Wichita and the Fraternal Order of Police enter into a collective bargaining process. The Racial Profiling Board does not want to get in the middle of a collective bargaining process. What we want to do is we want to elevate the voices of the community that have raised concerns. Prior to Jensen Hughes' recommendations, the Racial Profiling Board has been making these recommendations. One of our asks, based on the document that we've given you, has been more entry points into this process so that the recommendations from the community and the points of concern from the community, all of you want to start that process earlier. We would all like to be a part of that process earlier, not necessarily in the middle of the collective bargain agreement and the bargaining between that unit, but giving the city and giving city staff that information prior to meeting with them. So really early on. I have a lot of notes, so I'm going to try to get through it pretty quickly, but we stood with the previous administration to support and promote the Jensen Hughes recommendation at its inception. A dashboard was created to address and communicate updates and implementations. However, there's been a couple problems with the dashboard, and one of my cohorts is going to talk a little bit more about the dashboard. But one of the issues I just found today is I'm not able to scroll through the dashboard. It's locked in place, and then on somebody else's phone it looks differently. So we're still having trouble with the dashboard. But one of the first things that was talked about, and I hear it at Citizens Review Board all the time, is codifying the use of coaching and mentoring for discipline. I went to the policy, and the policy manual states specifically that coaching and mentoring is not a discipline. So is that a meet and confer? The new contract does not require that officers immediately report misconduct to a supervisor. Is that a meet and confer? That's been on the dashboard since 2023 as pending. The new contract continues to prohibit the city from releasing the names of officers involved in a civilian shooting or that commit misconduct. Is that a meet and confer? Officers accused of misconduct are still allowed to review the investigation file prior to PSB because it doesn't contractually state that they can't, that the city won't give that to them. And then when I was looking through, I'm sorry, I have to pull up screenshots because the contract is long. Some of the screenshots that I took, one said, that the addresses of the names and addresses of all the witnesses will be provided to the person that's under investigation. So that's concerning. Trading vacation days to avoid suspensions, which is a perception of the community. Is that a meet and confer? And rolling the code of conduct pay and saying we're getting rid of it and adding it to the salary on tops of raises and bonuses during a budget shortfall is pretty irresponsible, considering that the complaint was giving them a code of conduct when that's already part of their job. Then if there's misconduct, they're still receiving the code of conduct. We're just rolling it into their salary. Sorry, I have a lot of notes. The lack of transparency in the police budget as we move into this shortfall when over 40% of the budget is policing is contrary to some of the Jensen Hughes recommendations of more transparency and communication. I could be wrong with this number, but it feels like it's about $6 million over the proposed budget. And if I'm wrong, I'm happy to be corrected. I have a question. How many officers were retained the last time we came and gave you public comment about an FOP contract and the amendment was passed? 3.4 million was approved in 2023. How many officers were retained due to that? I think that's all I have. I guess my ask would be before you approve next week that you get some of these questions answered and find out what the meet and confer process actually means. Does it mean they just talk about it and nothing happens, or we talk about it and something actually moves forward? Because the community is over 3 years into this process of being told that we're going to implement Jensen Hughes, giving more money out of the budget, especially when there's a budget shortfall, being promised that recommendations are going to be implemented in the next contract. And here we are at the next contract, and we still have all these outstanding items. I appreciate your time. Thank you. And I stand for any questions if you have any.
Captain Moses, can you please address some of the things that were said?
I'd be happy to. First of all, many of the things mentioned by the previous speaker do in fact fall under meet and confer. Duty to intervene, we've already drafted language and regulation that executive staff would like to incorporate. That is part of the meet and confer process, and we're moving through that. But beyond that, what executive staff has done is we brought in training for our entire department. Our entire department went through active bystandership for law enforcement, which is a training tool from the Police Executive Research Forum that talks about duty to intervene. Our entire department went through that, from the chief all the way through officers. So we take steps beyond just policy. We're talking about culture. Regarding officers able to review an investigative file, that is not true. That changed last year in policy. What we do now is officers have the ability to review what a citizens would be able to review through basically Cora. So if there's an officer's body-worn camera video, they are able to review that video prior to an interview. They are able to review any surveillance video that shows them and their actions, and they are able to review their police report. That is it. They are not able to review the entire investigative file. That was taken away last year. Regarding the names and addresses of complainants, I'm not aware that we provide that information to focus officers who are being investigated, but I have a note here to follow up on that with our Professional Standards Bureau commander. And the code of conduct pay was more nuanced than what was expressed, right? It was, you got this pay, and then if you were sustained on a violation, that pay went away, or you could give up that pay in lieu of discipline, or however it was worded. So beyond just rolling that pay into the base salary, what's happening is those contractual agreements related to that pay are also going away. So those are just a few of the highlights. I'll also look into the dashboard functionality. When I was looking at it earlier today, I was able to use it without any issues. So I'll make sure I look into that and address that issue as well.
Thank you. Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. Just one quick thing for you, Captain. Do we have any idea the number of cases where code of conduct pay was taken away in this last year?
I don't have that number, but I will make a note to follow up on that for next week.
Okay, and are they just not eligible for the code of conduct pay for the rest of the year or a calendar year, or what does that process look like?
Under the current agreement?
Under the current, what is it?
I'll have that next week for what that looks like and what it's going to change to. I will also say we did pull numbers related to the bonuses. There were about 100 people that qualified for the $5,000 bonus last year that were eligible for retirement that did not retire. It's a huge number. 100 people is about a sixth of our commissioned rank So that's a lot of people. And additionally, we did see attrition numbers at the lowest level that we've seen for the last 3 years when I pulled those numbers earlier this month.
Okay, thank you, sir. And just one thing to Faith. Oh, there you are. I was on the Jensen Hughes dashboard earlier today. I understand what you're saying. It's a little wonky, but then I clicked on operations there, and it pulled up a bigger page that's a lot easier to manage and go through, and has all the recommendations listed. So, yeah, the little one that's on the page, yeah, but then you click on it and
I did desktop
Awesome.
and did on my phone, and it would stop, and you couldn't even read the rest of the line. We were all trying to pull it up, so.
yeah, I had that, but I'm a dinosaur, so I look at the monitor here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Continue with public comment.
Hi, Twyla Purity, Polo Club, District 1. I'm not opposed to the stuff in here. I just want to make sure that you're getting what you pay for. I am a little disappointed. At the end of last year, City Council, when this came up, we were assured that all of Jensen Hughes would be implemented before more monies would be spent, because so much was spent in the contract amendment last year. And that hasn't happened. And I know they have a lot of reasons why, but it's kind of like, where's the accountability? What's the commitment to the recommendations? And what's the process for deviations? The very top one on the dashboard says that there will be an assistant chief. Well, that didn't happen. That's what Jensen Hughes said. Something different happened. But who approves those deviations? I've asked for that before. At Citizens Review Board meetings, I'm no longer on that board, and at DAB meetings, I've asked that the dashboard be updated first with a target date so we can measure if we're making progress, and also when updates are made, that they're dated. Pretty darn simple things, I would think, but that hasn't happened. And this dashboard's been in place now for 1.5 years. So, who's approving these exceptions? I think that's kind of a big deal. And measurements, the city is contracted with a law firm specific to representing the city in excessive force. And so it's always about data, are things getting better or are they not? One of the things, I don't want to run out of time, so I'm going to jump to it. It's data, right? And if you'll go back to start maybe even in 2022 when Jensen Hughes first came up, the Citizens Review Board members got a nice packet of data for them to review. And it has gotten smaller and smaller over time. One of the things that went missing, and I bring up missing data because it was a topic from the November nighttime meeting. I think it had to do with the animal shelter. Somebody came up and said there was missing data. Well, there's a big missing data point. The Citizens Review Board reports, it was something I had asked for, and they've been reporting it for a while. It's people being investigated, broke down by gender and race, right? And then, so I took that data over all the months. I had the number of folks by gender and race being investigated. And then I also had what they made up in the total department. And through the data, you could tell that minority folks were investigated, minority police officers investigated at a higher rate than whites, right? Or non-minorities. I put all that in a spreadsheet. At a May 16th meeting with the the Racial Profiling Advisory Board, the chief of police and the head of professional standards, after the meeting, I brought that up. And I said, do you realize this is going on? And he didn't know about it. And by golly, if at the next meeting, all of that data is no longer being presented to the CRB, along with so many other things. If you go back and pull up a CRB agenda from 2022, pull up a CRB agenda or minutes that have all the attachments from after May, you'll see the amount of data that's presented to the CRB so much of it has gone away. And they'll say it's because they don't have the staff. Well, maybe, but in 2022, I think staffing was hard because we were post-COVID, right? So it's concerning. Less data. So Jensen Hughes, yes, they knew what the CRB was getting, and they had one recommendation, more description, right? But now, yeah, the description on one report is longer. Everything else is MIA. It's concerning. Another thing, just look at the entire compensation package, right? Starting at $33 an hour, whatever it is, it's like $69,000 a year. And then all the PTO and vacation, a brand new person in 2026, they're gonna have 6 weeks between holidays, personal holidays, vacation, and on top of that, another 6 days of sick leave. That's a lot. The good ones deserve it, but look at the entire compensation package. Thank you all for your time. If you have questions for me, I'm always available. Thanks.
Captain Moses.
So some of the information presented at the Citizens Review Board has changed. Some of that has been at the direction of some of the board members. There's obviously been a change in board membership, but I will look at that data, figure out where it went. It does give me the opportunity to talk about something that I'm going to talk about next week, which is a new system for our complaint tracking, investigations, use of force, and pursuits that will allow us to have this information on hand much quicker and in an automated way. So we're very excited about that. Additionally, I will say one thing that I haven't spoken about is a professional standards dashboard that we now have online. It's going to have some wonky functionality as well, just because it uses the same process we use for the Jensen Hughes dashboard. But the community now, at their whim, can go on and see all pending internal investigations and all closed internal investigations, including the case summary that's provided to the Citizens Review Board. So I'll look at the information related to the racial breakdown. I know that there was feedback about the complexity of that packet and people getting kind of lost in the packet at the Citizens Review Board. But I assure you we are continuing our work on the Jensen Hughes recommendations related to the decision on an assistant chief. I think the chief of police reserves the right to make a decision when he arrives about whether he needs an assistant chief. And we've tried to be very clear in the dashboard about what we have done and what we have not done. And the fact that the community is able to understand that we made a different decision than the assistant chief shows that the dashboard is working, that the community has access to the information related to the decisions that are being made on these recommendations.
Hi there, council members. Olivia Hayes, I'm the Deputy Director for the 4th District Kansas Libertarian Party. So in regards to the changes today, I find approving these over budget and without some of the most impactful parts of Jensen, and also at the same time potentially cutting other departments that keep us safe, like fire, I find all of those things together to be highly inappropriate. Now, don't hear what I'm not saying. I'm not saying not to support police. I have cohorts that might think differently, but that's not where I'm at. I think they've been well supported this year, and I'm simply suggesting that perhaps we need a stay of additional resources, at least until we can look at some of these other departments and bring them up to par. Police is a big part of public safety, but they're not the only part of public safety. So I'm simply asking that we do right by some of these other departments, at least before going over budget on behalf of police. Thank you.
Any further public comment? I see none. Captain Mo. Oh.
Good afternoon. Jeremy Diaz, I'm the current FOP president. Wrote a little statement here, won't take up too much of your time. I'm gonna try to get to some of your questions that you guys have asked already. But I would like to extend our gratitude to everyone who participated in this recent contract negotiations. Your dedication and efforts have resulted in an agreement that addresses critical staffing challenges by making our department more competitive in the state with the goal to attracting the most qualified candidates. Additionally, we as the FOP acknowledge ongoing work between the FOP and the Chief of Police, Joe Sullivan, in addressing the Jensen Hughes recommendations. These are a significant undertaking that require time and focus, and we remain committed to their thoughtful implementation. Thank you for your continued commitment to the success of our department and the community we serve by voting to approve this contract next week. To get to some of your questions, Mr. Hoheisel, the previous votes in 2023 and the contract for 21 through 23 was 93%. 2024, the amendment was 95%. And then this one was 88%. Mr. Glasscock, yes, the FOP would love to have a more streamlined process. I don't think it's the FOP holding it up. I don't think it's HR holding it up. It's just a very time-consuming process. I would love to get you guys numbers before August, and we're open to negotiating earlier. The only recommendation I could make today, as I think, is you guys are presented a budget with a cost of living increase of 1.5%. We need to make that more reasonable and fair, knowing that we're going into negotiations, and a 1.5% pay raise going into your proposed budget is most likely not the fair number that we're going to settle on. That's what got us into the problem that we were in and had to be addressed in 2024. So we would like to continue making meaningful progress and not getting stuck in lower pay raises, which puts the police department in a bind where we have to amend contracts for higher pay raises because we're at critical staffing issue. As far as some of the comments from the public, the code of conduct wasn't designed to pay officers to behave. It was designed as a way for additional pay raise that would not compound through additional years. So it was kind of an easy budget item for the city to budget. It wasn't to pay officers to stay out of trouble. There was some language in there that they could forfeit it. That has since gone away. We no longer have the code of conduct. But to just ultimately get rid of code of conduct would have not, we sought goals to be competitive in the state. If we would have taken the $2.25 away, we were already behind at our starting wage, and we would have stayed behind without rolling that number into our base wage. And that's why it was decided that it needed to be rolled in to get that starting pay wage up there to where we are competitive. And in 2025, we will be #1 in the state of Kansas. In 2026, we'll see what happens with the other departments. We do already fall behind KHP as they got a significant pay raise, and other departments will be going into contract negotiations. But that's something we can address later down the road. Hopefully the budget is looking better. And if you want to know more about code of conduct, I have the past president here with me. He can discuss that if you do have additional questions on how that was designed and how it was negotiated with HR. Ms. Wu, the issue with our police department staffing is we are held to 2 classes a year. I think we need to come together and try to find a way. WSU has been good to us, but I don't think that facility allows us to get beyond 2 classes a year. We may have to, we're a large enough department. We're the largest police department in the state. We have our own training facility. We train our own officers. We need to probably have our own training facility, but that's for a later conversation that if we want to keep the numbers up on the police department, we're going to have to look at. Even if the chief of police could hire the 54 openings that we have, that does not suffice for the city of Wichita. And that, again, that'll be a discussion for a later date. I'll stand for any questions.
Vice Mayor Ballard. Mayor, thank you for being here. I just have a quick question. You mentioned that the voting percentage was 88%
Yes.
this time?
Mm-hmm.
And the couple times before that was 95 and 92? They just weren't super happy with everything, or I'm just curious.
A lot of the members they highly put their voting thinking into a couple items that they really wanted to see. One is a lot of departments our size are looking into take-home vehicle programs. it's a benefit and you take pride and ownership if you're giving a vehicle that you can take care of, you can set it up the way you want to set it up, and you know you're going to be in that vehicle. Right now, we have to share vehicles, so you don't know who's you're getting in after. That was one big item, and the second item that a lot of our members want to see is retirement insurance. So I think some of the voting, why it was a little bit lower, is since this contract didn't address either one of those, they went ahead and voted no.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Thank you, Jeremy. Seeing no further questions, we will continue with public comment if there's anyone else. I see none. We'll bring it back to the bench. And this is just a reminder, this is not to approve the contract, as this is a process so that the community can see this 1 week in advance before the council actually votes on the contract. Council members don't have any. I will go ahead and move to receive and file the comments and schedule for adoption on Tuesday, December 10th, 2024. Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Motion passes 7-0. Madam Clerk, please call the next item.
The conditional use request in the city to permit ancillary parking on properties zoned two-family residential, generally located 1 block south of East Douglas Avenue and 1/4 mile east of South Hillside Avenue, 123 and 125 South Clifton Avenue, and 3344 East Oakland Avenue.
Hello, good afternoon. Scott Wadle from the Planning Department. So for this item, the applicant is requesting a conditional use, as you heard, to allow residentially zoned properties to be used for auxiliary motor vehicle parking. This case is being heard because there have been protests submitted against the application. The City Council previously considered similar requests for this site. Those were PUD 2021-18 and CON 2023-01. In terms of the subject site, it consists of 3 parcels at the northwest corner of the intersection of Oakland Avenue and Clifton Avenue, which is just south of Douglas, as you can see here. Subject site is approximately 0.35 acres in size. It consists of 2 vacant parcels and 1 with a single-family house. The majority of the site is zoned TF3. In terms of context, properties to the north are zoned LC Limited Commercial and developed as a commercial center with a restaurant, market, and a cafe. Property to the east, across Clifton Avenue, is zoned GO General Office and developed as a church with parking. Properties to the south, across Oakland Avenue, are zoned SF5 single-family residential and developed with single-family homes. The property to the west is zoned TF3 two-family and developed with a single-family home. In terms of the staff report on this item contains information about the history of related applications on the site and also a parking occupancy survey of the area. In terms of review, on October 24th, the Planning Commission recommended approval of the request subject to 11 conditions that are identified in the staff report. That vote was 9-3. At that meeting, 6 individuals spoke on the item. 5 individuals were opposed to the application. 1 individual was in support. Prior to the meeting, the Planning Commission received 46 letters and emails from the public. 35 of those written comments were in favor of the conditional use, while 11 were opposed to the conditional use. In general, the comments for support centered around improving available capacity for all existing and proposed businesses in Happiness Plaza and reducing the number of cars parked on street, which makes those spaces available for individuals who visit or live nearby. In general, comments against the application centered around concerns about setting a precedent that would promote nearby businesses to buy residential properties and convert them to parking. Also noise, pollution, and congestion from delivery trucks and light pollution from the headlights of vehicles in the proposed parking lot. On November 4th, the District Advisory Board reviewed the application and recommended approval with the same conditions as the Planning Commission. That vote was 6-2. 15 members of the public spoke in regard to the application. 8 of those spoke in opposition to the request, citing the concerns similar to what was expressed at the MAPC meeting. 6 members of the public were in support of the requested conditional use. And one of those members took a more nuanced stance, but was in favor of the application, but only after the College Hill Neighborhood Plan would be completed and adopted by the city. 101 protest petitions were received against the conditional use application, with 7 of those properties in the protest area. The protest petitions within the calculation area equaled 23.22% of the protest area. This exceeds the state statute threshold of 20%, and so therefore any approval would require a supermajority or 6 of 7 votes. The recommended action is that the City Council adopt the findings of the Planning Commission, approve the requested conditional use, authorize the necessary signatures, and instruct the city clerk to publish a resolution after approval. That, again, would require 6 of 7 votes. Alternatives include the following. As always, you can override the Planning Commission, adopt alternative findings, and deny the conditional use request. That would require 5 of 7 votes. Or, of course, you can return the case to the Planning Commission for additional consideration. That would require 4 of 7 votes. In terms of process, just a quick note that City Council policy is that the public hearing for planning agenda items occurs at the Planning Commission meeting. According to the policy, the City Council does not typically receive public comments on zoning items. Now, related to that, I would also mention that the applicant did submit a PowerPoint today and is in the audience. As well, there are also members of the public who are in opposition to the conditional use, and they are also here today. So with that, I'll take you through some of the images and graphics related to the case. So here's the aerial image, shows the subject site outlined in the turquoise color. Here's a little bit broader view. You can see Douglas running through the center of the screen. Here's the zoning map. Again, the properties are a mix of zoning, which was more common back when they were zoned, but the majority of it is zone TF3. Here's the map from the comprehensive plan, showing new residential recommended in the area. Here's the graphic that was submitted as part of the application, showing the proposed parking lot. Here is a map of the protest. We have received some from quite a ways out, so we have circled those with red circles. We also have maps that zoom in a little bit closer on this. So, and again, the ones in the protest area are outlined in that green and purple circle, and if they're valid, showed up in the color red. Here are photos from the area. This is the subject site recently. Photos of places in close proximity. There's quite a few photos, so I can certainly go back if there's any questions. Photos of Happiness Plaza, across the street. Subject site, the house that is part of the subject site. All right, and with that, I'll stand for any questions.
Councilmember Johnson.
Thanks, Mayor. First, I've had ex parte communications with the applicant and talked to residents in the neighborhood. Scott, there was one question, don't know the answer to, I can't even remember who asked me this, but it's asking you. It was said that if this was approved today, because of the setbacks that you can see on the site plan attachment number 1, that graphic that you showed, they may have to go through this process again?
They have a couple of options. They could modify their site plan, or they could come in and request a vacation of that in order to be able to develop the parking lot as they currently show it. But yes, that's true.
And they would, so if they requested a vacation, it goes back out through this whole process again?
Yes, it would be a public process with that. Yes, sir.
Okay.
This resides in Councilmember Johnson's district.
All right, before I make a motion, since I've seen this now 3 times, just to make sure the DAB additional, what's the word? Conditions, those are the same as the MAPC, right?
That is
I know we
correct.
had talked about some differences in screening, but I think it ultimately came to be the same as MAPC.
That is correct. Yes, sir.
Okay. For this case, I would move that the Wichita City Council adopt the findings of the MAPC and approve the requested conditional use, authorize the necessary signatures, and instruct the city clerk to publish the resolution after approval.
Motion, and I'll second that. Councilmember Glasscock.
Thank you, Mayor. Just wanted to also say that I had ex parte communication with the applicant, I believe 1 time, neighbors 4 or 5 times for this case.
Councilmember Tuttle.
Thank you. I too have had ex parte communications with the applicant and also with community members. I too have seen this now 3 times. I just wanted to state for the record, the first time that this came before us, more residents told me that they didn't want it than they did. And then also the parking study then said it wasn't warranted. Last time this came to us, more residents told me they wanted it than didn't, and the parking study justified it. This also has been approved by MAPC. It's been approved by the District Advisory Board. I truly believe that it's a safety issue to have this many cars on the street. I think it's dangerous for pedestrians and it's dangerous for cyclists that I have been a long advocate for. So I will be supportive of this today. Thank you.
Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. I too have had ex parte communication with both the applicant and residents of the neighborhood, so I just wanted to put that out there.
Vice Mayor Ballard.
Thank you, Mayor. Ditto. I have had ex parte conversations with both the applicant and neighbors.
Councilmember Johnston.
Well, I guess I'm the only one that hasn't had it, so. However, College Hill is affectionately known as the Catholic ghetto, and I have a lot of friends that are in that neighborhood, and they are all supportive of it. I eat at the Belmont and Larchers. Both of them have to park on the street. It is dangerous, narrow streets, and I will be supporting this.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Before we vote, I also had ex parte communication with both the applicant and residents. I do want to make mention that there was a lot of effort. There was an email that was sent to all of us this morning by the applicant showing support letters and more signatures. And there was a lot of due diligence. I know it's taken a very long time, but engaging the neighbors is really the key here. And I want to say thank you to all the individuals who contacted all 7 of us, whether it was for or against this project. And this does reside in Councilmember Johnson's district, and he had a council meeting that lasted till 11:30?
Just about.
11:30 p.m. the night before we had our marathon
1 a.m.
council meeting.
Yeah.
So just wanted to say thank you for everyone that has been listening and trying to come up with a compromise and something that helps both the neighbors as well as the amenities that are for that neighborhood and this community. So we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Motion passes 6-1. Madam Clerk, please call the next item.
CUP amendment in the city to CUP to allow warehouse, self-service storage, change building size and height, and accept parcel 2 from architectural controls, generally located on the west side of North 127th Street East, with 400 feet south of East 21st Street North.
Hello, Scott Wadle again from the Planning Department. So as you heard, for this one, the applicant is requesting amendments to a CUP, which it overlays the base zoning, so it's a second layer of zoning. In this case, the CUP is Summit Crossing Community Unit Plan, and it's specifically targeted at parcel number 2, and I've got some graphics that will show that. As you heard, they're requesting the amendments in order to allow for warehouse self-storage as a permitted use. It's currently not permitted. They are also asking to exempt this particular parcel in the CUP from architectural controls associated with general provision 8 of the CUP, and I've got some graphics that will show that as well. In addition, they are seeking to alter the development standards for the building height, floor area, and building coverage. In addition to those modifications to the CUP, they are also requesting a waiver of the Unified Zoning Code Supplementary Use Regulation, which requires a resident manager to be on site for a warehouse self-storage use. So this item is being heard today because protests have been received against the application. In terms of the request, the applicant has indicated that they are requesting the amendments and waiver so that they can build a 3-story self-storage facility. In terms of the property, the site is generally located to the south and west of the intersection of 127th Street and 21st Street. The subject site consists of one ownership parcel, is approximately 2.6 acres in size, zoned LC, limited commercial, and is in a community unit plan. The existing community unit plan generally extends from 21st Street almost all the way south to 19th Street and from 127th Street to Garnett Street, which you can see on the graphic here. The community unit plan includes multiple properties and are generally developed as office and commercial uses. It has two zoning parcels within it, and the subject site is on, it has multiple zoning parcels within the CUP, and the subject site is on community unit plan parcel number 2. The CUP general provision number 8 regards the architectural controls, which requires that all buildings share a uniform architectural character, color, and same predominant exterior building material. It limits exterior colors and requires that the building walls shall not utilize metal as a predominant exterior facade material unless approved administratively. In terms of context, properties to the north, south, and west are zoned LC and within the CUP. Properties to the north and south are both undeveloped, as you can see here. The property to the south is platted as a reserve. Properties to the west are developed as medical offices. Properties to the east across 127th Street are zoned LC within a different CUP, and they are developed with duplexes and a daycare facility. A quick note here about residential in the area. The nearest existing homes are across 127th Street to the east, and they are approximately 127 feet away. The staff report provides information about the self-storage as a use and the zoning process required to get approval. Also, the requirement for self-storage to have a resident manager. It provides information about the development and also information about the requested amendments to the CUP, including the detailed language. In terms of review, on October 24th, the Metropolitan Planning Commission considered the CUP and recommended amendments and recommended approval of the amendments and the waiver. That vote was 9-3, and that was subject to conditions that are listed in the staff report. As part of that, though, please note that the MAPC also made the recommendation for the parcel to remain subject to the CUP's general provision number 8 so that the architectural controls would still apply. They are not recommending that you modify the CUP to waive that. 2 members of the public spoke in opposition to the request at that hearing with concerns about the development size, architectural design, and permitted use on the site. On November 13th, the District Advisory Board considered the CUP amendment request and recommended approval 8-0, the same as the MAPC. 3 members of the public spoke at that meeting in opposition to the request, again with the same concerns as were expressed at the MAPC meeting. 54 protests were received, accounting for 55.26% of the protest area. It exceeds the 20% threshold, therefore requires 6 out of 7 votes. So the recommendation is that the City Council adopt the findings of the Planning Commission, approve the amendments to the CUP, adopt the resolution, authorize the necessary signatures, and instruct the City Clerk to publish the resolution after approval, as well as granting the waiver to the supplementary use regulation. In terms of alternatives, as always, you can override the Planning Commission, adopt alternative findings, and deny the CUP amendment, which requires 5 of 7 votes, or you can return the case to the Planning Commission for additional consideration, which would require 4 of 7 votes. And as always, just a quick note about the process that the City Council policy is that the public hearing occurs at the Planning Commission meeting. So with that, I'll take you through some of the images. So here's the aerial showing the subject site. Here's the zoning in the area. You can see that it's a combination, or a variety of different zoning districts, but mostly LC nearby. Here's the map from the comprehensive plan showing a mix of residential and employment recommended for the area. Here are graphics showing the CUP that the property is in. Again, it is parcel number 2, but this just shows you the parcels that are located in the CUP in more detail. Here's a site plan that was submitted along with the application by the applicant. So it shows the layout of the proposed building. Here's the map showing the protest petitions that were received. Again, it totaled 55% of the protest area. Here's a closer zoom in. Here are photos from the site and the surrounding area. Looking at the site, across the street, the south. And with that, I'll stand for any questions.
Questions for staff? I see none. This resides in Councilmember Tuttle's district.
Thank you. Thank you for your help on this, Scott. This is probably one of the more challenging decisions I've made since I've been on council. And the first year I was on council, we had a very similar situation where it was a storage unit. It was going to be 3 stories. The difference then is it literally backed up to residential. And in this case, there isn't residential in close proximity. It's across the street, correct?
There is residential located to the south.
To the south.
And that is approximately 500 feet away.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. I should have stated first, and I'm very sorry. I have had no ex parte communication with the applicant or any community members. They have emailed me, and I have held my response until after I made my decision. As I mentioned, MAPC approved, my DAB approved unanimously with the modification that it could not be a metal structure as originally the application. If it were a metal structure, I would not entertain this at all. My DAB also indicated that they would not have supported it if it was a metal structure. But based on the architectural designs, I think that it's going to be aesthetically pleasing. It will fit into the area. The other thing is, the concern is that it's 3 stories and not 2, but this area is growing and there is vacant property there, but it's not going to be for long. We're going to see more development in this area. I see it as an opportunity for growth. So when I look at the golden rules and will this significantly change the character of the neighborhood, I don't believe that it will. And so with that, I will take the recommended action that the City Council adopt the findings of the MAPC and approve the CUP amendments, adopt the resolution, authorize the necessary signatures, and instruct the city clerk to publish the resolution after approval. Thank you.
Second. Motion and a second. Any further discussion? Before I give my vote, I will also say that I was contacted through email, and many people on the council were also contacted via email. And so I understand that that is the process. Unfortunately, you cannot speak during, there's no public comment in these items, but they were noted. I think all of us have noted the emails for and against all of these projects. So at this time, I will be voting against this. So motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Motion does not carry. Is that right? It needs 6 out of 7 votes.
That's correct.
Right now we have 5. 2. So will this go back to MAPC? Madam Clerk, please call the next item.
Amend the Crown Uptown Theater Planned Unit Development Number 55 to increase the building capacity to 2,066 persons, generally located south of East Douglas Avenue, within 100 feet of North Hillside Avenue at 3207 East Douglas Avenue.
Scott Wadle again from the Planning Department. For this case, as you heard, the applicant is requesting to amend an existing planned unit development, which is custom zoning, for the Crown Uptown Theater at 3207 East Douglas Avenue. This item is being heard because the District Advisory Board and the Planning Commission recommendations are different, and also because protests have been received against the application. In terms of the request, the applicant has indicated that they are requesting to increase the maximum number of persons allowed at the facility. The PUD zoning currently limits it to 850 persons. The applicant is requesting to amend the PUD to allow 2,066 persons. They have indicated that they are requesting the rezoning in order to allow for more viable events at the business and to make the business more viable at the property. In terms of the property, the site is generally located to the south and east of the intersection of Hillside and Douglas. It is made up of 2 ownership parcels, approximately 0.52 acres in size, has PUD zoning, and is developed with a theater and a parking lot that has 17 spaces. The Crown Uptown Theater is listed in the Wichita Historic Preservation Plan Appendix, an inventory of Wichita's undesignated historic resources. The Wichita Municipal Code, Section 2.12.1024.1, provides that the preservation planner may place immediate but temporary interim controls prohibiting the alteration or demolition of any building, site, or structure identified in the city's preservation plan as an undesignated historic resource. There is a notice requirement, and the interim control cannot exceed 30 days, except if extended by the city council. There is an appeal process to the director of planning and also to the city council. In terms of context, properties to the north are zoned GC General Commercial and developed with commercial stores. Properties to the south are zoned LC Limited Commercial and B Multifamily Residential and are developed with multifamily dwellings and a duplex. Property to the east is zoned GC and developed with an art gallery. Property to the west is zoned GC and developed with a commercial storefront. In terms of the staff report provides information about the Crown Uptown Theater building, parking, and the existing planned unit development zoning. In terms of review, on October 24th, the Planning Commission held the public hearing for this item and recommended approval per the staff recommendations, and that vote was 6-2. 2 members of the public spoke regarding the request. 1 member of the public stated that they were in favor if long-term written agreements, parking agreements, could be produced by the applicant, and 1 member of the public was opposed to the request, citing concerns of alcohol consumption by patrons and overflow parking into their neighboring parking lot. In addition, 1 member of the public sent in written communication was opposed to the request, citing concerns regarding a lack of on-street parking in the area for such a large number of people attending events in the theater. On November 4th, the District Advisory Board reviewed the application and recommended denial. That vote was 6-2. 10 members of the public spoke regarding this application. 9 of the individuals spoke in opposition to the request, citing concerns about a lack of parking, increased pedestrian traffic through neighboring properties, noise pollution from concerts, and increased traffic in general. 1 individual spoke in favor of the request at that same meeting. 16 protest petitions were received against the application. They totaled 46.46% of the protest area. It exceeds the 20% threshold and therefore requires 6 out of 7 votes to approve any changes. In terms of council action, it's recommended that the City Council adopt the findings of the Planning Commission, approve the requested amendment to the PUD, place the ordinance on the first reading, authorize the necessary signatures, and instruct the city clerk to publish the ordinance after approval on the second reading. That would require 6 of 7 votes. Alternatives include the following. You can override the Planning Commission, adopt alternative findings, and deny the PUD request, which would require 5 of 7 votes, or as always, return the case to the Planning Commission for additional consideration, which would require 4 of 7 votes. In terms of process, just another quick note about policy number 9 and that the public hearing occurs at the Planning Commission. So with that, I'll take you through some of the graphics and photos here. So here's the aerial showing the subject site. Here's the zoning for the area. Here's the map of the comprehensive plan recommending new residential in the area. Here's the site schematic that was provided by the applicant as part of the application. Here's the protest map showing the protests that were received. And zooming out so you can see the ones that were received from a little bit further away. Here are photos from the surrounding area and the subject site. This is the interior. And with that, I'll stand for any questions.
Questions for staff? Can you address the historical portion that was added to our agenda item?
Yes. I was made aware of that last week, that it is listed, that is included on that inventory as well as the implications from the municipal code. It appears that it's been on this list for quite some time, since the 1990s, if I remember correctly, and that there's procedures that are established in the municipal code that should the owner or their contractor, in this case, come in and submit an application for a demolition permit or other building permits through MABCD, that they are required to notify the preservation planner, and then the preservation planner has the discretion about whether or not to place interim temporary control to restrict the issuance of those permits for up to 30 days. During that time, the individual, the owner, can also appeal to the planning director, and if they do not like the answer that they received there, they may also appeal it further to the city council. Also, during that 30-day time period, the city council has the discretion to extend that interim control up to 180 days.
Councilmember Glasscock.
Thank you, Mayor. My question would be about safety regarding fire capacity or fire safety. Was this approved by the fire department?
So the fire code would trump any occupancy limits that the zoning would place on it. So it's separate and independent, but it overrides anything that would be in the planning, in the zoning.
What is fire code list capacity?
I do not know. I know that the owner has been working on making fire improvements, and there's been conversation between them and the plant and the fire department, but I do not know what its authorized capacity is from the fire department.
Okay. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Ballard.
Thank you. Is that something we can try to find out? Like, can we call Chief Snow or?
We certainly can. It will take some time to work through. Chris to the rescue.
Also, I mean, that seems pretty significant to go from 800 to 2,000. That's right?
That is correct. It's 850 to 2,066.
Thank you.
Yes, Vice Mayor, Councilman Glasscock, Chris Labrum, MABCD for the record. So in conjunction with the building code and the fire code is what would set the building occupancy. Is my understanding that the owner is now willing to include a sprinkler system with this. We would require that to go above the current 860, which is where our occupancy is set, which is ironically 10 higher than the previous PUD. The calculated occupancy at this point is 1,537 that we would authorize. The fire marshal has the final say in that. There are some adjustments they could potentially make with their space, with their layout, et cetera, to increase that somewhat, and the owner has expressed an interest in doing so.
So as is,
but
current capacity is 1,537.
So as is today, 860.
Based on
with
zoning.
a sprinkler system, it would be 1,537 given the layout we've received previously received from the architect and the owner's representatives.
So that's the highest they would be able to go with fire code and MABCD code?
Currently,
unless they make alterations?
That is correct, yes, sir, exactly.
And that's with fire suppression, adding fire suppression?
Correct.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor Ballard.
Thank you, Mayor. So what would they have to do in addition to get to the 2066?
I do not see any way they could get to 2066. We could potentially get, squeeze. I would not want to give an exact number. Again, that's Fire Marshal Dugan's final call. I know they have expressed a desire to get at least in the neighborhood of 1,700. We would certainly be willing to work with them towards that number.
Councilmember Johnston.
Thank you, Mayor. I knew Ted, who owned it a long, long time ago, and I understand it was licensed for $1,500 at that time, and he lowered the license of it to $800.
So
Is that correct?
Correct.
History of it?
As a theater, now my records say that in 1977 is when it was lowered to 560, and was at that point it received an A2 occupancy, which is an event center type occupancy. There were a few petitions and requests to increase that in 2018, given the exits, and there was some work done to the exits to remove some tripping hazards. And then additionally, there was an increased fire alarm system, so not sprinklers, but fire alarm that was installed at that time. And with that, the calculations allowed the increase to 860. So allowed additional 300.
Prior to 77, what was the occupancy?
I believe you're correct that it was
1,500?
about 1,500.
Yeah, okay,
So,
thank you.
which would be more consistent with a theater type occupancy.
I just wanted to add that I had ex parte communication with the applicant as well as some of the protesters. And so I've also been appreciative of all the emails for and against this project. And just like the last project, I believe that it's important to engage your neighbors, all of them. And so having that clear communication is part of the process. And I know that it took the first case multiple years before they could get to this position, and it required a lot of community engagement. So I appreciate Scott for continuing this process. Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to add I had ex parte communication with the applicant as well.
Councilmember Glasscock.
I will echo that, as well as residents in opposition.
Vice Mayor Ballard.
Thank you. I have spoke with several people in opposition, but I have not spoke with the applicant.
Councilmember Johnston.
I also had communication with the applicant. I called him, and I've had a lot of communication with the residents also.
Councilmember Tuttle.
Just to make sure we're all being thorough, I have not had ex parte communication with the applicant. I have received numerous emails from residents that I will address after the vote. Thank you.
This resides in Councilmember Johnson's district.
Thanks, Mayor. District 1 day. I have had ex parte communication with the applicant, his attorney, and many residents regarding this. Given the significant protests and other concerns raised, I would move that the City Council return this case to the MAPC for additional consideration. Specifically, I'd like to know, are there options that can result in a better balance between the use of the property for large events and impacts to the neighborhood? The applicant stated at a public meeting they were interested in 60 full capacity standing room only events per year. That was extremely concerning to community members. I'd like to know, is there a balance or a limit between full capacity events, half requested capacity events, and any event at its current capacity, no limit on that because it's already there. I'd also like to see MAPC consider how this potential change in capacity would impact or be impacted by the College Hill overlay plan being developed that's nearly done. And I'd also like to see some demonstration that the applicant has a plan to show the occupancy can be substantially increased without detrimental parking impacts to nearby properties. To date, the applicant has yet to produce any written parking agreements, but publicly spoke to having verbal agreements. And I feel that that would provide more clarity to the neighborhood impact as well.
Second.
Motion and a second. Discussion. Councilmember Tuttle.
Thank you, and thank you for those recommendations. I too have concerns about parking, but honestly, my biggest concern, and I don't think I heard you say it, so if you did, I'm very sorry, and I would love to be corrected, but you know, we know that right now fire code is 860 occupants, and Chris, our director of MABCD, said that even with sprinklers, it would be 1,537. So I don't know where this discrepancy between the 2,066 and the 1,537 is. That, to me, is the biggest concern because people's lives would be at risk. The city liability could be at risk. So that's something that I would also like to see addressed. I mean, if our director of MABCD is saying it can't happen, then why are we looking still at the 2,066? It should just be the maximum of 1,537. So thank you.
Just a brief response. I didn't say it because he said it couldn't happen, so I didn't bring it up.
Councilmember Glasscock.
Thank you, Mayor. I echo Councilmember Tuttle's concern. I mean, safety would be my number one concern regarding this application. And then I think I just have received conflicting information from whether that be the report or whether what I hear from the applicant, what I hear from the community, and so I just want more answers.
We have a motion and a second to return the case to MAPC. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Motion passes 7-0. Madam Clerk, please call the next item.
Change in council meeting schedule.
that's presenting this item.
Mayor, members of the council, Bob Layton, city manager. I believe I drew the short straw here. This item would set the council meeting schedule for next year, for 2025, specifically scheduling 4 evening meetings for the city council, and one in March, one in June, one in August, and one in November. And then noting that the November 4th city council meeting would be moved to November 6th, and then would establish 4 meeting dates for an en banc or possible en bancs with the Sedgwick County Board of Commissioners, January, April, July, and October. Be glad to answer any questions regarding the dates.
I have a couple of suggestions. Number one, August 5th are the primaries. So is that an issue? I know that it was changed from November 4th to November 6th because of also elections. That's the general election. Any feedback on that?
Well, it wouldn't be a problem for me, but I would think it could be for those who are involved in the primary. So we'd be more than happy to schedule. I'm sorry, I'm a little punchy. We could look at moving that also to August 7th, similar to what we did for a general election in November.
I would like to see that only because I want to respect that there are council members who will be up for re-election.
Yes.
And I don't want them to be worried about this meeting.
Yes.
Council Member Johnson.
Thanks, Mayor. I just wanted to say I've talked to you, Mayor, Councilmember Tuttle. I think I've got everybody. I may not have talked to Councilmember Johnston, but just wanted to make a suggestion on the evening meetings that those are one-item meetings and not the full council meeting. So if it was another like parking discussion, it would only be parking. That way we can get full engagement on the one issue and hopefully not be here until 1 a.m. But one item I think would allow people to focus on that, and we can deem that as necessary as the date comes forward.
Councilmember Tuttle.
Thank you. And Councilmember Johnson and I talked about this, and I've talked about it with Councilmember Hoheisel as well. In 2019, and Councilmember Johnson and I were the only ones that were here, but we had an evening meeting about budget, which we always do, and I think we always should. And then we had an evening meeting regarding baseball, and we didn't do consent. We didn't do, any public comment regarding just topics. We just had a presentation from staff about the baseball stadium proposal, and then opened it up to public comments. And it was a fantastic meeting, and it took several hours, but everybody who was here for that topic, so it was a prudent use of their time. We didn't get out so late, so I didn't worry about people's public safety. The meeting that we left at 1 o'clock a couple weeks ago, I truly was worried about staff and our community members who were walking into the dark downtown at 1 o'clock in the morning, and then driving after they'd been working for 17 hours, and then getting up the next morning and going to work at 8 o'clock. So I just think that this is a really good solution. I think it's more efficient for staff, it's more efficient for us, and it's more efficient for community engagement. So I do hope that that's the path that we could take. Councilmember Johnson and I also talked about maybe instead of replacing a council meeting, maybe it's we do consent during the workshop day that day. So we have just a brief consent meeting, and then we do the workshop that night. There's lots of different ways that we can mix this up to be more efficient and effective. And the community has reached out to me and said, please change this process. So glad to see this moving forward. Thanks.
I will ask city manager, because currently those dates are not for workshop days. So city manager, how could that be alleviated given that those are not workshop days?
Mayor, what I would ask is for a hybrid. I understand the council's desire not to have any other new business items, but because we have, especially, I get worried about the November meeting, especially because we start to really get a lot of business items that stack up. if you would be willing to entertain consent agenda and then one item of new business, I think that would be, we'd be able to keep things moving, and that would not be as disruptive to our schedule.
The suggestion is to have consent agenda and just one topic, one new business
If that's the
item.
council's wish, yes.
Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. I was going to save this for comments later, but my thought on it, I agree with much of what the other council members said. I think when we're discussing things at midnight, 1 o'clock in the morning, that's not the intent that we have. It makes it a little more difficult for the public to see what's going on. So my suggestion would be to have the regular meeting during the week and then the specialized topics. So whenever parking or whatnot comes up quarterly, we have a separate maybe Thursday meeting. So we still go through with everything on a regular council meeting, and then we have added time for whatever specialized item is there, so we don't get behind on consent agenda and a lot of the other regular items. So my suggestion there, just love to hear some conversation around it. Thank you.
Councilmember Johnston.
Thank you, Mayor. I like the city manager's idea. I don't think we need to add another meeting to the week, just me, but I do like the one item and then have consent agenda. So you can keep those normal things going along. I will add, there's not a lot of traffic at 1 o'clock in the morning. It's been a long time since I'm driven that time.
Councilmember Glasscock.
Thank you, Mayor. I also like the manager's recommendation. I think that's probably the most comprehensive way to get business done, and also have one topic as well.
Any further questions? I did have one during the agenda review. I asked how many views have been for the evening meetings, and I was hoping to get those numbers. So far today, between right now in the 60s to over 100 people have been watching this YouTube City Council meeting. So I'm just curious, again, this council voted earlier this year that we would have more than just the evening budget discussion. We would have a total of 4 evening meetings so community could come because many have to work during the daytime. And so I just, again, wanted to know if we could get that feedback. It won't affect my vote, but I want to know.
Mayor, they've gathered a lot of that information already. I think the preliminary information shows better viewership for the night meetings than the day meetings. But usually after, I think when the big item was finished, a significant drop off. But we'll get you all that data.
Councilmember Tuttle.
I don't know a lot about this kind of stuff, so this may be a dumb question, but I know lots of people, and I'm always surprised by this, but they work during the day, so in the evening or on the weekends, they go back and watch the meetings. Are those numbers accounted for too? Do you know? Or is it just the actual live? Like like I said, because people, there's never going to be a great time, right? People work during the day, but in the evening they have kiddos, or maybe they're caregivers for their elderly family members. Some people work in the evening. So I think we certainly are trying to accommodate the best that we can, but I do know quite a few people who they don't necessarily need to come and make a comment, but they're just interested in what's going on in their community, so they watch it later. So that's always an option for folks too. Thank you.
I see no further questions for staff. Any public comment? I see none. We'll bring it back to the bench. I will motion to approve changing the city council meetings for March 18, June 3rd, August 7th, November 6th, for regular city council meetings from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m., which will include one new business item and the consent agenda. We will also remove the November 4th, 2025 regular meeting and the regular August 5th regular meeting to accommodate for the 2 elections, the primaries and the general, and also schedule the en banc meetings for January 29th, April 29th, July 29th, and October 29th of 2025. Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a question on the en bancs. Are these scheduled, or are these kind of hold the date Like, are we filling these with something that we don't necessarily need to talk to county about because we're having them? Or are these, I mean, are they cemented in as en bancs is more what I'm asking.
I think it was part of scheduling, is that correct?
These are placeholders, not necessarily knowing that you'll have 4 topics that you want to discuss. Also, by having these as placeholders, the mayor has talked before about the possibility of en banc with the school board, and so that could go into one of those slots.
Okay, that's all I wanted. Thank you.
Any further comments? I have a motion. Do I have a second? Vice Mayor Ballard seconded. We will now open it up for comments. That would be Councilmember John.
Thanks, Mayor. We don't have to put into it, but we know the council intent on the one item, or do we need to put that into a motion?
I thought the mayor had that in her motion.
I missed it. It's late, sorry.
Okay. So we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Motion passes 7-0. Madam Clerk, please call the next item.
Council member appointments and comments.
Are there any appointments by council members? Councilmember Johnston.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to appoint Blaine Beasley to my District 5 Advisory Board as a student representative.
I motion to approve the recommendations for board appointments.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Motion passes 7-0. It is now time for comments by council members. Are there any comments by council members? Councilmember Johnston.
Significant day on Black Friday is I got a hole-in-one. I'm number 12 at Auburn Hills, my 3rd one, so, you know, it only cost me $23 in beer, so.
All right. The only comment I have is I just wanted to again say thank you to the individuals who were able to get the emergency winter shelter open by last Friday. I think it was very important for our community to now have Wichita's 24/7 shelter. This will be now an opportunity for individuals over the age of 18, men or women, to have an option for sheltering during these winter months and then transition into 24/7 sheltering beyond the contract with Humankind Ministries. So again, I just wanted to say thank you to Humankind Ministries and all the staff that worked during the holiday weekend and all the individuals who donated food for this past weekend, and the individuals that, if you know anyone that is facing hardship and possible homelessness in their own lives, please connect them to the Multi-Agency Center, again located at 10th and Main Street. That is it on comments. I will move to adjourn this meeting.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Motion passes 7-0. Have a great rest of your evening.